Hustla's Housekeeper, written by Jaquel J., performed by Jamal Roque and Catherine Dollison.
1. Eves. How could you tell me that you loved me and behave this way? Leighton Green. It seemed like every time I was above water and coasting, something happened where I could be pulled immediately underwater. Like this moment. V stared at me. I stared at Khalif, and Khalif stared between the both of us. If these were different times and I didn't hate this man, I would tell him that he looked good. Except, I hated Khalif for how he handled everything between us. He had every right to feel the way he did. Because of my selfish actions, we lost the most important person in our worlds. He moved on, like what we had never even mattered, as if our past was something that didn't matter to him any longer. This is the boo you've been bragging about, V? I choked out, never taking my eyes off Khalif. Yes, he's good friends with Ryder's boyfriend. We went to medical school together. Khalif felt he needed to speak when nobody was even talking to him. How did you two know one another? I gotta get the hell out of here. I grabbed my purse and bolted to the front door with V on my heels. Eves, you have to know that I didn't plan any of this, she tried to explain. I turned around and faced her. V, I don't blame you. It's just too much for me right now. My hands were shaking, and I was near tears from the encounter with Khalif. How could a small encounter with him cause all the memories, good and bad, to appear? My knees were weak, and I was trying my best to hold my composure. It wasn't about V dating Khalif at all. She wouldn't have known he was my ex-husband, mainly because I didn't have any pictures of him, and whenever we discussed my life, which wasn't often, I always held back on mentioning his name. Let me change and drive you home. You are in no condition to drive back alone. Eves, why are you acting like we're strangers or something? Khalif came around the corner, sending me further into spiral. The last time I saw this man, he handed me divorce papers at our daughter's funeral. He didn't bother to come and sign the divorce papers in person. Everything about him was bitter. Please, don't say anything to me, I whispered. Why? You should be glad that I'm even greeting you. There it was, that asshole side that no one ever saw. Hey, you need to back up. Clearly she's having a panic attack, and you should be helping, not making it worse. V yelled at him, and then turned her attention back to me. Come inside and let me drive you home. Roddy, you can come and pick up the truck later. V, I promise I'm fine, I assured her. Before I drove back to the house, I was going to sit and catch my breath. From her facial expression, I could tell she wasn't pleased with my decision. What other choice did she have? Hold me captive with my ex-husband in her house? She slowly opened the door and then hugged me tightly. I had grown to love V. She was like the mother I never had, filled with advice, jokes, and love. She would have never done this if she had known who Khalif really was. I could tell she was hurt, that I was hurt. Call me when you get home, please, she pleaded out the door. Okay. I got into the car and pulled off slowly. I waited until I was around the corner from her place and double-parked to catch my breath. God had to be playing a trick on me or had a sick sense of humor. Khalif St. Michael's was dating Roddy's aunt. Oh, Mama. How could this have happened? Last I heard, Tara and Khalif were married. I couldn't pull my phone out of my purse quick enough. I dialed Court's phone because I'd rather die before I called Tara to get information. Oh, you're finally back from Dubai, and you got time for your favorite cousin? Court answered the phone. I didn't have time to sit and shoot the breeze with Court. The phone worked both ways, and just like I could have called her, she could have called too. Is Tara and Khalif still married? How was he spending time with V in her home when he was married to my cousin? Yeah, why, Eves? I just needed to know. You need to let this go with Khalif. He's not thinking about... I ended the call because I didn't need another Court's life's lessons that she'd like to give me. All I needed to know is if Khalif was still married to Tara, and knowing that made me even more sick. V was so excited to be dating a man that wasn't married, and Khalif had been that for her. I loved hearing her talk about their conversations and their future together. She was all the way in when it came to this man, and now I had to tell her that he was married. I think that was worse than finding out her mystery man was Khalif. The way he stared at me, I could tell he hated me more than I hated him. I mean, why wouldn't he? How could you ever get over the death of your child? You couldn't, because I still struggle day to day to get past it. My hands were shaking as I put the car in drive and headed back to the house. I wished I could say I was surprised by Khalif's actions. Here he was, married to my cousin, and he was still doing his own thing. The only thing that surprised me was the fact that he was V's mystery man. Other than that, nothing that man did surprised me anymore. Mainly because I was once Tara, sitting up waiting for my husband to come home, and he was out fucking one of his classmates. I would always carry the guilt of drinking and then getting behind the wheel with my daughter. There was no excuse that I could come up with to make that all right in my book. Still, while everyone made Khalif out to be the perfect husband and father, he wasn't. Khalif cheated on me whenever he could, and he never apologized for it. It was the reason that I tried to find the solution at the bottom of various bottles. People needed to understand, women especially, that a man could be a great father and a shitty husband. Whenever we attended family events, they assumed we had the best marriage and that I should have been the happiest I had ever been. Except I was far from happy and miserable. The one thing that brought me some joy was Talia, and once she died, the rest of my joy did too. Khalif was entitled and had a nasty temper that scared me. A few times I felt like he was going to come to blows with me. He would say the nastiest things to me after I gave birth. All the fuck you do is cry all day. The fuck you so sad in your life that you need to cry all the damn day. Khalif went to the fridge and grabbed a bottle of beer. He was home early for the first time since Talia had been born. No sooner than she came out, he was back in school and having 16-hour days. I was awake when he came home because Talia never slept through the nights. He'd come in, shower, eat the food I left, and then sleep on the couch while I sat in our bed, rocking our fussy baby. Today happened to be one of the days that he was home at 5 and not after midnight. I was on the couch burping Talia and had been crying prior to him coming home. Talia wouldn't latch, and because she wouldn't latch, that caused her to cry. Then I started to cry because I was so frustrated that I couldn't feed my child, the one job I had as a mother, and I couldn't even do it right. I continued to cry after she had stopped because I was tired from being up morning, noon, and night. I didn't have help, and it was up to me to figure things out. Talia needed me every second of the day. And when I did get her to sleep and could shower, I couldn't focus because I kept hearing phantom cries, or I had to check to make sure she was breathing. Motherhood was brutal. Men thought hormones ended the moment you had the baby. In my opinion, that's when shit really hit the fan. My hormones were worse after the baby. I had suicidal thoughts, felt like I did everything wrong, and felt so far from myself that I often thought I was having out-of-body experiences. Usually men were clueless to what was going on when it came to women and what came with having a baby. Khalif was the exception to that because he was in medical school. I knew for a fact that he learned about the woman's body and what comes with having a child. I thought he would be perfect to help me with postpartum. Khalif was so wrapped up in himself and his journey to become a doctor. It was always about him. And God forbid I ever complained or expressed myself. He'd get upset and disappear for 2 days. I'm just tired, Khalif. This seems crazy, but it's not. I'm with her all day, and I haven't gotten more than an hour's sleep in months. I continued to express to my husband what was going on, and he scoffed. You think getting up at the crack of dawn and going to school is easy? Studying and trying to pass all these tests is easy, right? I gently placed Talia in her bassinet that I placed in the living room. I found that I was able to get through my housework when she was near, and I could see her chest rising up and down. I'm not saying that. I know medical school is hard. I need more help from you. You said you can take 3 weeks off after she was born, and you never did. Khalif was able to take 3 weeks off from school. His assignments would be emailed, and he was able to come in every Friday, take whatever exams that were given during the week. He never took it and returned back to school the next day after Talia's birth. He left me to be the one to care for her all day without any help. For the first week she was born, I hadn't showered, and he told me that I smelled like ass. It was up to me to make my food and make sure that I was eating enough since I was breastfeeding. It was so much that was required of me, and I was sick to myself to make sure I took care of Talia and myself. My mother came over once and helped clean the kitchen. Soon as her man called, she was out the front door. Khalif's mother offered to help, and if I had known what I did, I would have accepted her help. Taking 3 weeks off is going to set me so far back, it's not something that I'm willing to do. I plan to at least finish a couple months early. That had always been his plan. Finish earlier than everyone else, like it was some kind of competition. Fuck finishing early, we need you here. I need you. I pleaded with him and wiped my tears. The fuck is that smell? My breast was leaking and I didn't have time to shower, I explained. You need to shower, Eves. Shit smells like spoiled milk and cheese. He turned his face up, which made me feel worse. I ignored what he had just said. My main focus was for him to take off from school. If he took 3 weeks off and helped me with our daughter, I would be able to sleep, catch up on laundry, and properly care for myself. Then I'd be more prepared when he went back to school. Right now, it was me doing all the work, and I needed my husband to help me. He always mentioned his mother, and that was fine, but when was he going to have a hand in raising our child with me? I'm not worried about that. I need to know that you're going to take time off. You don't need to be worried about that because I'm not. I'll try to come home earlier so you can sleep, eat, and shower. Khalif never came home early. We had so many arguments about his broken promises that he started staying out later, and some nights he didn't even bother coming home. I started to suspect that he was messing around. My 6 weeks had been up, and he hadn't touched me once. One night, I put Talia down early, showered, and dressed up. I made us a full spread and was ready to get back to my marriage. I had allowed motherhood to get in the way of us, and I wanted to make it right. I wanted my husband to want to come home. It was hard being parents to a newborn and trying to still be ourselves, yet change too. I sat at that table and downed 2 bottles of wine, waiting for Khalif to come in. After the first bottle, I stopped being furious and started to feel good. While eating chicken and opening the second, I found myself on the sofa drunk and feeling better than I had in a while. Khalif never came home. Instead, he came home the next morning screaming because Talia was hollering at the top of her lungs while I laid on the couch. Why the fuck are you dressed like that with a bottle of wine in your hands and a chicken bone in the other? The fuck is all of this? He hollered while he tended to Talia. The first time he's done that. I must have passed out after I finished my wine. I stood up while trying to remember what exactly went down last night. The only thing I remembered was how I felt. Free. Why are you drinking anyway, Eves? You breastfeed our daughter. You shouldn't even be drinking, but 2 bottles of wine? Alone? He sucked his teeth and went back into our bedroom. When he turned to head into the room, I noticed the love bite on his neck. When he should have been at home with me, he was cheating on me with some whore. I didn't find out who he was sleeping with for a while. It wasn't until his classmate called his phone at 3 a.m. Khalif was a deep sleeper. He could sleep through a damn apocalypse. I reached over him and missed the call by a few seconds. A couple seconds later, a voicemail had come through. Hey, baby. I must have got our dates mixed up. I thought you were coming over tonight. No worries, I just missed you and we'll see you at tomorrow's anatomy class. Love you. The wind had been knocked out of my chest. Our daughter was 5 months old, and he was out here having an affair with some Becky with good hair. It was hard to lay beside him while he slept peacefully. I climbed out of bed and grabbed a glass before pouring myself a glass of wine. Wine had been what had been helping me through things lately. When I finished 3 glasses, I climbed into bed, rubbed his dick, and climbed on top. I wanted to prove to myself that I, and only I, could make my husband happy. You fuck Beth like this? Tell me, baby, do you fuck Beth like this? I asked him as I rolled him hard. He was so into it that he hadn't noticed what I said until it registered. He pushed me off of him, and I hit my head on the corner of the nightstand. Why the fuck you going through my shit? What kind of weirdo shit you on, Eves? He hollered, not bothered that I had hit my head on the nightstand. Leave her, or we're getting a divorce. My voice was low and even, mainly because the back of my head throbbed. You giving out demands? The reason we have this apartment, and all we have, is because of me. Go ahead and divorce me. Where you going? Back to your mother's house? He teased me. I watched him throw on a college sweater, sweatpants, and sneakers. He stared at me and shook his head as he left out of our apartment. I was sick. Sick and tired of being this man's puppet. Whatever he wanted, I did. It was always about him and never about me. That was why he was in medical school and I had to put my dreams of being a nurse on the back burner. I wish the affair stopped then, but they never did. It was always some new medical student or some chick he met at a coffee shop while he was studying. He got to the point where he didn't even hide the shit from me. It was out in the open for me to see. Whenever I drank, it put rose-colored glasses on me, and I thought I had a good man. When morning came, reality hit me that I didn't have one. As Talia became older, he became a better father. I guess when she could eat, speak, and walk was when she became interesting. He loved his daughter, and that was one thing I couldn't take from him. It was always about Talia, and I came somewhere down the line. Didn't bother me. As long as I was able to sip and relax after a long day, I was cool. The women were still there, and they weren't going anywhere. That's why I became so protective when I saw Tara swooping in on him. If she knew what I did, she would understand why I went off the way I did. To everyone looking in, I had no reason to feel the way I did or get jealous. To them, Khalif was a good family man who wanted better for his family. On the inside, I was constantly spoken down on, and he always threatened me by saying he was going to take Talia and accept the residency on the West Coast. It was so much people didn't see. They didn't see that the man I laid beside every night while his phone buzzed with so many other bitches. So yeah, I took responsibility for drinking and getting behind the wheel of the car with my daughter. It was something I would never forgive myself for. But Khalif St. Michael's, damn sure, shouldn't have been walking around like he didn't have a hand in things.
2. Roddy. Said your bed be feeling lonely, so you sleeping in mine. Mac Miller. I slugged the rest of the rum straight out of the bottle and then set the bottle on the expensive coffee table. The rum burned as it slid down my throat, and I leaned back on the couch. Leaning up, I went to reach for the other bottle of rum, and Levi snatched it before I could grab it. All you've been doing is drinking and going home, he called himself, trying to check me. Nigga, I'm a grown-ass man. I don't need you to tell me what the fuck I can or cannot do. I slurred and tried to snatch the bottle unsuccessfully. Levi's place had been my getaway from home. I couldn't run the risk of running into V while she was at the house. She would want to sit and talk, and I wasn't there yet. I didn't want to talk to her about how she lied to me my entire life. She had me calling her aunt when she was my mother. Who the fuck does some shit like that? Nana wanted us to sit and talk about it for her own conscience. She came up with this idea and thought this could be shoved under the rug like nothing happened. As much as I love my Nana, she always been like that. Levi took a seat next to me. From what I could make out on the clock above his fireplace, it was around 2 a.m. I called Eves to come and pick you up. If you stay here, you're going to drink yourself sick, and maybe you'll listen to her. Why the fuck do you all think that you can control me? I'm allowed to feel my feelings on the field. Feel me? Levi screwed up his face in confusion. Roddy, what the fuck are you talking about? You be knowing. I plucked his nose and he shoved me. What the fuck? My flight is in a couple hours and I need sleep since you can't drive me to the airport. Levi tossed a pillow at my head. Where you going? I tried to focus on him, but there were 2 of him rolling a suitcase to the foyer of his house. My girl's birthday is this weekend, and I'm taking her out the country. Your stepmama, nigga? I blurted, and then laughed because he was really in love with his father's wife. Shut the fuck up. Levi replied and then came over to grab the empty bottles of liquor I had consumed. It was a miracle that I was even still conscious. Drinking numbed the pain and forced me to turn my mind off. I drank socially, and whenever I felt like having a good drink. Getting drunk had never been my thing. I hated being hungover and having to sleep all day just to feel normal again. Anytime I tried to get on with everyday life, the thought of V being my biological mother haunted me. My entire life had been a lie, and nobody couldn't tell me different. I was raised by my aunt while my real mother continued like I wasn't her child. Growing up, there had always been some type of tension between V and my grandmother. I never thought anything about it because V always floated through life with no plans and always was on a man's arm. I could count on my hands and my kid's hand how many fake uncles she had introduced me to until my mother died. Having kids or settling down wasn't something that she was into, so I never judged her for it. It wasn't until my mom's died that her entire life had to change. There were no more uncles to hang around, or her floating around waiting for something magical to happen. She had to get out there and work. I think that was the main reason why I wanted to take care of her. All these years I felt bad because she gave up her life to take care of me. Meanwhile, she was supposed to do that. As my mother, she was supposed to work to make sure that I had food in my mouth. V knew all of this, and she never said a word, never mentioned that I was her son or my kids were grandkids. Why keep something like that away from me? Hey, where is he? I heard Eve's voice and tried to lean up to greet my baby. Eve's had been the best thing that had happened to me. She came into my life at a time I didn't think I needed her. She was real and didn't hold anything back about herself. She wore her mistakes like armor, and I respected her for it. On the couch talking bullshit? Thanks for coming. I have a flight in a couple of hours and didn't want to leave him like this, Levi explained and walked her over to me. Ronnie, what are you doing? She sighed and reached for my hand. It's like 3 a.m. and you're drunk like this. Why? She grunted while pulling me up. Levi stepped in and helped me stand on my 2 feet. Baby, give me a kiss. Don't be like that. I continued to slur as I leaned forward, but she pushed me back. Levi helped her get me to the car and put me in the front seat. Eves leaned across me and strapped me in while I gripped her ass. Boy, stop it. She swatted my hand after buckling me in. Shoot me a text when you get back to the house, Levi said and hugged Eves. This was the second time they had met since she started working for me. Thanks again for coming. I called Gia, but she didn't answer or hit me back. She's not home. More than likely she's at a friend's house. Eves shrugged. I'll get your boy home. When Eves got back into the car, she took a deep breath before starting the car. It had been a minute since I checked in with her. Since my grandmother wanted to drop the news around dinner, I had been distant, and I knew it probably bothered her. Bae, you mad at me? I touched her thigh, and she continued to ignore me. Bae, I hollered. Roddy, please stop yelling. What do you think? She replied, and I could tell from her tone that she was pissed. On the ride home, she focused on the road and avoided having any conversation with me. When I touched her hand, she would remove it and focus back on driving. When we pulled through the gates of the community, she quickly pulled into our driveway and then the garage. When she hopped out of the driver's seat, I thought she was going to come and get me out the passenger seat. She continued to walk toward the door. Yo, I called behind her, and she stopped before turning the knob on the door. Are you being like that? She walked back over to me slowly with tears in her eyes. Don't ever do that to me again. I get you have your shit going on, but picking you up drunk? Were you not thinking, Roderick? Jesus Christ. She shoved me. Leave me out of this shit. I can't afford to go backwards because of you. I'm sorry, babe. It wasn't like I told Levi to hit you up. She folded her arms and stared at me. I have my own shit going on, and I don't need you fucking me up. Maybe we moved on this too quick. This was a mistake. Maybe we need to call it quits. I found all the strength to pull myself out of that passenger seat. Nah, babe, don't do this shit to me. You're the best thing that's happened to me. I need you. I told her and pulled her into my arms. My rum-soaked lips kissed hers, and she pulled away. Why would you do that? She whispered, and headed back to the door. We need to cool it for a bit. Whenever me and Gia got into an argument, I never felt like this. I was hurt because I had hurt my baby. Just one look into Eve's eyes, and I could tell that she was scared. I had violated by even allowing her to bring me home like this. Then the other nights when I climbed into her bed drunk, she never said anything, but I could tell it bothered her. I let my personal shit flow into hers, and it wasn't fair, especially since she struggled with alcohol, and I was pushing the shit into her face. Eves had every right to be pissed with me. The past few weeks have been crazy, and I could admit I hadn't been present in the house as of lately. All I did was drink and come into the crib after midnight. Me and Gia hadn't had time to even talk because she was off doing her own thing. I was so deep in my own head that I didn't care that she was barely home or being a mother to our daughter. I needed to handle my shit because I couldn't afford to lose Eves. How long, Roderick? My Nana's voice caused me to jump. I thought everybody would have been asleep when I came in. What you mean, Nana? I tried to act regular, although my head was spinning. The cool night air had helped me out some, but I was still very much drunk. Rod, don't play me like I'm a fool. A blind man can see the way you are with that housekeeper of yours. How long have you been screwing her? With all due respect, I don't think I want to answer that question. She took a sip of her piping hot tea and came over to me. Without a second thought, she slapped me in the head. Ouch! What the hell? How long have you been cheating on your fiancé? I knew something was off when I didn't receive a save the date, and you guys have been engaged this long. Nana, I'm handling the situation and don't need advice. I do need advice on why my family lied to me about my entire life. She kissed her teeth and gave me that knowing look. Even she couldn't try and talk her way out of this. Luckily for her, I was too drunk to even concentrate on this conversation with her. Baby, we all did what's best. Nana, I'm tired. Can we talk about this later? I told her and headed upstairs. Before going to my room, I turned the knob to Eve's room, and it was locked. Like a sad puppy, I walked to my empty room and tossed myself across the bed. It didn't matter who I was with now. My ass was still lonely as fuck at the end of the night or morning. The sound of dresser drawers opening and closing pulled me from my sleep. I heard slippers slide across the wooden floors, and then the dresser drawers open again. I leaned up and squinted because the sun was coming through the row of floor-to-ceiling windows. Damn, why the shades open? It's 3 p.m. I heard my baby's voice and smiled. You have Tylenol, ginger ale, and a burger from McDonald's on the nightstand. You got the hangover kit down pat, huh? I regretted the words as soon as they left my mouth. I'm an alcoholic, so I should. Babe, I didn't mean it like that. Honestly, I don't need this shit. Roddy, we need to forget whatever we thought we had. I have too much shit going on, and this is just something extra. A trigger, if you want to be honest. I climbed out of bed and tried to hold her, and she ripped her arms away from me. I apologize about last night. I wasn't thinking, and it was fucked up on my end. Please. She held her hands up. Enough with the apologies. You know who you should be apologizing to? These kids. RJ and Ju are old enough to understand what's going on, and you haven't said a word to them. What the fuck am I supposed to say to them, Eves? I'm fucking confused and don't understand what the fuck is going on. The life I thought was my life isn't anymore. Drinking and doing nothing is the solution to that problem? Gia is barely around, and now you're gone too. I know I took this job because I didn't have the money, but I can't be the only one looking out for these kids. She was right. I couldn't let what happened force me into being a non-existent father. Despite what happened, my kids needed me, and I couldn't just abandon them because I have my own shit going on. I'm going to do better. I tried to reach out for her, and she backed away from me. Why you being like that? I hadn't thought or fantasized about a drinking over 4 years. Last night was the first time. I had to lock myself in the room to fight the urge to knock back a bottle of rum. Tasting the liquor on your lips almost caused me to spiral, and I can't have that. As fun as this was for me, we need to end this on a good note. How the fuck is this a good note? It's better than you finding me downstairs drunk. I can't be around you like this, and I need to focus on me. Her words cut through me like a sharpened knife. I could tell from the way she didn't allow me to touch her that I had fucked up royally. Ma, I don't want to end this between us. Eves, let me make this shit up to you. You have bigger shit to worry about. Talk to V and stop avoiding her. Nah, I'm good. She made a mistake that I know she regrets. Are you so high on your horse that you can't at least hear her out? Why the fuck you coming at me like this? It's about time someone does. Your fiancé runs around here and gets away with being a terrible mom. Yes, she's a terrible mother. Yet the one who has always had your back, you want to cut out of your life? V is here without a second thought when you need her. For once, be there for her and hear her out. Until then, keep all interactions with me about the children. Damn, you really about to be like that. I've been at a place when I was begging God to take my life, Rod. I can't go back to that place, and I damn sure can't allow a man to bring me there again. She turned and left the room. I stood there stuck as shit. As much as I pissed Gia off, she never ended shit with me. If anything, she would ignore me, and we never fixed the situation. Eve sat in my face and put herself first. I didn't know if I should have been sad or turned on by the conversation we had. She was right, though. Eve's had always been open about her struggle with alcohol, and I didn't want to be the reason she relapsed. My actions yesterday were selfish as hell, and I shouldn't have done that shit to her. All I wanted was to love her, not hurt her. It was clear she had been hurt in the past, and I didn't want to add on to that shit. Ju came rushing out of her bedroom when I came out of my room. "Baby girl, why you not at school?" She jumped when she heard my voice. I watched as she slowly turned around. I didn't feel too good today, Daddy," she stammered, which wasn't like her. Ju was a straight shooter like V. It was rare that they stammered or a cat caught their tongue. Shit, there were times when I wished they did get caught up or were at a loss for words. "Ju, you good?" Yes. I was just getting something to drink from downstairs." I could tell that she was lying or hiding something. I knew my kids like the back of my hands. "Ju, what's going on? Come talk to me real quick." I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her back into a room. "Daddy, nothing is wrong. I was just trying to get something to drink. I should be asking you what's going on with you. It ain't about me. You'll never miss school, and here you are home in the middle of the day. If you're worried about me knowing about you and Eves, I know it already." Julina shocked me. How the hell did she know that me and Eves were messing around? "What you mean? Me and Eves are friends." I lied and gave her that same look that V gave me whenever she knew I was lying. "Daddy, I may have been born at night, but I wasn't born last night. First of all, you were born at 8 in the morning on a Sunday. You need to stop hanging around V so much." I laughed and kissed her on the forehead. "Things with Eves is complicated." "Happiness shouldn't be complicated, though. Does she make you happy?" "She does." "Then why is that complicated? Whatever you and Gia got going on is complicated." She sighed. "Daddy, I really don't like her for you. I'm not jealous, and I understand that you deserve love too, but she's not it." Julina had always been consistent on her dislike for Gia. She never warmed up to her when she first started coming around. Instead, she would turn her nose up at her and never wanted her around. As a father, I should have put that in a smash and disciplined my child. Then again, how do I discipline my child for her feelings? Julina didn't like Eves either, and now she was one of her favorite people. The shit that bothered me was that Gia never tried with Julina. All she did was complain about her attitude, but never tried to fix things between them. Gia complained like she was a child herself. Whenever Julina ignored her or didn't speak when she saw her, she would complain to me. I needed Gia to act like a mother. One day Kingsley was going to be a teen and give her the same energy. Instead of her complaining, I wanted her to bond with my children. Eves hadn't known Ju and RJ long, and they both had their individual relationship with her. "Let me worry about my love life, Ju." "Or lack thereof." She ran her hand through her hair and then stood up. "We good? I would really like to get that drink. Ju, you sure you're good? You're not hiding nothing from me, right?" She swallowed hard and smiled. "I really want a car." I tossed the stuffed animal at her. "Stop playing. I'm being serious with you." "Everything is fine with me. Stop worrying so much." I sat in the room for a bit before I headed downstairs. Nana was in the kitchen cooking and trying to give Ju advice on how to get better. "I woke up with a craving for some fish. Somebody in here pregnant," Nana accused, while staring Julina in the eyes. "It ain't my baby girl, so eat your fish and stop throwing that around. Ain't you supposed to dream about fish, not eat them?" She shook her head and stirred whatever in the pot. Nope, I've always craved fish. Same thing happened with your mama. Craved some saltfish one day. And the next week, she told me she was pregnant. It still felt weird that she referred to V as my mother. I guess it hadn't hit me that she was really my mother. Nobody in here pregnant, unless Gia ain't telling me something. Nana kissed her teeth. Boy, that girl ain't even been around enough for you to impregnate her. One thing about my grandmother was that she was going to keep it real. If I had to be honest, that was where V got it from and passed it on to Julina. I chuckled. I handle my business, Nana. Ew, Daddy! Julina quickly covered her ears and ran toward the stairs. Maybe if you were handling it more, she would be home more. Where does that woman spend her time when she's not with you? Best friend, they always together doing shit. I don't even get involved anymore, Nana. She gave me that look, and I knew she was going to make me listen to her, even if I didn't want to. You believe that if you want. Gia has always been sweet and respectful any time I've come around. I do notice that she's not into you like you are into her. We got a whole baby together, and now we're engaged, Nana. I waved her off. Roderick, I'm a woman first, and then your Nana. I can tell when a woman isn't in it for the right reasons. That's the reason you started sleeping with your housekeeper. Eves backed up with the empty laundry basket. I'll come collect the kitchen towels later. No, you won't. You want to be bold enough to sleep with another woman's man under her roof. Be bold enough to hear what I have to say. I half expected Eves to continue to run the other way. I didn't expect to sleep with Roddy when I moved in here. What we did isn't right, and I would never say it is. However, Gia has a man at home that others would kill for. She's selfish, and I slid in when she fell out. No disrespect, but this is between me and Roddy. He's a grown man and capable of making the hard decisions that he needs to make. It smells delicious in here. Eves offered a smile, snatched the kitchen clothes, and headed back upstairs. I hate to admit it, but I do really like her. She cut her eyes and placed the battered fish into the oil. She don't have shit to hide. It's not like she came on to me. I'm the one who wanted her. Then you need to make some of those hard decisions she was talking about. This is fun now, but what happens when your feelings get really involved? You can't just think about you, Roddy. You have children you have to consider, too. Gia is sweet, but I worry about Kingsley if you both had to end things. She's barely around now. Who is going to have your child then? I would fight for custody before I allowed Gia to take my daughter out of a home she's comfortable in. That's not how a judge will see things. They always keep the baby with their mothers. Leave it to my grandmother to have me thinking of shit that I never would have considered. I knew that me and Gia had issues, and shit was sour. Then again, I didn't think about us ending things and having to share custody of Kingsley. Gia was petty. She wasn't the type to try and get full custody of our daughter and then not have a hand in raising her. Nana, I don't want to think about that right now. I got up from the counter. The thought of going through court with Gia sounded like some shit I didn't want to ever witness or be a part of. I'm just warning you of what can come of this little situation you and Eves has going on. If you're serious about her, then prove it. If not, you need to end things and focus on your future marriage. I hear you. And you need to go and speak with your mother. I know it's hard to process, but she doesn't deserve this silent treatment you've been giving her. Be there for her and listen to her before judging her. You ain't perfect either. Between my grandmother and Eves, I had both at my neck about talking to V about what happened. What about what I wanted? I needed more time before I sat down and discussed the shit she did. The decision they all made had me more confused than I ever been. I thought I had lost my mother, and it turns out that she was alive this entire time. As much as I loved and respected my grandmother, she was going to have to let me do it on my own time. Oh shit, baby, you scared the hell out of me. Gia jumped when she came into our bedroom. I was laying on the couch in the sitting area when she bypassed me. The way our sitting area was set up, she could head straight to a closet without coming fully into the bedroom. I guess that was what she was trying to do, because she didn't make her presence known as she usually did. Why you sneaking in here like you a secret agent or some shit? I turned the basketball game I was watching off. I'm not sneaking into anything. She popped her lips. I was going to shower and then come cuddle in bed with you. I wanted to surprise you, she lied. Gia knew damn well she was trying to sneak into a closet before seeing me. I stared at my Rolex, and it was after 3 a.m. She had been pulling a lot of these late nights, and judging from the way she was dressed, I could tell she wasn't coming from a club appearance. Where you coming from? Keisha's house? Why you come home if you were over at Keisha's house? What's with the 20 questions, Roddy? I'm curious, I replied nonchalantly. From the way she squirmed and stuttered, I could tell she was trying to come up with shit. This was right out of that busted video with Mr. Biggs and Shorty that cheated on him. I was helping to set up her sister's baby shower stuff. Her family is all over there, and I just wanted my own bed. She pulled her phone and then showed me the screen. See, am I free to go shower and get some sleep, officer? On Gia's phone, there was a selfie of her and Keisha's sister doing balloon decorations. You need to spend some time with Kingsley. Who told you that? Eves or your grandmother? I know it hasn't been V since her lying ass is banned. Watch your mouth. You take up for everyone except me. V can lie about being your aunt, but God forbid I say something, then it's a problem. I told you to watch your fucking mouth. I stood up and towered over her. What the fuck does V have to do with you spending more time with our daughter? Why the hell do you keep trying to tell me how to parent? I don't want her always being dependent on me, and there's nothing wrong with that. There was no winning when it came to Gia and her crazy-ass logic. How the fuck did she think this shit made sense? She barely spent time with Kingsley since we've been home. I even started paying Eves more because of all the hours she put in with our daughter. When Eves was supposed to be off for the night, she was doing feedings, bath times, and singing to her while she fought her sleep. Meanwhile, Gia was off doing whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. Whatever, Gia. You got it, right? Yes, I got it. She scoffed and headed toward her closet. This shit between me and Gia didn't sit right in my soul. Even in Dubai, nothing made sense. I was there with her and was supposed to be celebrating her birthday, but all I wanted to do was spend time with Eves. Shit had been complicated since we got back home. We've been having these funky-ass quickies whenever I could catch her home. The truth was that we were like two ships passing in the night. It had become comfortable to her, and that was my biggest fear. I didn't want shit to become comfortable where this was the norm for our marriage. On the way down to the basement, I passed by the kitchen and the light was on. I assumed it was Nana, so I avoided her seeing me, until I heard a soft whisper, and I knew it was Eve's. Well, my mama needs to stop giving my number out, she giggled. For real? How you been? I could tell from that flirtatious-ass voice she was using. Look, I know you would have been there for me, but it was something I needed to deal with on my own, Pooh. Pooh? Who the fuck was Pooh, and why the fuck was she giggling and flirting with this nigga? You could tell it was a nigga because she spoke to me the same way when we were flirting with one another. I cleared my throat and walked into the kitchen. Sorry, didn't know anybody was in here. I lied, knowing damn well I had heard pieces of her conversation. Let me call you back tomorrow. All right, okay, I promise. She smiled and ended the call. You sure move on quick, says the man that's engaged and wanting a second baby from his fiancée. She cut her eyes at me. An old friend got my number from my mom and reached out. An old friend, huh? Yes, he's an old friend. Why are you concerned? It was like she turned cold toward me overnight. You really gonna act like this to me? Eve sighed and put the mug down. Everybody seems to know about us, and I don't want that. Your grandmother called us out, and I felt dirty afterward. You handled yourself well, because I had the fake confidence to say all that. Gia is fucked up in many ways, but she doesn't deserve this. Since when do you give a fuck about Gia? I moved close to her and snuck a kiss on her cheek. Eves tried to move away, but I had her pinned between the counter and fridge. Stop, Ronnie, she whispered. I can't keep getting caught up in this with you. What if I want to continue to get caught up with you? I kissed her on the lips. You better not get no ideas on talking to another nigga. You little poo. Better be just a friend. I reminded her, and she rolled her eyes with a smirk on her face. You jealous? Hell yeah. Don't let nobody moving in on what's mine. I squeezed her ass and then kissed her on the lips. Eves knew she couldn't leave me alone, even if she tried. The same way I couldn't leave her alone. She was addicted to me, and I wanted her more than I wanted air at times. As much as Eves wanted to act like Gia was the reason, she wasn't. I'd leave Gia in a heartbeat if it was easier said than done. Roderick, please. She cut her eyes at me. You want your cake and want to eat it too. Why would I get a cake if I can't eat it too? I joked with her, and she tried to squeeze by me to get away. One of us is going to end up hurt in this. More than likely, it's going to be me, not you. I told you I would never intentionally hurt you. Yes, but you never said that you wouldn't hurt me. As much as this has been fun, I need security, and I don't have that with you. You belong to another woman, and you're soon going to be getting married to her. May she not think about marriage. I may be blind to a lot of her shit, but that's one thing I can see clear. She finally escaped from my hold and stirred her tea. Well, I don't want to be the one who is going to end up hurt because you pick her over me. The fuck you put in there? The entire piece of ginger? My stomach is queasy. Good night, Roderick. She reached up, kissed me on the cheek, and then headed out the kitchen. I leaned on the kitchen counter for a bit, and then went downstairs to the basement. G was probably in the bed on her phone, and I wasn't in the mood to be bothered after our argument. Instead, I got a drink and plopped on the couch while watching ESPN with my drink in my hand.
3. Julina. Baby girl, I can't imagine what it's like for you. I got you pregnant now inside. There's a life in you. J. Cole. Come on, Ju! The other party didn't end well, but let's go to this one. Tamala tried to convince me. I held on to my books and tried to avoid the conversation altogether. However, she wasn't going to let things go. After the way that party ended, I didn't want to see another party for a long time. The party was the reason I was walking around with a belly full of Ethan Hawking. The last thing I wanted to do was go to the party and regret it in the end. I'm pregnant, I whispered. What do I look like going to a party? Tam, you need to think sometimes. I entered the girls' bathroom to pee. I had to walk way across campus to my AP calculus class, and this was the closest bathroom. You're not dead, Tam countered. Tara, I really don't want to go. I already have to have this awkward-ass conversation with Ethan. When are you going to do that? Pamela sat on the bench in the girls' room. Our private school bathrooms were more like master bathrooms, with how lavish they were. I mean, my father did shell out a lot of money a month for us to get this education, so the least we could have was nice bathrooms and sushi for lunch on Thursdays. I don't know. My father doesn't even know, and Ease is only going to hold my secret for so long. You know about her fucking your dad, right? Just tell her that you'll tell Gia if she tells your dad. Tamala was used to blackmailing her mother. She knew her mother dated and fucked around on her father, so she used that to do whatever she wanted. That was the reason she had a brand new Porsche in the garage that she couldn't drive. Her father was always away on business, so he wasn't wise to what her mother was doing while he continued to earn a living. I'm sure her father had his hoes while he was traveling too. Their marriage had always been like that since I met Tamala. While Tamala had both of her parents and could turn to her mother for anything, she didn't. Instead, she took pictures to use against her when she couldn't get away. Eves wasn't going to let me out the house without knowing where I was going. I was pretty sure she was going to stake out the place, too. After what happened last time, and then finding out that I lied, she was about done with my shit. I like Eves. I washed my hands and grabbed my things from the bench next to Tam. I'm not going to do that to her. You need to learn how to play the game. Tamala crossed her legs like she was about to school me. I have enough things going on, and a party isn't one of them, I told her. Ethan was a junior, and I was technically supposed to be a freshman. When we moved to Georgia, my father agreed to hold me back a year. I was far behind in school and refused to attend for the first half of the year when we got here. So instead of being in high school, I was stuck in 8th grade with Tamala. When I met Ethan, I thought I had found the love of my life. I wanted what my parents had. My father had always told me the story on how he met my mother. It was funny, cute, and a dream come true for some women. Falling in love with your high school sweetheart and growing old with one another? Who wouldn't want that? I wanted that, and I thought that's what I had with Ethan. He was sweet, caring, and consistent. Since he attended public school, he'd find a ride over to Tam's house just to hang out with me. At first, all we did was kiss and dry hump one another. I'd straddle him while we made out, and he'd get on top of me and pin my arms down while sucking on my bottom lip. It was fun and made me feel like a woman. That was how Ethan made me feel whenever we were around each other. He didn't make me feel like an 8th grader and treated me like a high school girl. A week before the party, we met at Tam's house while her mother was shopping and had sex. It was my first time, and I was nervous. Still, I felt like I had to have sex with Ethan, or he would end things with me. I loved this boy and wanted to be with him. If I had to give him my virginity to prove my loyalty, then that's what I was going to do. Those chicks at the high school were probably ready and willing to give it up to him, and I had to keep my man. As I sat there pregnant by him, I realized that I was stupid. I shouldn't have been trying to prove anything to him. If anything, he should have been trying to prove that he was worthy of even knowing me. It was easier to tell myself that now that I was pregnant and on the verge of being my father's biggest disappointment. Well, Chase wants me to meet him in the theater room, so you know where I'm going. Tamala flicked her tongue between the peace signs she was giving me. Ew! You be letting him munch on your coochie and his breath stinks. I headed out the bathroom. Tam didn't have the standards when it came to who wanted her. She'd date the trash can as long as it grabbed her ass and told her she was beautiful. Chase was in the 7th grade, and his breath always smelled like shit. I'd like to say it was because his braces always had junk caked up in them. Stop hating and text Ethan and tell him. You need to tell him, or are you getting rid of it? See you later. I ignored her question and headed in the opposite direction. I didn't know what I was doing as far as this pregnancy. The main reason was I was waiting to tell my father. Eves had been on me to come clean, and I'd been putting it off. Why tell him if I didn't plan on keeping it? Then I thought about how my parents had RJ young, and maybe it was meant for me to keep this baby. Kingsley and my baby could grow up together. Daddy would make sure that I had someone to care for it while I finished school. It wasn't like I had to get rid of the baby. We need to talk. I sent Ethan a text message when I made it to my class. Students were still filing in while I sat at my desk. I was always on time and hated to be late. After the way your little nanny played me? Yeah, aight. When I called Eves to pick me up, I had just finished having sex with him. He pecked me on the lips and went downstairs. Not even 10 minutes later, he was on Damika Dunn's Snapchat while she kissed him on the cheek. Here I was upstairs cleaning myself up, and he had already moved on to the next chick while I was upstairs. If that wasn't enough, Tamala came upstairs and told me he was downstairs bragging about how I was crying during sex. I knew Tam didn't make that up because I always cried during sex. It wasn't like sex was the most comfortable thing for me. Ethan was overly sized for his age, and he liked to be rough, too. I was mortified and locked myself in the bathroom. It was Tam's idea to lie to Eves about him trying to force himself on me. She said that Eves would be too worried about me being all right to yell at me about sneaking out. For the most part, it did work on both she and my father. I did feel bad, though, for lying to both. Despite being so angry with Ethan, I felt bad for making it seem like he was a rapist. Then again, I was too far gone in my feelings to care at that point. So, the shit you did was okay? It doesn't matter. Telling people I raped you is crazy. It was. Never even said sorry either. I didn't have time to go back and forth with him. I was pregnant and needed to know what I was going to do. It would be nice if we could talk and try to come up with a solution before Eves made me tell my father. I'm pregnant. Usually, my hand was always up, and I was forever answering questions for everyone else. Today, I couldn't focus because my mind was on waiting for Ethan to reply to me. He never took this long, and by the way, the sweat collected on my forehead. I knew I needed to calm down before I passed out. What does that have to do with me? I waited exactly an hour and 20 minutes for him to respond with some bullshit. How do you respond to someone with that? He knew that he was the father, so why play stupid with me? Ethan was my first and only. It wasn't like I was throwing ass at every boy that tried to talk to me. Tamala warned me that Ethan was a player type. She broke down all the chicks he had messed with, and I continued to allow him to tell me anything. He whispered a few nothings, and I opened my legs for him. God, I felt so stupid for letting one of these Atlanta niggas play me the way he did. It's yours. I don't care if you want to believe it or not. I pulled out every time we fucked. Stop being a princess and deal with that. We not together no more.
Move out the hallway, bitch.
Tam joked in a deep voice while I continued to stand in the middle of it, stunned. Damn, your daddy died or something? She took the phone from me and read the last text message Ethan sent before he blocked me. He called me a princess. Those were the only words that I could form. My stomach felt queasy, and I felt like I was going to be sick. The sickness wasn't from the pregnancy. It was more so from the words I had just read on my phone. It was cool for Ethan to be cool with the white girls being spoiled at this school, but it was a problem when he came across a spoiled black girl. He didn't go to this school, but you could find him here at dismissal trying to push up on whatever girl was interested. Yet, it was a problem when he came across a spoiled black girl. My daddy worked hard to provide for us, and he wanted me to be spoiled. Fuck him, Jolena. You don't need him to have this baby. Tamala tried to do the best friend pep talk. She didn't even believe the words that were coming from her mouth. I rushed toward the bathroom before the tears could fall from my eyes. There weren't many black kids in this private school, and the few that were the cool kids. I was considered the Hillary Banks of this school, and I couldn't be seen crying while going into the bathroom. I mustered up all the energy I had and made a beeline toward the bathroom across campus. When I pushed into the bathroom, Tamala came behind me. Tam, I'm so stupid. Pregnant by a nigga who thinks I'm a spoiled bitch. He didn't call you a bitch. Tam didn't care if someone called her spoiled. She never cared because she knew that she was. I knew I was spoiled too. Still, it hurt being called it by the person you're in love with. He should have. I dapped my face and sent Eves a text message. Can you pick me up early, please?
Feeling sick? You all right?
I'll tell you when you pick me up. Hurry.
Grabbing KK and coming now.
I disliked Eves more than I did Gia when she started working for us. I wanted her gone. Another woman who thought she knew what was best for me. I was wrong. Eves was everything I didn't know I needed. A listening ear when I was frustrated and a shoulder when I just wanted to cry without explanation. Besides Daddy and V, she was someone I felt I could let in and trust. She proved to have my back on more than one occasion. I'm going to the office to wait for Eves to pick me up. I told Tamla and wiped my eyes. You're really going to leave me alone? I'm not going to be able to focus on none of my classes. Plus, I have that English essay to work on, so I'll get started on that. Tam looked at her Apple Watch and rolled her eyes. Let me head to French. Call me later, okay? Yep. She headed toward the door and stopped. You're not spoiled, Jew. I am, and I have no problem with it. But you're different. You care more than I do. And Ethan is stupid for not seeing that. Thanks, Tam. I smiled and watched her leave the bathroom while holding back my tears. It took me 15 minutes to contain the tears. By the time I had gotten it under control, they were hollering my name over the loudspeaker. Taking a deep breath, I put my bag on my arm and headed toward the office. I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate on any of my classes if I stayed in school. Hey, fat mamas! I tickled Kingsley's feet when I got into the car. She seems much happier today. What did you do?
Burn raw garlic and put it on her gums. She's been a ball of sunshine all day.
I don't even know where you got that idea. I sighed and leaned back in the chair.
Why did you need me to pick you up early?
Eves pulled away from the curb. Ethan blocked me after I told him I was pregnant. I broke down crying. Eves ended up pulling over in the parking lot and putting the car in park.
Jew, I'm so sorry.
She reached and hugged me the best she could.
He's stupid and needs time to digest the news you told him. He'll come around after letting it process.
I'm so stupid. Daddy warned me about these boys, and I go get knocked up by one. How dumb could I be?
Not stupid. You're young and made a mistake. A big mistake. But you're not stupid.
Eves, I love him. That was the only reason I gave him my virginity. I feel so stupid. I held my hands on my face and sobbed. Eves continued to rub my back and sighed.
I've done some stupid shit in my past. This here is nothing compared to what I've done. This here, you can recover from. My mistakes, I will never recover from.
What's that?
Maybe when I'm mentally ready, I'll tell you.
She smiled while reaching over to wipe my cheek.
You are beautiful, you are loved, and you will get through this, okay?
It was hard to believe the words she was saying when I felt the opposite. I felt like I had thrown my life away because I had allowed my feelings to take lead over my brain. Thanks, Eves.
We need to talk to your father. I was thinking I can cook and we can sit and tell him together.
Shouldn't you be telling him that you're pregnant too? I saw you being all sick and stuff. I called her out. She turned every color of red that her complexion would allow.
I'm not pregnant.
She nervously laughed.
We need to worry about you and you only.
Do you love my father?
Jew, why are you asking me all these questions?
She pulled out the parking lot.
Do you need to stop anywhere before we head to the house?
I know that you and my father are messing around. We all know. She is the only blind one that doesn't see it. Eves took a deep breath.
It's very complicated. We never expected that this would happen, so we decided that we need to end things before one of us gets hurt.
She answered honestly. Why does it have to be complicated, though?
Your father is engaged, Julina. I can ruin his engagement and hurt Gia, too.
I don't see why you care about her feelings. She's rude as fuck to you whenever you're around. Eve shrugged.
When you've made as many mistakes as I have, you kind of get used to people treating you like dirt. So much that when someone good comes along, it's almost foreign to you.
My heart ached for her. Eve was a good person, and she cared deeply about people. Since she started working and caring for me and my siblings, I could tell that she loved us. Kingsley adored her and couldn't start her day without Eve's peeking her head into her nursery while singing to her. When Gia spoke to her like she was just a servant instead of a person, it irritated me. Nobody deserved to be spoken to like that. You're a good person, Eves. You deserve someone like my father to make you smile. He does, too. I offered her a weak smile and touched her hand.
Thanks, baby doll. For now, let's worry about one thing at a time. Do you want to keep the baby?
I do.
You sure?
My mother was young when she had RJ. Not for a second did she or my father think to abort him. It didn't matter that they were teenagers. They gave my brother a fighting chance.
Then we're going to keep this baby. First, let's talk to your father. You know it's not going to be easy.
I sighed. Yeah, he is going to lose his mind.
We'll do it together.
Eves held my hand and smiled at me.
Despite this situation, your mother is and always will be proud of you.
Thank you for being there for me.
Always, babe.
She squeezed my hands as we headed back home. I knew my father would lose his shit, and part of me wanted to avoid telling him altogether. I was his princess and the one child he knew wouldn't make a mistake like this one. Now I had to tell him that I was pregnant and planned to keep my baby. I went from daddy's princess to a baby mother overnight. 4. Gia. We had problems, but it's all in the past. Everybody got problems, baby. Algebra class. Kanye West. Whenever Roddy was in business mode, I could always count on him to ignore me and everybody in the house. As I pushed the pillow deeper onto my ear, I heard him finish one Zoom call with his business partners in London and start another with those in Dubai. He kept tossing a baseball from one hand to the other as he paced in the sitting room in our master suite. How could a girl sleep under these conditions? All I wanted was to have silence and darkness when I slept, and I couldn't get neither. Roddy needed natural sunlight, and he was as loud as he wanted to be with each video conference. Levi had been on a few of them. I wondered where the hell his ass was because Roddy made a joke about him being by the pool with a drink. Levi's situation was always weird to me. He never brought a woman around whenever he came over. I even asked him to double date with us, and he always had an excuse.
All right, yeah, sounds good. Let's touch base next month and have a timeline for the launch.
I didn't know what new business he put his money into. Since we met, I learned that my fiancé was addicted to investing. Not all of his investments were always successful. A few times he would toss something at the wall because he hadn't made a smart investment. Ugh, thanks. Now I can sleep peacefully without you hollering about business. I groaned from under the blankets and pillows. I heard him chuckle.
You know I own this house, right? No mortgage or anything? You want to know how? The annoying investments that I make.
I sat up in bed. Not once did I call them annoying, Roddy. Don't put words into my mouth.
How many times have you mentioned that you hate when I conduct business? Even now, you're relieved that I'm off the phone with them.
Yes, because I'm tired and I don't want to hear you laughing and discussing business when you have an office downstairs. You know I came in at 4 this morning and I'm tired.
Yeah, let me allow you to sleep like you don't have a child,
he mumbled. A small piece of me wanted to challenge him and ask him to repeat himself. However, I wasn't in the mood to argue with Roddy because my head was pounding from last night's studio session. All me and Roddy did was argue and fuck occasionally. It was usually when I was getting out the shower and he had some time to kill. Roddy would always take his time, admire me, and make me feel good. Sex with him now seemed rushed and like he was just trying to bust a nut. Whatever, Roderick. You act like your way is the only way to make money. I make good money, and I'm not ashamed. I cut my eyes at him and snuggled under the covers. My feelings were hurt that he didn't care to try and argue back with me. Instead, he picked up his laptop and left our room. I wanted to call out to him and try to pull an argument out of him, but my headache won, and I laid back down. Things between us were terrible, and I couldn't lie. I thought that I could easily swoop in and fix things like I usually did. You know, one kiss and makeup session, and things were good between us. I was starting to realize that it wouldn't be as easy as I thought it would be. It never took long for me to win over Roddy. As long as I spent time with him, he would be good. I could tell it was going to take way more than batting my eyelashes to fix things between us. Why is it so quiet, and where is everybody? I yawned while walking into the kitchen. The only reason I woke up was because Keisha had disturbed my sleep. It was a little after 4, and I could have continued to sleep if Keisha hadn't ruined that for me.
Julina and RJ are out with their friends, and Mimi went over to V's house.
Eves explained while cutting onions. And where's Roddy?
Downstairs in the basement. Last I was down there, he was on a business call and trying to find a contact he misplaced.
Why were you down there?
Because I made him lunch.
She looked at me like I should have known. The other night, I had a dream that they had sex together in Dubai. That night I ran into Eves, and then a couple seconds later Roddy came up. I had been skeptical. Did something happen between the both of them, and Roddy never told me about it? I didn't want to believe that this woman would come into our home and fuck my man behind my back. Is he crippled or something?
What?
I mean, you made him lunch like he can't make his own lunch. Eves snorted and emptied the chopped onions into the pan.
I made everyone lunch. Roddy was working hard, so I decided to make him lunch so he could continue to work and not worry about making something to eat.
I didn't like how she was talking to me like I was slow or something. Even the outfit she had on today was too much. Where the hell did she get Gucci money from? She wore a pair of ripped jeans, a white baby tee, and a pair of Gucci Birkenstock sandals on her feet. Stop talking to me like I'm slow. I warned her and went into the fridge to grab a bottle of water.
Can you feed and put Kingsley down tonight? I would ask Roddy, but he's pretty busy.
This is why we pay you, I countered. Eves handed Kingsley another baby biscuit, and she wasted no time in putting the entire thing into her mouth.
I figured you would want to spend time with her, since you're home.
What the fuck?
Hey, why you up here going off? I came up to grab something from my office and hear you.
Of course, you come in when I start going off. Yet, she was able to talk to me like I'm slow and try to play me as a mother.
What?
Eves blurted.
I told her that I made you lunch and asked if maybe she wanted to feed and put Kingsley down tonight.
She turned the pot off.
It's none of my business. I don't really care, but you two need to talk. The tension around the house isn't good for the children.
She picked up Kingsley and headed upstairs, leaving me and Roddy staring at one another. How much are you paying her? She sure has upgraded from the rags she was wearing when she was first hired.
You always worried about the wrong shit.
He shook his head and headed back down to the basement. I followed him downstairs. This was the second time he had some slick shit to say, then left the room. Roddy had the TV on SportsCenter and all his papers along with his laptop on the coffee table. I spotted that plate that Eves must have brought him for lunch. I didn't know why it bothered me so much that she fed my man. If you got something to say, then you could say it to my face.
What we doing, Gia? Where is this shit going? You haven't mentioned nothing about the wedding, and lately, I don't even know if you want to get married.
Why did we always end up talking about getting married? Every argument always ended in that, and I was tired of it. Tired of feeling like I was being forced to marry Roddy. I loved the hell out of that man, but that didn't mean I wanted to get married. Marriage was a big step, and with the way he acted as my fiancé, I was not prepared for him to be my husband. Is marriage always going to be the topic of our discussion? What does that have to do with anything? He chuckled.
It has a lot to do with shit. If you don't want to get married, then you need to be honest, Gia. Nobody is holding a gun to your head.
It sure feels like you are, I muttered. He raised his eyebrows and stared at me, shocked.
Oh, really?
Nothing I do is good enough for you or your family. The kids hate me, and V couldn't be happier that we're not rushing down the aisle to get married.
The kids don't hate you. They don't know you enough to even form any hate for you. Let's keep it real. You spend more time with Keisha or at the club than you do with our daughter. I could give a shit about us getting married, but I do care about what kind of mother you are to our child.
Why do I have to be painted out to be the bad, neglectful mother? I feel like that's what Eves was thinking.
Feelings aren't facts.
What?
You said that you feel like that's what Eves was thinking. Your feelings aren't facts, Gia. You don't know what the hell she was thinking.
Don't try and do your little therapy bullshit on me, I accused. Roddy always tried to use what he learned in therapy to deal with me, and I was tired of that shit.
Wow.
He went behind the bar and poured himself something to drink.
Bullshit, huh?
Rod, you know that's not how I meant it.
Sure the fuck sounded like it.
He paused to gulp down his drink.
I don't expect you to understand why I go to therapy. At least respect the shit. That's all I ask.
Babe, I don't want to argue with you. I tried to reach out and touch his hand, and he pulled back. I think we may need to find someone new to keep an eye on the kids in the house.
Here we go with this shit.
He huffed and went to the couch.
Why now, Gia?
I don't like Eves. She's trying to be Kingsley's mother, and she's not.
Then why don't you step up and take some of Kingsley's responsibility from her like I do?
Huh?
Eves doesn't put our daughter down every night. Sometimes I do it to give her a rest. She's here to assist us, not to do the entire parenting thing for us. You've grown too comfortable with her doing everything for KK.
I was overwhelmed. Do you blame me? Yes, it felt nice to have help and be able to live life again.
Have you ever asked me if I was good? Motherhood is hard, and I understand all the challenges. But have you ever asked if I was good in all this?
Nigga, you must be good. You're the one that wants another child.
That doesn't mean that being a father doesn't get hard at times. Ju and RJ are best friends. They grew up together and are close as shit. I want that for Kingsley. I want her to have a sibling that she can grow up with too.
Kingsley was a lot. At times, I didn't feel like we connected because I was always gone. My pregnancy wasn't the worst, but it damn sure wasn't the best. Even breastfeeding and trying to do the mom thing, I struggled. While Roddy wanted me to ask about him, he never asked me how I was doing. I gave birth and was tossed right into motherhood. If that wasn't enough, he didn't even wait for me to settle into being pregnant before he popped the question. That's a lot of shit coming at me at one time, and he expected me to handle it with grace because that's how Bree would have done it. I'm tired of having the same argument with you. How do we move forward and fix this?
It's on you, Gia. How do we fix this?
Why are you putting everything on me? I'm living my best life and making money from it. You're acting like I'm partying for free. Roddy, I'm making money and securing our daughter's future.
Her future is already secured.
Yeah, on your end. What if this doesn't work out with us? I want to have my own money to fall back on.
I'm always going to make sure you and Kingsley are straight, even if we don't end up together.
I ran my hand through my hair because I was frustrated. When you scrolled down Instagram and saw different couples, you automatically pinged them as goals. Nobody ever told you about how hard it was to have a relationship. A healthy one. That's not the point, Rod. I want to be able to care for my daughter and myself without your help. I love my life and what I do for a living. My family doesn't have a problem with my career. It's you and your family.
Your mother had a problem when you lied and went to a mansion party while she watched Kingsley.
That was one time. I wouldn't have to do that if you didn't treat me like I was Julina's age. I'm grown and I can go out and do whatever I want. When you realize that you can't change me, then our relationship will get much better. I left him downstairs and went to our room to get dressed. Whenever I tried to stay home, he would always do some shit to piss me off. I'm coming to the studio. I'll scoop you. I sent Keisha a quick text and went to shower. My G-Wagon pulled in front of Keisha's building. I was petty, so I didn't want to drive the birthday gift that Roddy had gifted me before Dubai. I was trying to stay home and do the family thing. Roddy irritated me, and I didn't want to be home with him or Eves. Her little attitude earlier pissed me off, and it seemed like Roddy didn't want to fire her.
Took you long enough, bitch,
Keisha said when she got into the car. You're lucky I didn't go straight there. I pulled away and headed toward the studio. Keisha only wanted to go because she heard that one of Oblique's friends was single and wanted to try her luck. Usually it was me at the studio until early mornings with Oblique and his friends. I loved watching how he created songs and changed things up.
Ugh, what's with you?
Nothing.
It's not nothing. You're usually excited to chill with Oblique.
I'm always excited to see Otis. Keisha turned to look at me like I had 12 heads.
Wait, this nigga's name is Otis?
I laughed because that's how I felt when he first told me his real name. Girl, I laughed in his face when he told me.
He must be serious about you if he told you his real name.
I guess.
What the hell are you going to do with two men? Roddy would flip his shit if he knew about you messing with Oblique.
He's never going to find out. I need some fun in my life, Keisha. I'm so tired of being a fiancé, mother, and whatever else. I just want it to be like we used to be.
Listen, I've been wanting it to be like that. You wanted to be the one to fall in love and then have a baby.
Keisha nudged me and laughed. Whenever Keisha made small jokes like that, it always made me uneasy. Like, what does she really think about my little family? It wasn't like she was so attached to Kingsley. I always brushed it off, but in the back of my head, I always looked at her a little different. I don't regret my baby or my man. I just need some time to do me for a bit before settling down and getting married.
Married?
Keisha shrieked.
You told me that you had no plans on getting married.
Roddy always brings it up whenever we argue. It's clear it's something he really wants. I guess I should give him what he wants.
By getting married even though you don't want to?
Keisha continued to sound more shocked each time.
Gia, you said yourself that you don't know if Roddy is someone forever.
He's my daughter's father. We're always going to be forever, even if we're not together. Suddenly, I didn't want to talk to her about this anymore. Eventually, I was going to have to settle down and marry Roddy. In the meantime, I was going to have fun. Oblique was something fun to do. He wasn't forever. I pulled into the reserved parking spot, and we entered the studio. There were a bunch of different sessions going on in the other rooms. Oblique always booked the biggest studio whenever he was here. I could smell the weed from down the hall and hear his newest song that was set to release soon. He had been in the studio all night and day because he wanted the album to be perfect. I couldn't blame him for wanting his art to be perfect.
What's good, sexy?
He greeted me the moment I entered the room. Hey, boo. I smiled and kissed him on the cheek. His hands found their way around my waist as he pulled me closer to him. How was your day?
I slept for an hour and came back here.
He replied as I sat on his lap.
How's your day?
I slept and spent time with my daughter. I lied.
You a good-ass mother. Half of these bitches worried about being in the club, but, balance.
Oblique thought I was the greatest mother in the world. He had asked to meet Kingsley a few times, and I had to always make an excuse. Roddy would kill me if he knew I was fucking around behind his back and brought his daughter to meet the nigga. He may have been all relaxed and into therapy now. However, I knew he was from the streets, too. Yep, that's me. I laughed nervously. How long are you staying here? Oblique kissed me on the lips and then rubbed my thigh.
Why? You trying to head back to my condo?
With one touch, he always turned me on more than he knew. I wanted to jump his bones right here in the studio, and probably would have if his entourage wasn't here. Boo, you must focus on your album. It releases this week, so you need to finalize things, I reminded him. Oblique's dick was good, but it wasn't Roddy good. We had sex a few times after I had gave him head. I mean, how could you not after getting head from one of the best? I think it was the thrill of doing something that I shouldn't have been doing that excited me.
I know what I gotta do. I'm telling you what I want to do instead.
He pecked me on the cheek. I can't keep coming in late and heading straight for the shower, I giggled. If the shoe was on the other foot and Roddy came in late and headed straight into the shower, I'd be suspicious as hell. I'd probably be in my car following his every move the next day. Roddy hadn't questioned me because he assumed I was with Keisha in somebody's club. If I continued to move the way I was, I knew he would eventually.
Psh, fuck that nigga.
Oblique laughed.
You don't even want to be with him.
I may have vented to Oblique about me and Roddy's issues a few times. Oblique had no clue who Roddy was. They were both from the same city, and I'm sure Roddy would kill him if he knew he was fucking his fiancée. From the way V used to talk about Roddy's past life, I knew he was a menace. There was a reason he had a meditation room. He lost his wife to the life he was living, so I knew he wouldn't hesitate to end Oblique if he knew. Thankfully, he didn't know who Roddy was. I kept Roddy private because I didn't want people all up in my business. There weren't any pictures of Kingsley on my social media either. Social media was weird, and I wanted to protect my little family by keeping them far away from it. Stop, Otis. I bit down on his earlobe. I just can't stay out too late tonight. No biggie.
It is a biggie.
He mocked me.
On some real shit, I want you, Gia. I ain't trying to do this secret shit we been on.
What do you mean? He cocked his head to the side and licked his lips.
Man, you know exactly what I mean. I want you to come on tour with me.
Huh?
Yeah, I want you right with me the entire tour.
You know I'm a mother, right?
We could bring your nanny, too. I've been wanting to meet Lil Mama anyway.
The one thing I disliked about Oblique was that he moved too quick. I guess if I wasn't engaged with a daughter, I would have been happy about it. I can't bring my daughter on tour. Her father wouldn't like that.
Ma, that's for you to figure out. I'm not going to keep this secret shit up for too much longer.
He kissed me on the lips and then patted my butt so I could get up.
Let me lay down this track again, and then we can go to my crib.
Okay. I sighed, while Keisha's nosy ass was all ears. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. As much as I wanted to be on tour with Oblique, I knew I couldn't. Going on tour meant that I would have the time of my life. If I wasn't engaged or a mother, I would have jumped at the chance to go and be on tour with him. I couldn't make the decision right away, and I couldn't be away from my daughter that long.
We can make it work.
Keisha whispered when she eased closer to me.
Schedule parties in every city so Roddy won't be suspicious. Let me make it work for us. You.
She quickly corrected herself. I don't want to talk about it right now. I waved her and the conversation off.
So, how are you going to make an excuse to go with Oblique on tour?
Keisha was here because I asked her to drive me. We were in my doctor's office waiting for me to be seen. I was here for my pre-surgical exam. It was the exam you had before the actual surgery. My doctor could give me every exam in the book if that meant I would get a nice set of breasts at the end of all of this. I knew I would be down for some time after getting my breasts done. That was the part I wasn't looking forward to. Being in the house recovering while Roddy and V judged me for getting new boobs didn't sound like my idea of fun. I haven't even thought about it. It had been a week since me and Oblique had hung out at the studio. I hadn't given his invitation to join him on tour a second thought.
Girl, any chick would give their pinky toe to be invited on tour with him.
I'm not every chick, though, I reminded her. I'm Gia Love, and I'm not thirsty to follow him on tour. Keisha sighed.
Oblique is big, and do you know what that means?
Nothing. I've had bigger rappers try and get with me, I reminded her while I flipped through an Essence magazine. The difference between me and Keisha was that she was thirsty for any nigga that paid her some attention. As much as I liked Oblique, I wasn't about to hop or jump at his beck and call. He invited me to come on tour with him, and I told him that it was something that I had to think about.
Gia, you can come to the back with me.
The nurse called me at the right moment. The last thing I wanted to go back and forth with Keisha about was why I should go on tour with Oblique. Going on tour with him wasn't a business move. He was up and coming, and I had been actively building my brand since I was younger. What more could he offer me? I was engaged to a man who had more money than he knew what to do with. Money didn't excite me like it did Keisha. Roddy spoiled me so much that I didn't need to get excited off another nigga's money. Being with Oblique was for fun. My feelings were true for him, but I knew he wasn't who I was supposed to be with. I had been here for almost 2 hours doing different tests and giving them tubes of blood. By the time I made it back to the examination room, I was tired and probably would punch a nurse if she tried to take my blood again.
Hey, Gia, so we have a few things that we need to discuss.
My doctor entered the room. Ooh, like the size and date of the surgery. I clapped my hands, excited as hell. I just wanted to get this over and done with already. Despite Roddy feeling some way about it, I was still going through with it. It was my money and I could do whatever I wanted.
You're pregnant.
I stopped clapping and stared at my doctor like he was foreign. Excuse you? I just had a baby a little over 6 months ago.
Well, you're pregnant again. We just got the labs back from your blood and the pregnancy test you took came back positive too.
You're lying. Let me take another test. I bet it'll come back negative. I pleaded with him.
We don't need another test, Gia. Your blood work confirms that you're pregnant.
He continued to throw around that damn word, pregnant. At this point, tears were coming down my face. I couldn't be pregnant. Having a second baby was out of the cards for me. I didn't want to give Kingsley a sibling or have another baby bust from between my legs. This couldn't be happening to me. I felt sick and had to hold on to the side of the examination table. I can't do this. My doctor sighed and leaned on the sink.
We can't move forward with this surgery. Have your baby, breastfeed, and then come back, and I'll give you the best pair of boobs in the city.
Are you stupid? I'm not having this damn baby. I can't have this baby. My daughter isn't even a year yet and I'm pregnant again? I was so angry at myself for allowing this to happen again. The moment I held Kingsley, I was so happy and blessed that she was brought earthside safely. Then it hit me that I was a mother and responsible for another human. Secretly, I made myself a promise that I would never have another baby. Kingsley was all I needed, and I thought it was all Roddy needed. He did have 2 other kids, and now he had her. Why did he need another baby?
Gia, I know this is a lot to take in right now, but you have to take time to decide what you want. When you decide, whether it's 9 months from now or 2 months, then we can move forward with your surgery.
As much as I should have been listening to him, I wasn't. I was too busy trying to figure out who my baby daddy was. I had slept with both Oblique and Roddy around the same time, and there was no telling who was the father of this baby. When I was with Oblique, I always used protection, mainly because I knew I wasn't the only chick he was fucking. I never wanted to bring anything back to Roddy. One night, we had sex, and we were too drunk to think about protection. Me and Roddy never used protection because he always pulled out. It was a toss-up between both of them, and I didn't know what to do about the situation. I knew that I couldn't keep this baby. It didn't matter what was going on between me and Roddy. I could not tell him that I was pregnant.
You look like the doctor slapped you around in there,
Keisha asked when I finally came from the back. I don't want to talk about it, I muttered and walked past her out of the doctor's office. I didn't need Keisha to tell me how bad this situation was for me. She would talk about all the bad things that would come from this, and I wasn't in the mood to hear none of it.
Did he at least give you a date for your surgery?
She continued to pry. No, he told me that my blood came back abnormal. I lied.
Dang, I'm sorry. She sighed. Are they going to run it again, or does he want you to come back?
Honestly, I don't feel like talking about it. Can you just take me home?
Of course.
She started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. There was so much going on in my head. Yeah, I was pissed that I couldn't get new boobs. Then again, that was the least of my worries. I was walking around with either Roddy's baby or Oblique's baby. Roddy would embrace me being pregnant. He'd probably roll out the red carpet for me. Then I had Oblique, who said he couldn't wait to be a father, and I didn't know him enough to know if he meant that. Words before sex were one thing, and actions were another thing. And either way, I knew that I needed to lay down and consider what the hell I was going to do. An abortion seemed like an obvious choice, but I didn't know if that's what I wanted to go through again. I felt broken after my abortion. It was a little after Prince's funeral, and I was still struggling with living without him. His death was one that I could never truly heal from. I felt like we had so much more life to live, and I was robbed of it. There was no doubt that I would have been his wife and had a bunch of big-headed babies like we spoke about. Prince was my true love, and even years later, I missed him like no other. Everyone thought that an abortion was the easy fix. The truth was that it was more mentally and physically draining. I was now at a point in my life where I could speak about it without breaking down in tears. Keisha desperately wanted me to tell her what was going on. We had been friends for so long that she knew when I was lying. Although she would never call me out on it, she was going to keep staring and applying pressure until I eventually broke and told her. Not this time. I needed a moment to process this before I told anybody about it. All I wanted was my bed, covers, and the darkness to figure this out.
5. Eves. Should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pavements? Even if it leads nowhere. Adele. I held Pooh's hands and looked across the table at him, dressed in those prison greens. Even in a prison jumpsuit with his hair unkempt, he still looked good enough to eat. How are you holding up in here? As good as I can be. I've been calling you. You reminded me like I hadn't been the one personally ignoring his calls. I know. You back on good terms with old shithead, so now you don't remember me? You know it's not like that. I've been busy with my daughter. Talia was 3 at the time, and she needed me. I didn't have the luxury of having a sitter or grandparents that wanted to spend time with her. What's it like then? He stared at me with those dark chestnut sleepy eyes. I could tell he wasn't sleeping well in here, and that hurt me to know. I love you, Pooh. You know I love the hell out of you. My words and feelings were true. I did love this man, and I knew I wanted to be with him. But, he said, waiting for me to add the but to my statement. You're not trying to do this time with me. You know I'm here whenever you need me. That's not the problem, Pooh, and you know that. It's a lot of shit that you think I know, and I don't. He turned his head to the side and analyzed me. You're in here. I have a daughter and no job. I have to stay with Khalif. He shook his head. I could tell that he was hurt. Hurt that I was going to the same man I had complained about to him. The same man he spent time trying to heal the emotional wounds he created. Talia loved her some Pooh, and it was our little secret. She knew not to mention his name around her father. Had our fate been different, I would have been married to Pooh, and Talia would have been his daughter, not Khalif's. I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. You know I've been into this crypto shit, and got money stashed away too. Pooh, I love you. I'll always be here for you, but I have to fight for my marriage. You fighting for that shit when it been over. That nigga doesn't love or respect you. He's the good guy with bad intentions. I have to think about Talia. How can I help you in here if I'm broke and struggling? Pooh didn't say anything. Instead, he just took me in while rubbing my hands. I could tell that he was thinking about something. Whenever he was deep in thought, he would bite down on his bottom lip and space out. It's not fair of me to expect you to wait for me. Shit not healthy. You know my pops did that shit to my mom, and it made her ass crazy. Pooh's father killed a cop and got life in prison. Not only did they give him life, but they sent him to Kansas. His mother traveled to Kansas every other month to visit his father. She waited for him because she hoped he would come home one day. It didn't help that Pooh's father fed her that lie. Every time she was done and ready to end things, he'd lie and say that his appeal might get approved, giving her false hope that her family would be together again, knowing that he would never see the light of day because of the crime he committed. Pooh watched his mother go from a staple in our neighborhood to depressed, and eventually she became a crackhead. She died when we were 18 from an overdose. He knew what waiting for a man in prison did to a woman. and that wasn't what he wanted from me. I would wait for you. I just need to keep things together for my daughter. Nah, I don't want you to wait for me. I want you to put you first and be the kind of woman that Talia needs. You know what I'm talking about. I told you that I'm good. I don't have a drinking problem, Pooh. The bell rang signaling us that our meeting was over. I'll come back next week before they move you. No. Don't ever come back up here. I love you, Eves. I always will. He got up and stood in line so they could take them back to their cells. I wiped the tear that slid down my cheek, stood up from the edge of the tub, and checked the pregnancy test. Negative. Half of me was sad that this test wasn't positive. For sure I thought I was pregnant. Not long after we got back from Dubai, I started to feel sick and miss my period. My period wasn't always regular and hadn't been since I lost Talia. The period wasn't what made me suspicious. It was the fact that I felt sick and was vomiting. Yo, you not about to keep... Roddy stopped talking when he noticed the pregnancy test in my hand. Things had been distant between the both of us, mainly because I was still upset at the position he put me in. I paced behind the locked door trying to convince myself that I didn't need to go downstairs and drink. Just the taste on his lips could have caused me to wash the past 4 years down the drain. It hurt because he knew what I had been through and how I stressed that I couldn't go back. For him to do something like that still got under my skin, and it was becoming hard to forgive him for that. This is why you need to knock before coming into my room and bathroom. I shoved him out of the bathroom, locked it, and tossed the test away. I splashed some water on my face and stared at myself before going back into my room. You pregnant? No, thank God. Was I crazy? Having a baby by a man that's engaged and controls my checks was a crazy thought. I allowed him to get me caught up, and now here I was wishing a negative pregnancy test was positive. What the hell was wrong with me? Why are you saying it like it's a bad thing? I take care of my children, as you can see. What did you want? I wanted to talk. You've been ignoring me like I got the plague or some shit. Just doing my job, Roddy. I'm not ignoring you. We just had a conversation this morning. I walked past him and grabbed my cell phone. Stop playing me like I'm stupid. He stood there by the door. Roddy wasn't about to let me out this room until we talked. Have you spoken to V? I miss seeing her around here. And you need to make this right. Why the fuck do I need to make this right? I was the child when they both decided to make that fucked up decision. Talk to her, Roderick, and stop being so damn stubborn, and just fix things between the two of you. It had been long enough, and I was tired of him ignoring thee. He needed to deal with the situation instead of hiding from it. His clothes smelled of liquor when I did his laundry, so I knew he was still drinking. He was just more discreet about it. I need to be more worried about that nigga Pooh. I could tell he had looked at my phone and saw the text message from him. You don't need to concern yourself with anything that has to do with me. When you speak to V, then we can discuss this. He finally moved and allowed me to open the door. You really gonna do that to me? Yes. What would your therapist say? Oh, you wouldn't know because you didn't go this week. I can see someone spiraling. All you do is sit in the basement, drink, and work. I can't be involved with that, and you know that, I whispered. As much as I wanted to console him, I couldn't allow his problems to force me to relive my past. Why are you so worried? Because I fucking love you, Roderick. I care what happens to you. And this shit isn't you, drinking and isolating yourself from everybody. He looked at his phone and then at me. I gotta make a run real quick. Roddy had turned everything I said out, and he was using the phone call as an escape, so he didn't have to deal with the real issues at hand. Deal with your shit. He hugged me and then tried to kiss me, but stopped himself. I got you. I'm gonna deal with it. I promise. I watched him bust a light jog down the hallway. Kingsley was still down for her nap. Soon as she woke up, then we would go for our noon stroll around the neighborhood. The neighbors had grown used to me walking with her. Some let her pet their dogs on our walk by. For the life of me, I couldn't understand why Gia didn't want to experience this. I went through my fair share of trauma from being a mother. Then again, I didn't have the help that she did. She has a supportive man that wants to take care of her and a mother who would drop whatever to be there for her. I grabbed the laundry basket, grabbed Julina's dirty clothes, and then went to RJ's room. I admitted to Roddy that I loved him, and he didn't even say it back. A bitch felt more stupid than ever. I allowed this shit to turn deeper than what it was. He just wanted someone to make him feel good because his fiancée didn't. And here I went falling in love with this girl's future husband. How stupid could you be, Eves? RJ was downstairs in the movie room, so I grabbed his clothes that were sprawled all over the floor. Teenage boys were so messy. Other than his clothes on the floor, his room wasn't too bad. I bent down and grabbed the t-shirts that were sprawled all over. One of the shirts was stuck, so I yanked it and wished I hadn't. A magazine with a man stroking his dick was on the other end of the t-shirt. I started to leave the t-shirt since it was more under his bed than the others. Eves, what? His words got caught in his throat when I turned around with the magazine in my hand. Today was the day for the Rodricks to walk into rooms and see me holding objects that caused them to swallow their words. I didn't mean to. I was just... RJ! What the hell? He quickly closed the door behind me and stared at me while trying to form his words. RJ had no choice but to be a junior. He was the spitting image of his father, the expression and all. I could tell he was trying to explain this to me. It's my friend's. He left it here when he stayed the night over. Boy, don't lie to me. I warned him. RJ heaved a sigh and sat down at his computer. I'm being honest. I put the basket down and took a seat on his bed. You never have to lie to me. He stared at me. I'm gay. I don't want my father to know. He quickly added. This took me by surprise. Never in my life would I have guessed that Roderick Jr. was a homosexual. It wasn't like he gave small hints either. My gaydar was always on point, and it never gave me any indication that he was gay. Why don't you want your father to know? I'm supposed to take over everything once he's gone. He wants me to be the man in charge when he's unable to. What makes you think that your sexuality has anything to do with that? He shrugged. RJ, your sexuality has nothing to do with your ability to run shit like your father does. Plus, your father isn't like that. You're his son and he loves you. Julina held this for a year, so if he knows, I'll know you told him. Wait, Ju knows about this? Yeah, she was the first person I told. I hugged RJ around the neck. It took him aback until he settled down, and I could feel his tension and worry melt away. My lips are sealed until you're ready to tell him. Just know we love you no matter who you love. I appreciate that, Eves. So, can we go No! I smiled. It was worth a try. He smiled at me. Remember to be quiet about it. I made the zipper motion across my lips. Lips are sealed. I quickly collected the rest of his clothes, checked on Kingsley, and then took a deep breather in the laundry room. Too much had happened today, and it wasn't even afternoon. Roddy needed to pay attention to his children. Just because he was in his feelings about his own childhood, he needed to open his eyes and realize that they needed him too. Julina was pregnant, and RJ was in the closet. Hell, Kingsley had a stubborn diaper rash, and he was worried about running out to handle a run. What did that even mean? I told you about coming into our room. Gia's groggy voice caused me to jump. I could have sworn I heard her leave out earlier this morning, which meant Roddy's ass was becoming more careless about our encounters in the house. His ass was moving like he didn't care if she did catch us. Gia wasn't going to get rid of a man like Roddy. She'd get rid of me before she let him walk out of her life. I needed this job. Going back home wasn't an option for me. I didn't realize you were home. Which means you would have still been breaking the rules. She countered and sat up in the bed. I didn't see much of Gia. Either she'd be here or doing her own thing. I preferred not to see her most days. Between her smart-ass mouth and accusing me of calling her a bad mother, I would rather stay away from her. Gia, your fiancé wants me to do the laundry. Take your feelings up with him. I'm just collecting the laundry. She shifted herself in the bed. Then you need to head downstairs because that's where he's been sleeping the past few nights. Gia seemed to need a listening ear. If I liked her or wasn't fucking her future husband, I would have lent her one. I could tell that she had a lot going on, mostly because she was home and not off doing whatever it was she did during the day. I'll be sure to check downstairs. I grabbed a few clothes in the hamper and headed toward the door. Do you actually like working here? She asked me before I made it out the door. It pays the bills, I replied shortly. It didn't make any sense to get into how much I loved caring for her daughter and stepchildren. He didn't give a damn about none of that.
Do you ever plan on moving out?
I shifted the weight of the hamper from one side to the other. Do you want me to move out?
Just asking.
She grabbed her phone from the side table.
You're dismissed.
She waved me out of the room. Gia was a pampered princess with an attitude problem. She was used to everyone kissing her ass, so when I gave her what she gave me, I was a problem. Her asking me when I was moving out was for a reason. Soon, Roddy would come back and tell me that I still had a job. However, I needed to move out. Start looking for places. Check. Kingsley was in the sunroom playing on the carpet with her wooden blocks. I was on the couch with a wet cloth across my forehead. I had a headache the size of Texas, and nothing seemed to tame it. Tylenol, cool washcloth, nothing. Kingsley crawled over me and used the couch to pull herself up. She was fascinated with the washcloth slapping my face. I suppose she was the culprit responsible for my headache. Hey, beautiful. I tickled her underneath her neck. She stared at me like I was the most amazing thing she had ever seen. With one swift movement, the moment was gone, and she had swatted me in the face and broke out in a laughing fit. She stays hitting you. And I stayed letting her. I sat up and put the washcloth over my knee. It wasn't doing much of anything anyway. Roddy stood in the doorway with a bouquet of flowers in his hands. You gotta stop letting her hit you. What's with the washcloth? He nodded. Headache. Those are pretty. Gia's going to love him. You missed her, though. Keisha came to pick her up. They're not for her. Who? Stop playing stupid. He walked into the sunroom and sat beside me. I got them for you. Shit been on the edge between us, and I don't like that. I don't like it either. I smiled at him. You didn't have to give me flowers. I did. A simple apology wasn't going to undo the shit I did. He paused for a second, then put the bouquet on the table beside him. What's wrong? Eves, you mean a lot to me. I fucked up by even putting you in that situation. On the real, I want to make this right with you. With us. Roddy gently grabbed hold of my hand and kissed it. I went to therapy today. Is that where you ran off to? Yeah. He smiled, sheepishly. I meant what I said. Handle your shit. Alcohol is only a temporary solution. Roddy wrapped his arms around me, and I melted in his embrace. V wasn't lying when she said he gave out the best hugs. I couldn't lie and say I hadn't missed time with Roddy. Our mornings meant the world to me. Just being in his space while we meditated, then getting smoothies together while Kingsley stole sips from his. I loved doing things like that with Roddy. Lately, things had been tensed around us. If I wasn't an alcoholic, then his drunken nights and alcohol-soaked lips wouldn't have been a big problem. It was because I was that made this a big problem. It was something that I couldn't ignore and brush off. I heard you. Me and V made plans to link and talk about everything. I gently pulled back from our hug. I think I should start looking for a place of my own. Because of what happened between us? No, Gia mentioned something about it earlier, and I don't want to be in a situation where I'm being put out unprepared. The reason I ended up having to take this job was because I was on the verge of being homeless because of my own mother. I refused to be put in that situation while living in another state. I didn't have any family here. And from the way Gia asked the question, I could tell she was ready for me to go. What do you mean? She brought the subject up. I inhaled. Please don't make this a big thing. She already has a problem with everything that I do. Eves, on the real, stop telling me shit if you don't want me to say something. How the fuck she got a problem with you? You're raising our daughter while she's going to get her titties done. It was clear that Roddy and Gia had a lot to talk about, except neither of them made the first move to even do it. They were supposed to get married, and they hadn't mastered how to communicate with one another. If it'll keep the peace between the both of you, then I won't mention anything. However, I will be looking for a place. I stood up from the couch. No sooner than I had stood up, Kingsley started to pull at my legs for me to pick her up. How the fuck are you going to take care of the kids when you're not living here? I'll make it work. You can move out to the pool house in the back. It's already set up like a guest house. It's clear that she wants me out of the house. Why else would she ask when I was moving out? Let me worry about that. He finally rose to his feet and stared down at me. I held Kingsley on my hip, and she was blowing spit bubbles at her father while giggling. Okay. He grabbed hold of my chin and kissed me on the lips. I miss those lips. I miss them too, I allowed myself to admit. After not having someone touch you for 4 years and then having a man like Roddy show you affection, just one day without it felt like an eternity. Can we talk about that pregnancy test? I groaned because I knew he was going to bring it up. I thought I was pregnant, so I took a test to confirm I'm not pregnant so we don't have to worry about that. I wish you were, though. Trust me, you don't want me to have your child. I warned him. I'm sure Khalif was thinking the same thing at this moment. I see how you are with my kids and can't help but think what it would be like with you carrying my seed. Roderick, you're funny. I walked out of the sunroom. He followed right behind me. How? You may forget from time to time, but I don't. You're engaged, and you're telling me that you wish the test was positive, as if what we have going on now isn't a lot. I lowered my voice. The kids know about us. They're loyal, so why are you worried? He shrugged it off, like I didn't just tell him that the kids knew he was cheating on Gia. It's not about that they're loyal. God, this is so fucked up, and I always end up in these situations. What's changed, Ma? He kissed me on the neck, while Kingsley slapped him in the face this time. What do you mean? In Dubai, shit was different between us. Even after we came back, she was still good. I guess I realized this might be something you're doing until your fiancé decides to pay you attention. At the end of this, you're going to marry her, and I'm just going to be here taking care of your kids. It was a bitter pill to swallow. This was fun for him, and I realized that when he didn't tell me that he loved me back. Here I was falling for this man. Meanwhile, he was just having fun with me. I was something fun to do until Gia decided she was ready to settle down, be a wife and mother. Why are you always getting in your head about shit? He pulled back from me. I told you that I wouldn't hurt you, and I meant that shit. Yet you did. You hurt me the moment that you kissed me on the lips. Why would you do some shit like that to me? It was something that seemed too small to others. It was big to me. It was my recovery on the line, and that night I almost threw all of that away because of one small liquor-soaked kiss from Roddy. Would he have done some shit like that to Gia? Maybe I was too blind to see things in Dubai. I was his backup, the girl to make his hurt ego feel better. Roddy took a step back and stared me down. I could tell he was processing what I had just said to him. Here it was that he did something to me, and I felt bad for hurting his feelings. That was one of the many toxic traits that I had. Someone would do something to hurt me, and I'd be the one feeling bad when I stood up for myself. I was selfish and wallowing in my own hurt. Yes, I fucked up by bringing that shit around you. If I'd been sober enough, I would have told Levi to tell you not to come. The selfish part of me wanted to see you. I wanted to be taken care of by you. It's fucked up that I don't expect you not to be mad at me about it. He grabbed my hand and stared in my eyes. I'm going to forever make this shit up to you, even when we're old and gray. I smiled. You're getting married, Roddy. We're never going to be old and gray. I gently squeezed his hand and then headed upstairs to change Kingsley's diaper. As much as I dreamed about having a life with Roderick Mathers, I also needed to tap into reality. A life with Roderick meant that he had to tear down the one he had with Gia. As much as the kids disliked Gia and wanted to see her gone, that was Kingsley's mother, which meant I would be tearing this little girl's parents apart before she even knew what them being together was like. It was the one thing I kept thinking about.
Are you even paying me attention?
Allie grabbed my attention during our FaceTime session. I am, I promise. I hear you, and I will find one. I told her what she wanted to hear. Allie had been on me to find an AA meeting before I moved here. Part of me regretted telling her what happened because I knew that would make her worry more. It wasn't like I had friends here that I could vent to. She was the only person that I had. She squinted and folded her arms. I feel like you tell me what I want to hear most times. That's because I usually do, Allie. I promise I have a handle on this.
Your triggers are men, Khalif and his bullshit, and now Roderick. He could very well push you over the edge.
She reminded me. He apologized. I don't think he would ever put me in a situation like that again.
Eves, you didn't think he would before, and look what happened. What do you want to get out of this?
I shrugged and brushed my hair up in a bun for the day. Roddy moved me into the pool house, which I preferred. It was a small apartment with a bedroom, kitchenette, and living space. Plus, I was closer to the pool when I wanted to take a late-night swim. After I put Kingsley down for the night, I came to the pool house and kept her monitor on. Since I was in the back, Roddy started getting up and making sure Kingsley was good when she woke up, which was rare. Maybe I just want to have fun.
Fun isn't love.
Please remind me not to tell you everything. I smiled and took a seat at the vanity where my phone was.
You'd die if you didn't tell me everything.
Allie smirked.
I just want you to know what you're doing. This could end bad, and you'll end up the hurt one.
I'm going to be in Atlanta this week. I want to see you. I smiled when I saw Pooh's text message pop across the screen of my phone.
Why the hell are you smiling and biting down on your lip like that?
Just that quick, I had forgot that I was on FaceTime with Allie. An old friend told me he's going to be in town and wants to see me, I admitted. Allie didn't know about Pooh because I chose to keep him a secret. That chapter of our lives was closed, and it hurt to reopen it and get someone to understand what we had.
An old friend? You never told me about an old friend.
It was complicated, I replied. Can I call you back? From the look on her face, she already knew I wasn't going to call her back.
Whenever you get all flustered about something or someone, I already know you'll tell me when you're ready. We do need to touch base on our trip to Mexico. You promised, Eves.
The girls' trip had slipped my mind. Allie wanted me, herself, and her best friend since middle school to do a trip. As close as me and Allie were, I had never met her best friend. She mentioned her a few times here and there, but we had never formally met one another. I remembered, it's in my calendar somewhere. I faked, like I was moving things around, to look for an imaginary calendar.
I want you to be there. With you living in Atlanta, I miss you.
I miss you too. I'm going to run the dates by Roddy so he can have someone fill in for me.
'Kay, call back too.
I will. The moment I ended FaceTime with Allie, I called Pooh. He answered after a few rings. Sir, what do you mean you're going to be in Atlanta? He chuckled on the phone and I pictured that sexy smirk. Pooh always reminded me of the rapper Nas. His cool demeanor, sex appeal, and those lips, the way he licked his lips, always turned me on. You heard what I said. Actually, I read what you said. Either way, you heard what I said, right? Uh-huh. What you coming to Atlanta for, you? Your big-headed self keep bypassing my question. Girlfriend? You already know there ain't no woman out there for me but you. As much as I wanted to believe him, I knew he was gassing me up. Pooh didn't do his entire sentence without having a little shorty holding him down on the outside. Stop playing with me. I'm dead serious. I'd marry you tomorrow if your stubborn ass would. You're not with that lame anymore. So it's on when you ready. I rolled my eyes at the mention of Khalif. Roddy still didn't know about the situation with V and my ex-husband. You want to play the field and make up for lost time, so don't fake pump me up talking about you ready for a wife. Ma, the only reason I'm playing the field is because I'm waiting on you. You the quarterback, and I'm just fucking with the other team players until you're ready to score that touchdown. Oh my God, you are so corny. I'm guessing you want to see me when you come here then, huh? You know the answer to that question, so why you playing? I leaned back in the chair while twirling my hair around my finger, looking like I was Jolina's age instead of a grown woman. Pooh brought me back to those years, when everything wasn't as complicated as I thought they were. The stuff I used to stress to him about wasn't as bad as I thought they were. What we doing when you come here? My little cousin owns a studio there, so I'ma slide through and hang with my family. I got a suite, so I want you to stay with me. I got too giddy when he asked me to stay with him. I need to see if I can squeeze you in. I already know you won't make time for me. He paused. Baby, let me hit you back. This nigga fucked up my order. Okay, later. Be safe. I got you. Pooh was the true love of my life. After all these years, I had finally come to that conclusion, that I was in denial. The day I left him in the prisoner's visitor's room was one of the hardest days of my life. Hard because I knew who I was supposed to be with. Preston had always had a crush on me. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and he always picked on me. I knew him before I met Khalif. Our mothers always hung out on the benches talking shit with each other. Every birthday party Pooh had, I was always there. I always looked at him like a play cousin and not somebody I wanted to be with. Pooh was in the streets before it even became the cool thing to do. He took his mama out the hood before he was 18. My mother always told me that he was going to be a hood legend, and I believed her. Pooh had this hunger in him that no other nigga possessed. He would sell salt to a slug if it meant that it would feed him for the night. We ran into each other at Talia's second birthday party. My mother had it in her new apartment, and it had a backyard. Naturally, after the kids quieted down, the adults went onto the stoop to drink and talk shit. Khalif claimed he had an important study session he couldn't miss, so we celebrated Talia's birthday the day before in our apartment. My mother still wanted to have the party, so I allowed her to. Pooh and his boys rolled up on the block in a black and chrome Range Rover. Soon as he spotted me, he pulled over and got out to come speak to me. While my mother was trying to make Pooh a plate and my cousins was asking him what he wanted to drink, his attention was all on me. He could give a fuck about the plate of food or drinks they were trying to offer, and I was silently wishing that they would stop. Pooh gave me the biggest hug and kiss on the cheek. That memory was so vivid that I could still smell him. "Damn, Mommy, you're looking beautiful tonight," Pooh said after he kissed my cheek. This Pooh? The same annoying boy that used to pull my pigtails? Why was my heart beating so fast while being near him? "Hey, Pooh Bear," I smiled and mushed him in the head, trying to keep that playful banter we always had whenever we saw each other. "What's good with you?" "Damn, your little shorty 3. He pointed to the banner that I had made for Talia. Yep, these babies don't stay babies for long. I folded my arms while he leaned back on his truck. "What about you? I heard LaShonda was pregnant with your baby." LaShonda had been running her mouth about being pregnant by Pooh. "You believe everything you hear?" "Only when it comes from the horse's mouth." "Man, LaShonda ain't having my baby. Because you're making her get rid of it, or because she's not really pregnant." "What you doing later on tonight?" He bypassed my question, and I didn't have the heart to press it on him. Why would I? I was married, and Pooh was so good at doing him. If LaShonda was pregnant by him, I'm sure we wouldn't hear about it anymore. Pooh was low-key about his business. If I hadn't known his mother before she passed, I probably wouldn't have known her. He kept his family private, so if LaShonda was having his baby, I knew he was going to put her in her place about it. Putting my baby to sleep and having a glass of wine to close out her birthday. Talia was having the time of her life with her cousins. She was being spoiled by everybody and had so much cake that I knew her stomach would hurt tomorrow. Still, I wanted her to be happy and enjoy herself despite her father not coming to the party. Where her weak-ass father at? He pulled a knot of money and counted off some bills. I still can't believe you married and had a baby by that man. Me neither. I muttered and watched him extend his hand to me. What's this for? I don't show up at parties empty-handed. It's for little mama. Buy whatever she wants. What does a 3-year-old need with all this money? I tried to hand it back to him, and he declined. Put it in her college fund or something. I know lame-ass probably got her one already. It was true. Khalif had started her college fund last year. There wasn't much sitting in it, but this money he had given me would be a start. Thank you, Pooh. You know, Pooh love the kids. Not for real. Let me take you out tonight. We ain't linked in a minute. I looked at his truck, filled with his friends, and he followed my eyes. Don't worry. Them niggas about to be dropped off. Finish up here and hit me when you're ready. Okay. I didn't put up much of a fight because I wanted to go out with him. Sitting at home drowning my sorrows in a bottle of wine didn't sound like fun. We hugged, he accepted the plate and drink from my mom, and then got into his car. Whew! His mama sure would be proud of the way he turned out. You know his money ain't nothing legal, but he looked out for kids in this community. You and Pooh used to be so close. Ma, he used to pull my hair and call me names. Bet you want him to pull your hair in a different way now, huh? She cackled and then went back to sitting on the stoop. Pooh took me to City Island and we had the best time. We ate our weight in seafood at Sammy's Fish Box. I could have gone anywhere in New York, and Pooh would have taken me. Instead, he tossed some money at the manager, and they stayed open past their closing time for us. The cook brought out whatever we wanted, and we sat and talked for hours. It was then that I knew that this wasn't the same Pooh that used to pull my hair and tease me. This was Preston, the grown-ass man. Fuck you in here sucking on your bottom lip like that. Roddy scared the shit out of me. I jumped so hard that my legs slid off the side of the desk. My chair spiraled back, and I fell onto the floor. Do you ever knock? Not when the screen door is wide open. He helped me up from the floor, and I took a deep breath. There's still a door, Roddy. You could have knocked. What if I was naked? He grabbed me around the waist and licked his lips. Then I would have been in here clapping cheeks. I removed his hands from me. No, you wouldn't have. Can I help you with something? Why are you being so cold to me? I was trying to keep my distance from Roddy to avoid being hurt. As much as I wanted to feel his hands all over me, I knew that it would make things harder when he made that decision to marry Gia. Right now, things were tense between them both, so I was his second draft pick. What happened when they fixed their toxic-ass relationship? Where would that leave me? I'm not being cold with you. I'm just trying to protect myself from rejection. I busied myself with straightening my makeup on the vanity. Anyway, I have something to run by you. Fuck anyway. What you mean you don't want to be rejected? Why do you act so delusional when I bring that up? I stared at him through the mirror. Gia is a big problem with this. You're engaged. You knew when I slid inside you in Dubai, so why you acting like this is new to you? I'm not. I paused. I just don't want to waste my time and feelings just to end up looking stupid in the end. I want you, Eves, in the worst way possible, but I can't move on you the way I want. The kids are involved, and Gia's feelings are too. And what about mine? He put his finger on my lips. Can you let me finish? I crossed my arms and stared up at him. You know I'm not going to hurt you intentionally. Let's continue to have fun. No expectations or promises for the future. Live in the now and continue to do us. I cut him off before he started making promises that he may never keep. That's what you want? He seemed more hurt than anything by my proposition. Yes, that's exactly what I want. I revealed and reached up and kissed him on the cheek. Now, can I run something by you? He took a seat on the couch and waited for me to speak. His entire attitude changed, and I could tell it was from our agreement that we had just made. Me and my girls are going out to Mexico, so I need time off for that. Then I have something to do this weekend, so I need time off for that. What do you have to do this weekend? A couple of my friends from my old neighborhood are visiting and asked to see me. He knew I was lying to his face. Still, he allowed me to tell my lie without questioning me further. Bet. I can hold down the fort for a couple of hours. I need the entire weekend off, Rod. I'm more than likely going to crash their hotel room. I can hold it down for the weekend. Have fun. He stood up and headed for the door. Did you talk with V yet? He shrugged. Not yet. Roderick, I gotta head to the restaurant. You got things covered? Now it was his turn to cut me off because he was in his feelings. I always do. I plastered a fake smile on my face and stood with my hands at my side. He turned and left out the pool house, and I collapsed on the bed. If things weren't weird before, they were even weirder now. How do I end up in these situations? 6. Mama V. I don't see why you couldn't come and pick me up earlier. My mother's annoying-ass voice deterred me from looking at the different airport signs. Mama, I told you that I overslept. I found the Delta sign and followed the direction to drop her ass off. Her stay had been torture since the moment she arrived. It was just like her to stir trouble and then get back on a plane to head home. She never tried to help sort none of this out, and I hated her for it. I hated her even more for forcing me to go along with the decision she decided for me. While she got to go back home, I was forced to heal the emotional wounds that I had opened with my son. You sure sleeping a lot. That new boyfriend of yours better not have you pregnant. I took my eyes off of the road and stared at her. I'm a grown-ass woman. If I want to be pregnant at my age, then I can. Vicky, you better watch yourself. No, you better watch yourself. I spat. She adjusted herself in her seat and then looked at me like I had lost my mind. Maybe I had lost my mind. It wasn't like life had been peachy lately. I was in a relationship with Eves' ex-husband. My nephew found out that I was his mother, not his aunt. Life was chaotic and she was fussing because I was a couple minutes late to pick her up. I don't know what has gotten into you. She scoffed and gathered her bags as I pulled up to let her out. You decided to come shake things up, and now you're on your way again. Boy should have known the moment Verde passed. She begged you to tell him the truth, and for you to forgive her. My eyes became misty. It wasn't your place to say anything. That was my decision as his mother, not yours. Then you should have been acting like his mother, not as cool on. That boy damn near raised you, then went and became a teen father. Apples sure don't fall far from the... Oh, because I wasn't perfect like Verde. I'm sorry that I wasn't the perfect daughter and my son followed after his mother. I'm pretty sure you wished it was me that died instead of Verde. She pursed her lips and opened the car door. That mouth of yours has always been a problem. Usually, I would have gotten out to help her with her bags. Today, I watched her mean ass struggle through the rearview mirror. As soon as she closed the trunk, I sped off into traffic while trying to hold my composure. My mother was the only person that could throw me off my square. She was literally the only person that could get me to brake, and she knew it. I hit the button on my car's screen and pressed Roddy's number. He clicked his phone to voicemail, and I called a second time. We had a deal that if someone called back twice, that we would always answer. V, you good? He sounded concerned. It warmed my heart to know that he still cared. Yeah, I'm good. Roddy, can we meet up and talk? I know you're upset with me, and you can continue to be, but at least hear me out. Meet me at the restaurant. Seriously? You know, we made some changes. He chuckled. Meet me there in an hour. All right. See you soon, baby. Drive safe. He replied and ended the call. My biggest regret was allowing Verde to raise my son. I never wanted to see the pain I saw on Roddy's face again. Knowing that I was responsible for that pain hurt me 10 times more. My mother should have never revealed it the way she did. Although she wanted everyone to think it was an accident, I knew my mother better than I knew anyone, and that was premeditated. I pressed Eve's name and waited for her to answer. Hey, V. Hey, I haven't heard from you in a while. Are you mad with me about the car thing? Is that what he's calling himself these days? She chuckled. No, I'm not mad at you or him. If he makes you happy, then go for it. I didn't like how her voice sounded. Eves, you know you can be honest with me. Can I call you back? Gia's having a panic attack about something. I could hear Gia screaming in the background about something. All right, talk to you soon. Khalif never got into his marriage with Eves. He just told me that he regretted marrying her, and she wasn't the perfect person she presented herself to be. Eves had always been honest with me about her past. He didn't know I knew about their daughter, and it wasn't like he offered any conversation about it. If Eves didn't tell me that she had a daughter, I probably wouldn't have known that he had one. Khalif was very particular and careful with how he spoke. While I shared my entire life story, he only gave me pieces. Even then, the stories were small shit about medical school. Khalif had flown back to the West Coast with a planned trip in the next few weeks. Before knowing that he was Eves' ex-husband, we planned for him to fly back so that he could meet Roddy. If he was going to be my new man, he needed to meet the most important man in my life. I planned to have dinner at the house. Now, I was not so sure if I wanted Roddy to meet him. It wasn't so easy to end things because feelings were involved. I was in love with this man. After Curtis, I didn't think I would fall in love again. I didn't think that I could love another man and give him my heart. With Khalif, I'd been able to do that. He showed me that I could have a happy and healthy relationship. The age difference between me and Khalif worried me. He was mature for his age and had a lot going for himself, so I tried to focus on that. If he wanted a younger woman, then he would have told me when I first told him how old I was. What if he wanted children one day? I wasn't in the space to have any more kids. Roderick was enough for me. I got goosebumps thinking about being pregnant at my age. After playing games with Curtis for the past few years, I was tired of playing. Was it so wrong to want a man? My very own man? I wanted to build a life together, get married, and buy a home with just the two of us. My hands started to sweat the moment I handed the valet my car keys. I took a deep breath and walked into the restaurant. Good afternoon, Miss Mathers. Mr. Mathers is waiting for you in the private room. The chocolate girl with the pretty afro puffs greeted me. Roddy and Levi must have taken what I said to heart. As I followed behind the hostess, I noticed the small changes throughout. Instead of those bald white man portraits on the wall, they switched it out with contemporary art pieces by local artists. I smiled at the pepper shaker having actual black pepper instead of that white shit. Thank you, baby. I got it from here, I told her, and she gave me a wide smile and went back to the front. Knowing Roddy, he was probably in the back bossing somebody around or in his office working. Whenever he was stressed or worried, he worked harder. I noticed that since he was a child. Roddy never cared for school, hated it actually. However, whenever he was going through something, I always saw him apply himself more in school. Can I get you something to drink? The menu on the left is our drink menu, and this one is our new improved menu. I'll take the lemonade. The flamboyant waiter clasped his hands together and smiled. We have a brand new sweet tea lemonade. Ooh, it's one of my favorite things. Would you like to try it? When Roddy told me that he wanted to move south after Bree passed, I was down to follow him anywhere. The one thing I hated about the South was their sweet tea. Nobody wanted to drink tea bags and sugar. No, just lemonade. None of that sweet tea mess. I raised my eyebrow to warn him. He seemed like the type that would bring it out just to prove to me that he knew I'd like it. He did a small snicker. Okay, I'll be right back with your drink. Make sure to take a look over the menu. If I could... Baby, please give me my drink. My lips are about to fall off waiting for something to drink. Of course, I'm sorry. I scanned the menu and smiled at the changes. There was jerk chicken and waffles, fish and grits, and ribs. I could tell they switched the menu up to bring in new customers, but also to keep some of the favorites to keep the existing customers happy. You could tell this place used to be the kind that smiled in your face, then called you a nigger behind your back. Hey, V. Roddy finally finished whatever he was doing in the back. Like usual, he came over and kissed me on the cheek. Hey, baby boy, I like the changes you're making here. I picked up the pepper. Black pepper. Gotta thank you for that. You're the one that chewed us out about the food and especially the pepper. He was nervous. I could tell from the way he avoided making eye contact with me. How the kids been? Good, I guess. What do you mean, you guess? Ain't like you've been coming around to check on him. He countered. I deserve that. I accepted the lemonade from the waiter. Whenever I come around, I'm a lot. I know that. I wanted to give you space to mentally heal and explain things to the kids without interfering and acting as if nothing happened. Your Nana does that, and I never wanted to do that to you. My entire life, my mother did that to me in Verde. She'd say or do the most horrible things, and then 10 minutes later, she'd act like she hadn't just called us spoiled bitches or wished she'd swallowed us. There was so much trauma I had from being raised by Myra Mathers. What you want to talk about? He got straight to the point. Roddy was sensitive about his grandmother, and me mentioning one of her flaws probably irritated him. His Nana could do no wrong in his eyes. It was the same with Julina. She was Daddy's princess, so he turned a blind eye to her bad attitude and flaws. You didn't think that we needed to talk? I raised my eyebrow and leaned back in the chair. We can't avoid this conversation forever, Roderick. He knew the moment my voice grew stern and I used his real name that I was serious. It was rare that I had to resort to that, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I guess I want to know why you would lie to me like that. Going my whole life not knowing how I was being raised by my aunt? I heaved a sigh and crossed my legs. As much as I hated to have this conversation, it needed to be had. Roddy didn't deserve the lies that had been told to him. At first, I thought it was for the best. He didn't need to know everything, but that was wrong. It was wrong because he had every right to know about his life. I lied because I thought it was the best for you. I admitted. Nana told me that Verde had to raise you. She was more established, and I was just a teenager. Roddy didn't know anything about his father. My mother thought it would be best that we never speak of Roland again. Since I had no choice but to obey my mother's rules, that's what I did. You didn't want me? Why didn't you fight with her to raise me, V? Do you see how fucked up that shit is? The pain was evident in his voice, which hurt me further. Rod, you know how your grandmother is. Imagine a pregnant me trying to convince her to let me raise you. Yeah, you're right. He settled down and relaxed in his seat some. Why didn't you tell me after Mom's died? I had always been jealous when Roddy called Verde Mom. His first words were Mama, and they weren't directed at me. Verde got to witness all his firsts, and I played the back seat pretending that this beautiful, bouncing baby boy wasn't my son. After Verde died, you were so broken. I watched you struggle and mourn her death, and some nights you were screaming out, and I had to comfort you. When I saw you starting to get back to having joy, I didn't want to ruin it for you. He took a deep breath and stared at me. V, this shit is fucked up. You're my mother and the grandmother to my kids, and you didn't think I needed to know that? In some way, I guess I was being selfish by not telling you. It seemed like every time I wanted to do it, something happened. Verde died, then Bree died. I guess I figured it was better for you to not know. That wasn't for you to decide, though. My whole damn life was a lie. Blame your grandmother. As much as you love to think that she's this angel on earth, she's not. A lot of this could have been avoided if she didn't force me to give up my baby. I started to cry because the thought of it still hurt. Sitting in the hospital bed while she handed Verde my damn baby haunted me daily. No sooner than I was discharged, Verde had taken Rade back upstate with her. She had a position at the college she graduated from and refused to move back. The following year, she ended up moving back because she had lined up a better paying job in the city. V, you this big bad woman with the biggest opinion, and you telling me that you couldn't stand up to Nana? I pointed my finger at him. This opinionated, loudmouth woman that sits before you wasn't always this woman. It took a lot of walking over to become the woman that I am today. My entire life, I felt like I had to fight. I had been walked all over for a majority of my life and had always accepted what I was given. It could be shit on a pine stick, and I would accept it because I thought that's what I was worthy of. There were so many failed relationships that I thought would last, relationships where I had given more than I had to give, only to be kicked on my ass. I was guilty of giving my all to men who didn't deserve it, men who wouldn't hesitate to kick me to the curb without a second thought. I spent most of my life trying to find someone to love me, someone who could take the emotional and physical pain away. While Roddy and the kids saw me as this big balls, no shit talking woman, I was still vulnerable and wanted somebody to take care of me. I don't know, V. He shrugged and ran his hand over his head. The fuck am I supposed to do? How do we move forward in all this? How the fuck could you do me like this, Verde? I'm your baby sister, and this is how you do me. I screamed and tossed whatever I could find at both her and Rollin. Both of them were in the bed, naked as the day they was born. Verde tried her best to cover her body, while Rollin lay there with his dick still hardened. It was like he was waiting for a threesome to pop off between the three of us. Roddy was asleep in his playpen in the front room. He was the reason that I came over here. I was missing him and figured an afternoon filled with baby slob, Barney, and his favorite cookies would cure the urge that I had to take him away from Verde. Verde had given me a key for emergencies so I could let myself in when she worked late and couldn't pick Roddy up from daycare. I hated he was in daycare. I should have been the one to care for him while she was at work. Of course, she and Mama felt it was a bad idea, and I needed to focus on school and moving on with my life. In other words, she wanted me to forget that I had given birth and pretend to be a regular teenager. Verde gathered the rest of the sheets and covered her body. It's not what it seems, Vicky. Calm down and let's talk about it. I tossed Rollin's big size 12 boot at the bed. Calm down? You're fucking my baby father and you want me to calm down? The nerve of her to try to sweet talk herself out of this situation. Verde was the soft-spoken sister, and I had gotten tagged as the loud one. While Verde had always been able to gracefully get herself out of situations, I wasn't that lucky. Why you gotta do all this hollering? Rod is asleep in the next room. Roland stood up with his dick still at attention. Come lay down and get in on this. I shoved him and started throwing more things around the room. My heart was broken seeing my older sister fucking my baby father. Roland and I had been broken up, and he swore he didn't want to have any parts of Roddy. In fact, he told me that I made the right decision by allowing Verde to raise him. Verde told me that she ran into him a couple of months ago. I didn't think anything of it because Verde had been the loudest one telling me that the relationship between us needed to end. When I walked in here and saw them having sex, my heart broke. It broke because it felt like my sister was taking everything that was mine. My baby, my man, and the life that should have been mine. Me and Rollin should have been having sex while our son slept in the next room, not Verde. Vicky, you need to leave if you're not going to calm down. Please calm down and let me explain. What the fuck do you need to explain? You want my life and you're determined to take what you think is yours. I shoved her. Things just happen between us. It's not like I plan to hurt you, Vicky. I was done listening to her try to explain how she had betrayed my trust with my baby father. He was off limits, and she should have known that from the moment she allowed him to stick his dick inside of her. You both deserve one another. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should keep my distance. I didn't understand at first, but now I see why. So you could fuck my baby father in peace. I turned and left out the bedroom. From that moment, I decided to truly live my life. After I graduated high school, I met an older nigga from Miami. I moved to Miami with him and lived with him for 5 years. During those 5 years, he beat the living shit out of me. I lost 2 pregnancies because he couldn't control himself or his temper. One night, I grew tired and left. I left in the middle of the night and moved to Delaware with a friend. If I would have known what I knew now, I wouldn't have leaped from relationship to relationship, each one more terrible than the other. It wasn't until Verde called me and told me that she needed me. We spoke for the sake of Roddy through the years, but never having a relationship with each other. The relationship she thought she would have with Rollin didn't last. He was gone as quick as he came, and she was left to raise Roddy without him. Are you good, V? Roddy waved his hand in front of my face, and I snapped out of the trance I was in. I'm sorry, Rollin. Rollin? Who the hell is Rollin? Roddy asked, confused as hell. The plot continued to thicken for him. I'm sorry, Roddy. I took a deep breath and gulped down the lemonade. Roddy didn't know a thing about his father, and that was for the best. That was the one thing me and Verde decided on when Rollin left out her door 3 days before his 2nd birthday. Life would be better if Roddy didn't know about his father. So Verde never told him about his father. Naturally, Roddy never asked when he got older. It was like he didn't have a need to know who his sperm donor was. It's your father's name, I whispered and held my chest. I'm sorry for even calling him your name. I was lost in my thoughts for a second. I could always tell that he was a testy subject, Mom. He revealed. I remember I asked her about him once, and she told me that he was just as useless as the stork that kids chose to believe in. Damn, I never knew she spoke to you about him. He had never mentioned that he and Verde had ever spoke about Rollin. First and last time that he was brought up. I figured he was a sensitive subject, and you know how Mom's was before. He allowed his words to trail off. Roddy, I have to tell you something about Verde. I started, knowing that this was going to be hard. She died from AIDS. From the way his face dropped and he collapsed back into his chair, all the air had been knocked out of his chest. What do you mean? I know it's hard for you to wrap your head around. I figured that you should know. Nana told us to lie to you, and Verde wanted that too. Verde didn't move back to the city because of a better-paying job. She moved back because she broke up with her boyfriend. I guess he wasn't too fond of helping her raise a baby that wasn't his. In usual Verde fashion, she hit the pavement running because she had a child that she needed to provide for. Mama said that she had started to lose a lot of weight and was always sick. She had called out sick so many times that her job had to let her go. We all thought it was cancer from the way she was losing weight at a rapid speed. It wasn't until I got that call to come home that I found out what my sister had been battling. The AIDS! Mama gasped as she held on to Verde's frail hands. It looked like she was holding on to a skeleton with how scrawny, long, and small they were. Wow, those were the only words that I could make out. What more could I say? I was stunned, dazed, and every other definition that described shocked. My sister could have AIDS. That wasn't possible. Verde was careful and would never allow something like that to happen to her. She coughed and held Mama's hand tighter. I'm sorry. I really am. I'm so sorry. She stared at me and apologized repeatedly. Rollin wasn't worth it. I just wanted to take something of yours, she admitted. Of mine? You got the chance to raise my damn son. You already had something of mine. Something I wanted desperately. My voice broke while I stared at her. How could she sit there and tell me that she wanted something of mine? Something of mine? She got the chance to be called Mom by my biggest blessing. You think I wanted this life? Mama forced this on me, and it changed my entire life, my job, my relationship, and the home I built upstate. You took everything from me the moment you had Roderick, and you got the nerve to sit there and be angered at me. You moved back because of a brand new, better-paying job. I stood with my hand on my hips. I moved back because Samuel didn't want to raise my sister's baby. He told me to choose Roddy or him, and some days, I wish I chose him. She screamed and then broke out into a coughing fit. Thankfully, Roddy was at basketball practice. How could I have allowed my child to be raised by a woman who regretted having to care for him? You could have handed him back to me at any time. When was I supposed to do that? When you were getting your ass beat in Miami? Or how about when you were strung out in Wisconsin? Or maybe when Mama had to send you $2,000 to make rent? I should have known my mother would go and tell her ass all my business. She and Verde always had been closer than her and me. I probably wouldn't have done none of that if I was able to raise my son. She hates my son, and you forced this. I pointed at my mother, who would have rather been anywhere but here. This was all your doing. It ain't my doing. This is what God wanted. Roddy needed you to raise him. Do you see the lifestyle she has lived? What kind of lifestyle would that have been with a child? It would kill her to admit that she fucked up both of her daughters' lives. She ruined Verde's life by forcing her to be a mother to a child she didn't make, and she ruined mine by forcing me to take a back seat while watching my child look to another woman as his mother. Guess God got the last laugh, huh? Verde laughed. Giving me AIDS and making V a crackhead. Stop acting like you know what I am. You only know what I told her, and she knows none of my journey. I got addicted to crack with a boyfriend of mine. I didn't consider myself a crackhead because I had kicked the habit quicker than I had gotten addicted to it. I was numb. All I wanted was to feel. Feel what it would be like to be loved back by my child. He loved me as his aunt, but a child's love for their mother was different. You're both getting off topic here. My mother tried to bring us into focus on the reason Verde wanted to see me. I think we've been off topic for years. So far off topic that neither of us is living the life that we wanted. So yeah, fuck your off-topic speech. Vicky, Verde called out to me. I wanted to see you because I know I don't have much time left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of it. I robbed you of being a mother to your child. I should have stood up to Mama and allowed you to raise your son. She reached her hand out to me, and I stared at her. God, I was so angry at her. So angry at the life I could have had. In my eyes, they both stole that from me. It was the reason I harbored such ill feelings for them both. I'm good here. She sighed. Samuel was HIV positive and didn't know. His sister called me and told me that he had passed. I knew I should have gotten tested so that I could have gotten on the right medication. She started to cough. But I thought if I just ignored it, that it would go away. The call that I received would be fake and I wouldn't have had that virus. My mother gave her some water and helped her sit up. Sit, Vicky. My mother directed me to take a seat in the chair I had been previously sitting in. I convinced myself that I didn't have it. I told myself that I wasn't sick and that I was healthy as a horse. She did a small chuckle. I found the love of my life and had to end things with him because of it. I got my karma for not standing up for you. I just want you to forgive me. Move back home and help me with Roddy, your son. I know losing me is going to crush him, but he needs his mother here to help him. I want to spend whatever time I have left getting to know my little sister and making things right. As angry as I was with her, I couldn't let Roddy go through this alone. I packed up my things, moved in with her, and helped care for her. I made sure Roddy went to school and still lived life as normal as he could. Verde passed a month later. She passed away holding my hand while Roddy was at school. Her last words were, I love you and can't wait to bond with my nieces and nephews. Take care of him, V. Tell him the truth. I never understood what she meant when she said that. What nieces and nephews was she referring to? I like to believe that she was telling me all my babies I had miscarried made it to heaven, and she knew that she could see them. By the end, Verde was in and out often. Some days she made more sense than the day before. Not a day went by that I didn't regret being so angry at her over a no-good man. Roland wasn't HIV positive. A couple months after Verde passed, I reached out to him, praying that his number had changed. It had been years since I'd last spoken to him, and I would rather pluck all my teeth out of my head than speak to him. Roland was this big, sexy, strong man that I wanted to love for the rest of my life. I had never seen him show a moment of weakness until I broke the news to him. I never heard a man sob on the phone like he had to me. He cried about his wife, their children, and how his life was over. Luckily for him, he didn't test positive for HIV. We sat on the phone for an hour as he apologized about all the wrong he had done for me. As much as I wanted to accept his apology, I couldn't. He was one of the reasons that me and my sister didn't have a relationship. That was the last time I had spoken to him. Not once did he ever ask about his son or try to find out about him. Man, this shit is so fucked up. When one thing is revealed, there's 3 other lies following behind it. I reached across the table and held his hand. One thing that you never have to question is my love for you. I love you with all my heart, and you need to understand that. He was still trying to process everything I had told him today. It would take time to process everything, and I didn't expect things to go back to normal after meeting today. You're the only family that I have. Please don't shut me out, Roderick. Although I wasn't there, I love you harder and deeper than any other mother could. He stared up at me with tears in his eyes. AIDS, V? Damn. I wish you would have told me sooner. My mother made it her mission to lie to him about how Verde died, and I made it my mission to get a job so I could take care of my son. He needed me now more than ever, and I refused to leave him hanging like I had years ago. From that moment on, I had always been by Roddy's side, and always would. I wiped my tears and then started to laugh. Roddy stared at me like I had horns coming out of my forehead. Your staff probably thinks we're nuts in here. He stifled a laugh. 'Cause you got me crying in here like a bitch. This was well overdue. If you can't cry at your own place of business, shit, where can you cry? Mama V. He stared at me. Was that your slick way of trying to tell me something? No, I just loved hearing you call me Mama when you left off the V. I admitted. Should I still call you V? Baby boy, you can call me whatever you want. I know it's going to take you some time to process things and a whole lot of sessions with your therapist. But I want to make this work. We're all we have. He stood up and I met him halfway. Roddy wrapped me in one of those infamous bear hugs that I needed. I missed our hugs, he admitted. You have no idea how much I've missed it. I nuzzled my head into his chest. I love you so much, baby boy. I love you too, Mama V.
7. Roddy. I hate it when she tells me she gonna leave me. Let me eat it again. I'm greedy. 5-year foreign. It had been 2 weeks since me and V sat down and tossed everything out on the table. What I thought was going to be her confessing to abandoning me when I was a baby turned out to be deep-ass family secrets that all revolved around my grandmother. Watching V wince in pain as she had to relive some of those dark times pained me. Despite being so angry with her, I felt for her. She had to sit back and watch her sister raise me as her own. She lost her relationship with her sister because of a decision that my grandmother thought would be best. The shit was foul and had me looking at V in a different light. As long as I knew V, she'd always been this overly opinionated badass that didn't take shit from anybody. In that moment, I saw how vulnerable and raw she was. She had to be that person to protect herself. On the inside, she was just a sensitive woman that wanted to be loved. All she wanted was the love that she gave out, and she spent majority of her life trying to find it. As hurt as I was over this lie, my entire life wasn't my lie. As much as I loved my moms, she would always be that she had to give up her life to help raise a life she didn't create. She never got to have her own life, be married, and write her story. My mom's never had men around. She worked and made sure that I was taken care of. Dating and Verdi didn't belong in the same sentence. For years I watched her hold down our home as the breadwinner. I could tell she wanted a man to take some of the burden that she carried alone. A man to be a father to me and a husband to her. It made me feel like I ruined their lives. Neither of them found love or got married. When my mother did find love, she had to turn him away because she found out that she had AIDS. Life was cruel. Are you even listening to me? Gia caught my attention. She was packing for her Vegas trip and wanted my approval on her outfits. I could tell she just wanted to spend time with me so that I wouldn't trip on her going away again. At this point, I didn't even ask her shit about where she was going. The only reason I knew she was going to Vegas was because she mentioned something about the heat when I picked out a sweater dress she wore. Yeah, I heard you. Pick the black dress. I pointed to the sleeveless black dress. With how short the dress was, her ass was going to be hanging out. Roderick, you're not listening. She whined and collapsed on the couch next to me. Are you going to miss me? Yeah. Ew. It sure as hell don't sound like you are. I tuned her out when Eves and Julina appeared in the doorway. I could have sworn I told her to stop coming in our room. Gia mumbled and folded her arms. Daddy, can I talk to you about something? Gia smiled. Ju, pick a dress for me. She held up the two dresses she was trying to get me to decide on. Ew, no, Julina mocked, which told me they heard some of our conversation when they came into our room. Hey, watch how you speak to her, I scolded her, something I never did. Gia sat back satisfied that I finally got on Julina's case about her smart mouth. I set the sunroom up so we can talk. I'm sorry, I thought you were Ilyana Van Zandt. Why do they need you there? If anything, I should be there since I'm going to be married to him soon. Eves was biting the inside of her cheek as she stood there trying not to meet Gia's energy. As if I would ever tell you anything personal about me, fucking airhead. Julina turned and left the room before I could say something. Her mouth is a problem. I refuse to get married until she can control that mouth. What the fuck does us getting married got to do with her mouth? I stood up and stretched. Just say you don't want to get married. You allow her to say the meanest things to me and never correct her. How am I supposed to be a stepmother to a child who doesn't even like me? There was so much to unpack, and usually I would have sat there and unpacked everything wrong that Gia did, except Julina needed to talk to me. I was dying to get the fuck out this room and away from Gia's nagging ass. I'm not getting into it with you over this. We can talk after I find out what's wrong with Julina. She's spoiled. That's what's wrong with her, and you continue to spoil her. I allowed her comment to roll off my back. Lately, I had been in this weird space. As I was trying to process my own shit, I still had to be a parent and be everything for everyone. Gia hadn't asked me about the situation with V once. Me and Eves hadn't spoken much. Still, she made sure to check in with me. I didn't want to put too much on her, so I lied and told her that I was fine. Hey, she knows that she has to apologize. Eves caught me at the bottom of the stairs. Juicy though? Eve smiled. Despite how she feels about Gia, she's an adult, and there should be some respect there. She's going to be your wife and their stepmother. You also need to do a better job at enforcing it, too. I desperately wanted to suck on her lips while she rolled my dick. We were in a different place since she lied to my face. When I approached her at the pool house, she should have been real with me. I mean, we had been keeping it real ever since Dubai, so why couldn't she tell me she was meeting with a nigga? She didn't come out right and tell me she was going to spend the weekend with another nigga. Still, I knew from the way she was acting. Since Eve started working for me, she hadn't taken personal time off. Even when V tried to force her to do small shit like getting her nails done, she always declined and spent time in her room. What she want to talk about? Right now, it wasn't about me or Eves. It was about Julina. Eves had a nervous expression on her face. She was trying to be cool. However, her face told a different story. I think you should let her tell you. Is that serious? Now a nigga was worried about what Julina wanted to talk to me about. Eves, you really not going to tell me? Roderick? She started. Eves always reminded me of V when she used my real name. You need to let your daughter talk to you. I'm not going to tell her business. She wants to talk to you, and you need to listen and be open-minded. From the way Eves was fidgeting and acting, I could tell this was about to be some bullshit. All right. I guess we need to get this over and done with, right? She gently reached up and rubbed my back. Yes. Julina was sitting Indian style on the carpet while texting like her life depended on it. I could tell whatever she was texting had something to do with what she was going to tell me. I'm here. What's up, Ju? I sat on the couch and watched her put her phone down and stare at me. Daddy, I love you so much, and this has nothing to do with your parenting at all. It's more on me and being stupid. All right. A lump in my stomach formed because I was nervous. What the fuck was she about to tell me? And why were my hands all sweaty? Take a minute to breathe, Roddy. Eves jumped in and rubbed my back. Bitch, why the fuck are you rubbing my man's back? Gia stood in the doorway, and I knew all hell was about to break. Eve surprised me when she kept her hand on my back and spoke calmly. He's about to find out some news, and you're coming in the calmest room in the house with your bad energy. I'm going to ask you to leave. Julina's look co-signed Eve's words. Babe, you going to let her put me out of a room in our house? Gia, just go back upstairs. Damn. My damn heart was beating out of my chest, waiting on whatever Ju was about to reveal. The fuck you gotta make everything about you? Her words were caught in her throat. She was so pissed that she slammed the door behind her and stormed through the kitchen. Sorry, I just needed her to leave. Don't apologize to her. You did what you needed to do, Eves. Julina smiled. What the fuck is so damn urgent? Y'all got me in here and you beating around the bush. This shit had me feeling like I was about to die. My hands and back were sweaty, and my chest hadn't stopped beating since I walked in this room. I'm pregnant, Daddy, Julina whimpered while holding her down. For a minute, I thought I had imagined the words that left her mouth. Julina was smart, responsible, and wasn't worried about boys. At least that's what she told me. My baby girl wasn't telling me that she was pregnant. She hadn't even had sex yet. I smirked, and Eves stared at me with widened eyes, confused by my reaction. Are you all right? She gently shook me. Did you hear what she said? Stop fucking with me, Ju. What do you really got to tell me? You failed your first class ever or some shit like that? Daddy, I'm really pregnant. I also lied about what happened at the party. Ethan didn't try to force himself on me. I was upset that he was talking to another chick and made the story up to hurt him and avoid getting in trouble. Ju, you been fucking behind my back? Well, Rod, you can... I thought you were going to tell me when you were ready for that next step. As if I'm going to tell you that I wanted to have sex for the first time. You get uncomfortable when I ask about tampons. You've never given me the sex talk like you did with RJ. Even if I didn't, you ain't supposed to be having sex, Julina. I raised my voice, pissed that it was history repeating itself. After finding out that V had me as a teenager, and I had RJ as a teen, it hurt knowing that my 15-year-old daughter was pregnant. It seemed like just yesterday, me and Bree were sitting in front of V trying to explain that she was pregnant with RJ. I told you that he wouldn't understand, Julina whispered to Eves, who had moved over toward her. You damn right I don't understand. Why the fuck you out there being a little hoe? Whoa, time out. These my kids. I pointed to Eves. You not about to tell me how to raise them. You they nanny, that's it. I barked on her, and she stood up. I could tell she was taken back from the way that I spoke to her. No, you need to remember that since she's moved in here, she's been more of a parent than you and that bitch upstairs. Julina stood up and pointed in my face, then left the room. I sat there in disbelief that my own daughter spoke to me that way. Who the fuck did she think she was? I was a father, and I didn't give a fuck if I cursed Eves out. She needed to stay in a child's place. I sort of saw where Gia was coming from for the first time. Yo, stop getting involved in shit like this. Eves looked stunned. That's fair. I'm just the nanny. She held up her hands and walked toward the door. That's not how I meant. You made it very clear what you meant, Mr. Mathers. I overstepped and I apologize. Fuck! I leaned back on the chair feeling like shit. Not only did I have my own daughter mad with me, but now I fucked things up even worse with Eves. We were already in this weird-ass space, and now she was going to make me eat my words. Jew, let me holler at you for a minute. Leave me alone! I'm not ready to talk without cussing at you. I turned the doorknob, and it was locked. Open this damn door. What happened? RJ came out his room with one of his ear pods out. Nothing. Your sister just told me some wild news. She finally told you? Whew, now I can breathe. He turned and closed his room. Open the door, Jew. The doorknob turned, and she opened the door with more attitude than I ever saw. She had her mother's entire face. It brought me back to all the times I disappointed her, and she'd give me the same facial expression. What? I gently mushed her head and walked in the room. When she was younger, I always playfully mushed her, and she'd laugh. You always laugh when I do that shit to you. I'm not a child anymore, and you can't play mush your way out of this. How the fuck you mad with me when you're the one pregnant? Julina, I'm cool with a lot of shit, but not this. You can't bring a baby in here. You brought V a baby when you and Mommy were teenagers. It was a different time. You think we wanted to be teenage parents? That shit was hard on the both of us, and it was a lot on your mother especially. She graduated high school and college. Am I right? Yeah. I can do the same. My baby didn't ask me to be made, and I'm not going to go through with an abortion either. I'm the parent. You're not about to tell me what you're going to do. It's my body. This my house, and you're my child. She rolled her eyes and folded her arms with her lip poked out. Eve's told me that we'd make it work and that you guys have my back. She shouldn't have told you shit. That's not her place to speak on any decisions I make with my kids. Yeah, I think it's best that you two refrain from a personal relationship, and it's not because of her either. The hell is that supposed to mean? You and Gia are a better match. Is this conversation done? Hell no. We need to talk to Ethan's parents. He's not about to slide through with no explanation. I would have preferred for Julina to get an abortion. She didn't need to ruin her life so early with the baby. Me and Bree did it because we had each other. And then we had V. Despite her working crazy hours and never getting sleep, she was always there when we needed her. I'm keeping this baby. If you want me to pack my things and leave, I will. Bree, Julina. We need to think about this before making a decision. Did you and Mommy think about things before deciding to keep RJ? Yeah. She almost went through with an abortion. Yet she didn't. If I need to leave, then I will, but I plan on keeping this baby, finishing school, and then going to college. Julina was so stubborn. That's where she got her attitude, smart mouth, and bluntness. Give me the little nigga's number, Julina. I could sit here and go back and forth with Julina and nothing would change. She'd leave and try to make it on her own before she allowed me to decide her baby's fate. She was reluctant, but sent the boy's number to me via text. How could you be so reckless? I'm sorry that I'm not the perfect virgin daughter that only worries about school. I'm the disappointment now, I know. Ju, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is why or how did you allow this to happen? Sex! I wanted to have sex with my boyfriend, and I did. It was stupid, and I regret doing it. That doesn't change the fact that I'm pregnant, and this isn't going to just go away. Parenting was fucking hard. How was I supposed to respond to that? Especially when she was saying all that shit that I should have been saying. I wanted her to get rid of the baby. But I knew that was a battle that I wouldn't win. In the end, I'd lose my relationship with my daughter. I can't even look at you. This shit ain't over, Julina. It's far from over. Give me your phone. What? Give me the fucking phone. I hollered at her and she tossed it at me. You need to watch that fucking mouth. I've let you get away with a lot because of your mom, but you're not about to be disrespecting me and my fiancé like you don't got sense. Julina's bottom lip poked out, and she looked like she wanted to cry. This shit was harder for me than her. I never yelled at my daughter. And here she stood in front of me, looking like she was about to lose it because I raised my voice at her. I didn't bother to say anything else because we both needed to cool down. I'd always told the kids to cool down before having important conversations, and I broke my own rule. Gia was standing in the hallway holding Kingsley soon as I came out of Julina's room. It's about time you put her in her place. Not right now, Gia. I walked by her and went into our bedroom. She was right behind me with the fussy Kingsley. It was crazy how this was the first time I've seen her with our daughter since we hired Eves. I saw KK with Eves more than her own mother these days. All I'm saying is that I'm proud of you, babe. Julina's mouth is outrageous, and it was about time you put her in her place. She continued after I told her not now. She's fucking pregnant, Gia. I don't give a damn about her attitude. My fucking child is having a child. She sat Kingsley down on the bed and sat beside me. Wow. Here I thought she was going to have words of encouragement because I sure as fuck needed them. It was my fault to believe she'd have something useful to say. If it were Eve's, she would have rubbed my back and made me feel better. Yeah, I was acting like a child. I just found out my 15-year-old daughter had been fucking. And not only has she been fucking, but she also got pregnant too. This shit would break the hardest nigga. I need a minute. I stood up. No, stay with us. Gia pulled me back onto the bed. When is the last time just the three of us spent time together? I didn't like the way she insinuated, three of us. All I wanted was to see Gia be a mother to our daughter. Seeing her play with her on our bed and want to spend time with me was all I prayed for. Except I couldn't focus on this when my daughter down the hall was pregnant. Not tonight, Gia. I got off the bed and went into the bathroom to shower. It's never about us. Once again, Julina comes in and makes it about her. I turned my face up and looked at her funny. You seriously jealous of a 15-year-old? Gia, you fucking with me, right? Kingsley's always pushed to the side when it comes to her older siblings. She couldn't be serious right now. After what I had just revealed to her, she had the nerve to start an argument over that shit right now? This was the shit that pissed me off the most about Gia's ass. She was so selfish and worried about the wrong shit. Here I was in distress over finding out my 15-year-old daughter was pregnant and she was worried about me laying up with her and Kingsley. You're the one who's never home, Gia. I don't got time for this bullshit-ass conversation. If you're feeling neglected, then that's on you. Roddy, you don't pay me no mind. You let the fucking housekeeper put me out of the room and sided with her. I would never do you like that. What the fuck did you want me to do? You were the one disturbing the fucking energy. Let's be real with why you mad. All right. Then let's be real. Are you fucking Eves? She sat on the bed with her arms folded while Kingsley continued to examine her face. It was like Kingsley was trying to figure out where she knew this woman from. Nah. You're not even convincing. Believe what you want to believe, Gia. I got real shit that I need to be dealing with. If you want to throw a tantrum because you're not getting attention, then go to Keisha. I'm sure she'll know what to do with you. I left the room and went down to the basement. Since I've been working in the basement, I kept fresh clothes in the guest bathroom down there.
8. Gia. It never gets easier coming here. Another birthday passes, and I'm still just as heartbroken as the first one without you. Still, my wheels end up here, and I end up crying like a fool over you. Life isn't the same without you, baby. I miss you and wish you were here every day. I wipe my tears and step back from Prince's tombstone. One thing about your family, they're going to turn up for you on every occasion. Today was Prince's birthday, and the entire city of Atlanta was going to celebrate him and his birthday. I was still in touch with some of his family, and they invited me to the cookout they were throwing for him. As much as I wanted to lay in bed and mourn Prince, I knew those who knew about us would want to see me there. Not to mention, Keisha had already had a stylist drop off an outfit for me in the city of Atlanta. He had a street named after him, and his mother started a bunch of charities in his name after his death. Hey, I'm finishing up here. I answered one of Keisha's many phone calls. She had been calling me nonstop since this morning. When all I wanted to do was be in my thoughts, she continued to blow up my phone like it was an emergency. When I woke up this morning, alone, I knew today would be hard. Roddy was sleeping in the basement these days and only came upstairs to grab more clothes. Things were so damn tense that I could cut it with a butcher knife. I was calling to check on you. Today's never easy for you. Handling it like I usually do. Well, I just got off the phone with Rasika. Why Rasika called you? She's throwing a party in the club tonight and wanted you to host it. You know the city will always know you as Prince's lady, so it's only right. I set the roses down in front of Prince's tombstone and slowly walked back to my truck parked over on the other side. I'm going to the barbecue his mama's throwing. I don't think I'm going to a party. Plus, all them cousins is fake. They only like the clout that comes with his name.
Girl, it's less about them and more about you. You need to be concerned about what people will say because you're not there.
Keisha hadn't been on the phone for 5 seconds and she was already on my nerves. I don't care about them, Keisha.
Good thing it's not your job to care about them. It's my job to care about your reputation, and you need to be there.
I'm heading to your house now. We'll talk when I get there. I replied and ended the phone call. Keisha had always been the one who looked out for my career and reputation. She was the one who booked everything and made sure I was paid what I was worth. For that, I always felt like I was in debt to her for looking out for me. The older we got, it started to seem like she was looking out for herself more than me. Every party and event that I was invited to, she was too. Whenever I was paid, she made a percentage off the money too. Lately, it seemed like Keisha had only been looking out for herself. Anytime I turned down a booking she presented me, she would go behind my back and still book it. Then she'd try and convince me that I needed to do this because the money was too good to pass up. At times, I felt like I was her show pony that she rode whenever she needed to get her bills paid. All she was concerned about was my image, and as much as I appreciated that, I was tired. I missed having my friend there to guide me when I was lost or turn up with me when I was bored. Keisha had become a manager that I rushed to get off the phone with whenever she called me. Like now, going to her house because she had clothes pulled out for me? How did she know I wanted clothes pulled? What was wrong with just wearing what was in my closet to this barbecue? Knowing Prince's mother, she wasn't doing all this just to be in the newspaper. It was going to be a real down-home Southern barbecue in her son's honor. Leave it to Keisha to have me dressed all fancy.
I already sent those papers over last week. Okay. All right. I'll have them faxed over there tomorrow.
Keisha said while coming out of her office/guest room with the phone to her ear. Keisha lived in a 2-bedroom condo that she outgrew way long ago. What was that about? I set my purse down on the kitchen counter that was cluttered with different shoe options.
I'm in the process of buying a townhouse, and they need my tax papers.
She rolled her eyes and sat at the counter behind her computer. Out of all the things we've shared with one another, Keisha never mentioned that she was in the process of buying a home. I understood not counting your eggs before they hatched, but I was her best friend. Why didn't you tell me about this? I looked at the Valentino stiletto heels she pulled for this damn barbecue. Even with how dramatic I was, I would never show up wearing these.
It was something that I was keeping to myself. You know, not wanting to spoil it before everything goes through.
I'm your best friend. Shouldn't I be the first person you talk to about this? Especially since I was the reason she made enough to even afford to buy a house in the first place.
Yeah, you're right, Gia. You just have so much going on that I didn't want to throw any more stuff on your plate.
The reason I have so much on my plate is because you keep booking me for different shit. I just want to chill sometimes, and you keep my schedule packed.
Do you want to be broke and not spoken of? Your name is always in everybody's mouth. You're the it girl.
I'm starting to feel like you don't want to be broke. Money is good. I can step back and chill for a bit. Maybe spend some time with my daughter. Keisha laughed and then stopped when she realized that I was serious.
You want me to believe that you want to spend time with Kingsley?
Keisha, if you have something to say about my parenting, you can come right out and say it. This wasn't the first time she made a sly remark about my parenting.
Why are you being like this? Gia, you aren't the mama type, and we both know that.
Keisha chuckled and then started working on her computer.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm pregnant again, so I guess I am the mama type. It wasn't my intention to mention my pregnancy to Keisha, but her comment about me not being the mama type pushed me over the edge.
And you're keeping it?
Keisha didn't even seem surprised by the news. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, you don't have much time to decide. With Kingsley, you started showing early.
She cut her eyes at me.
And who was the father, since you've been riding different dicks this time?
Fuck you, Keisha. I flipped the middle finger at her and grabbed my purse. You had the same reaction when I told you about being pregnant with Kingsley.
Am I wrong for not being excited? You weren't excited about your pregnancy either. And you're not all too excited about being a mom, too. Stop blaming me for my lack of excitement and start digging deep and figuring out what's stopping yours.
I rushed to the door so quickly that my shirt got caught in the doorknob. While I tried to unhook myself, Keisha shook her head while laughing. And you're fired, too. Her smile went to a frown quickly, and she was ready to try to talk then, but I was super past mad to sit and try to have a civilized conversation with her.
Wait,
let's just sit down and talk. I didn't even let her finish because I slammed the door in her face. She was so concerned about herself that she couldn't see that she was being a shitty friend. I didn't need the clothes she had sent to her place, and I damn sure didn't need to see her today. As a friend, she should have been my shoulder while I thought about Prince. Instead, she was so busy forcing a party in my face like it was going to make a difference. Our friendship had always been important to me. So important that I always listened to her and put her before Roddy. Keisha was a constant issue in our relationship, and I had always made excuses for her because she had been there before Roddy even came into the picture. I never wanted her to feel like I got a man and threw her to the side, which is why I always went against Roddy and listened to her. I settled in my car, took a deep breath before starting it, and headed home to change clothes. Roddy didn't know much about Prince, and from the way he acted, he didn't care. If it wasn't about Roddy and his feelings, then it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't see that today was a hard day for me. Instead, he would make it about him and accuse me of still being in love with Prince. I was still in love with Prince, as if he was still alive. Had he never died, we would be married with 3 kids and the big-ass house we always envisioned. What the fuck does she want? I muttered when Court's number flashed across the car's screen. I wasn't the biggest fan of her and her stupid-ass cousin. Eves wanted Roddy, and if nothing happened between them, she wanted it to. Hey, girl. Court greeted me as soon as I answered the phone. Like, damn, she didn't even wait for me to say hello first. Hey, I dryly greeted because I wasn't in the mood to make a bunch of small talk. I'll be in town this week. We should do brunch and go shopping. Court was away with one of her clients on tour. Their tour must have been stopping in Atlanta, which is why she wanted to kick it with me. It wasn't that I disliked Court. She was my hairstylist. When I was in her chair, we would chit-chat and share personal things. However, that's how far as it went. Being that she was the one who suggested her cousin, I wasn't her biggest fan at the moment. Everything all right? You sound drained. That baby still giving you the blues? Something like that. I turned onto the highway so I could get home quicker. I didn't plan to stay at the barbecue long. Eves was off this weekend, and I needed to try and make things right with me and Roddy. Maybe dinner with the kids would make him happy and lose this attitude he had been walking around with. Everybody was shocked about Julina being pregnant. I always assumed she was already having sex. I mean, with her smart mouth, she was giving them little nappy-headed boys the blues. My cousin was supposed to be helping you with that, girl. I'm sorry. She apologized before I could say that Eves did help with Kingsley. She was with Kingsley so much that some of the neighbors thought she was her mother instead. I should have known with the way she was with her own child. Court mumbled the last statement, and I was all ears. Court, what happened to her daughter? This is the second time you mentioned her daughter and never finished. Court sighed. She's my cousin, so I don't want to put her business out there. Court, she's been taking care of my daughter and stepchildren. Don't you think I should know a little bit more about her? Eves is a recovering alcoholic. She's been clean for the past 4 years. Oh, can I call you back? Yeah. We ended the call and I shook my head. A recovering alcoholic? Why the fuck didn't I ask those questions? I assumed all was good with her because Court recommended her for the job. I bet Roddy didn't know that Eves was a damn drunk. He was so particular about who was around his kids, and knowing that she hid that from him would surely piss him off. He was big on honesty, and Eves was being less than honest. She had this little calm, zen, and peace persona going that she had us all fooled. V's car was in the driveway when I pulled in. It had been amazing not having her judgmental ass around. How you always judging me about being a parent, yet you faked being your own son's aunt for years? I sat my purse down on the foyer table and found Roddy and V in the kitchen laughing. I guess he wasn't mad about his auntie mama lying to him no more. Hey guys! I smiled and went around the counter to kiss Roddy on the lips. Haven't seen you around much, V. We missed you. I lied. For the sake of playing nice and not starting any shit, I was going to play nice with her. Thanks, she replied, being dry per usual. V never gave me a chance since the first time she met me. I should have known she wasn't his aunt with the way she acted. Only mamas acted that way behind their sons. Babe, I was thinking that we should go out to dinner tonight. It's been a while and I really want your attention. Roddy took a bite out of his apple. Eves is off this weekend, so tonight isn't a good time. V was smiling while texting on her phone and looked up. Stop acting like I can't watch my babies. Go out and enjoy yourselves, and I'll make sure that the house is in one piece when you get back. You sure? Roderick, don't act funny now because I'm your mama. I can and have always taken care of the kids like they're my own, way before Eves came into the picture. You both forgot? With everything that I had to tell him about Eves, I was glad that it was going to be just the two of us for dinner. Do you mind watching them now?
Not a problem.
I grabbed Roddy's hand and headed upstairs with him. Instead of going to the event alone, it would be nice to bring Roddy along with me. I didn't want anyone to look at me like the sad girlfriend who lost her boyfriend. Even though Prince had been dead for years, people still considered me his girl. As much as I loved Prince, I didn't want to show up alone. I wanted his mother to see that I had moved on and was happy. I mean, sort of.
What's up? Where you trying to head to?
Roddy was still chomping on the apple. I took a deep breath. Today is Prince's birthday. His mother is having her annual barbecue, and I want you to come with me.
That's where you slid off to?
I went to put flowers on his grave like I do every year.
You didn't do it last year.
Yes, I did. Roddy stood there looking at me.
Why you still celebrating that nigga's birthday?
Why do you still celebrate that bitch's birthday? Roddy's jaw clenched. And if he was a woman beater, my ass would have been beat all up and through this room.
Watch your mouth, Gia. I let a lot of shit slide, but when it comes to Bria, have some respect.
With my hands on my hips, I stared up at him. When it comes to Prince, have some respect.
Call Bria a bitch again, and I'm not gonna take that shit on the chin. Watch your mouth before you say some shit you won't be able to fix by wrapping your lips around my dick.
Can we just go out today and have a good day? Bia's going to handle the kids. I'm finally asking you to attend something with me, and you're starting already.
I asked a question. Why the fuck you still hung up on this nigga you dated years ago?
He was my first serious boyfriend, Roddy. Like Bria was your first wife. She means something to you and the kids, right?
She was my wife and the mother to my seeds. This ain't the same shit.
It is the same shit. We had a baby together, but I had an abortion, I finally revealed. Roddy never knew about the pregnancy I aborted. I wasn't the type to brag about having an abortion or bragging that Prince had gotten me pregnant. I knew what we both shared, and it was sacred.
You said that like I was gonna sympathize with you over the shit.
Whatever, Roddy. I'm trying to open up so you can understand something of my past, and you're being a dick. I tried to walk away, and he pulled me back toward him.
I'm sorry.
He wrapped his arms around me and kissed me on the neck.
It's selfish of me to act that way when I still mourn and miss Bree.
I have no problem with you missing your wife. She was taken away from you too soon. Prince was taken from me too. I just want you to see me. I'm not Bree, Roddy. I can never be her or replace her as your kid's mother. I touched his face.
I know.
Babe, we haven't been on the same page lately. I miss you. I miss us.
I can't front. I miss you too. It's been a lot of shit going on, and I'm trying to figure everything out.
You're not always going to have the answer to everything, and you don't always need to find the answer right away. Let's go to this event and have a good time. Then we can go have dinner in the city. I reached up and kissed him on the lips.
Bet. Let me change my clothes. You know, I'm about to be on some Gia Love's arm and shit.
He teased me. Stop! I giggled and tossed a t-shirt that was on the bed at him. Me and Keisha got into a fight.
It was only a matter of time. What about?
We can talk about it later. Let's shower and get ready, okay? Just fun today. Promise.
Promise.
He reached down and sucked on my bottom lip. If I didn't pull back, we would have been fucking instead of getting ready. I love you, Roddy. He stared at me, and I could have sworn I saw him blush.
Love you too, baby.
The whole city had to be here at Ida's house. She did well with Prince's money. She had her a nice house in Cumming, Georgia, and from the neighborhood, I could tell there wasn't many black people around this area. They were all peeking out of their windows, porches, and garages at all the cars that kept pulling up or parking nearby. Roddy held the door open for me, and I stepped out.
You look good, bae.
He complimented me while licking his lips. I already knew that we were having sex the minute we made it back home. Thank you. I didn't want to do too much, you know? I wore a pair of leather pants, Celine t-shirt, and a pair of cool gray Jordans. I wore my Celine bag to match. Just because I wasn't dressed how I usually did, I was still going to show these bitches today that I could be underdressed and still look better than them.
You didn't do too much, but still doing a lot.
He gripped my ass and then grabbed my hand. You look cute too. Don't let me be up in here fighting over you. Roddy was wearing a pair of Amiri jeans, a white fitted tee, and a pair of Dior sneakers. Even not doing much, he still looked good as fuck.
Chill. We popping our heads in, and then we gonna go eat dinner. Behave yourself, Rowdy.
I don't play when it comes to my man. Why did this feel so good? It felt like old times when we were first dating. We'd go everywhere together and have an amazing time. 2 a.m. by Casanova was blasting throughout the house. Everyone was sitting around, dancing, or on the front porch with a drink in their hands. You could take the woman out of Bankhead, but couldn't take Bankhead out of the woman. It was more of a house party and less of a barbecue. I spotted a few of his cousins who nodded their heads at me and Roddy. They didn't even know him, and he already had their respect. It wasn't like Roddy was going to give a shit anyway. Girl, it's about time that you got here. Rasika ran up to me the moment she spotted me. Hey, Sika. I kissed her on the cheek. This is my fiancé, Roddy. He cut me off and didn't reveal his real name. Rasika looked at him like he was a tall glass of water, and she was a survivor who just escaped the desert. Hey, Roddy. We've been waiting for her to stop being so secretive. She giggled. Ida was asking if you were going to show up or not. You know, her usual shit. Well, I'm here. I'm not staying too long, though. I told her up front, knowing Sika, she would try to get me drunk, so I would stay and go to the party she was throwing tonight. What? Keisha told me you were coming to the party. Keisha lied. It's date night with my baby. I hugged Roddy and smiled up at him. Yuck. Seeing you in love annoys me. She laughed. Come on back so you can get some food. We followed Rasika to the back where Ida was at the table playing spades. It wasn't a black get-together until the table came out and spades was being played. Eves? Roddy said before the words could even leave my mouth. She was sitting on some Nas look-alike lap and laughing with a red cup in her hand. She was playing spades with a stack of money and sitting beside him. I had never seen her so happy. She smiled while he whispered whatever in her ear. Who knew that she had a nigga of her own? The music was so loud so she didn't really hear Roddy call her name. You knew about her having a boyfriend? Nah, she left that out when she asked for time off. Roddy was pissed. I could tell from the way he was squeezing my hand. I mean, she asked for time off. Who are we to tell her who she can hang with? We're not her parents, babe. I tried to calm him down. The last thing I wanted to look like was a fool in front of all these people. How would I look arguing with my man at my ex-man's memorial kickback? Nah, we good, babe. I'm about to go over there. You go and chat with his moms. I took a deep breath and walked over to where Ida was sitting. Hey, Miss Ida, I greeted. Gia, it's about time you came. Everybody was asking where you at. You know I have a daughter now. It's not as easy to get out of the house like before. I heard you had kids or something. Ida was shady as hell. When I first met her, she asked if I was trying to trap her son. Who asked somebody something like that? I didn't come because of her, though. Prince was looking down, and I knew he was smiling down at me for showing up on his behalf. There was no other woman that would be known as Prince's girl except me. Yes, I did. This is really nice. I love the house. Thank you. You want some food? I can make you a drink or something. No, I'm good. Gia! I heard Prince's little sister holler. Yahi was Prince's pride and joy. Yeah! I hugged her tightly. Part of me felt bad for not coming around as often as I would have liked. It was painful reliving all the fun times me and Prince had shared together. It was especially hard trying to move on with someone new while still being stuck in the past. We need to catch up. Come on. She pulled me into the house. I wanted to stay near Roddy, but Yaya had other plans. 9. Eves. You got my heart. I don't know how you did it. Ariana Grande. I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you tonight. You know that, right? Pooh whispered into my ear. The wetness of his lips touched my earlobe and had me ready for tonight. Boy, you can't handle me. It's been more than a few years since I rode that ride. I twirled my hair around my finger and put my entire body in his lap. Shit, we about to find out right here, right now. He kissed me on the neck, and I moaned. Feeling, smelling, and tasting Pooh brought me back in time. It was like no time had passed between the both of us. I always felt taken care of when I was with Pooh. He made me feel secure, loved, respected. I never had to question his feelings because he was so real about everything. Yo, Eves. I heard Roddy's voice and my eyes widened. What in the hell was he doing here? How did he know where I was? Roddy, what are you doing here? I was so shocked that I remained sitting on Pooh's lap. His hand was around me, so it wasn't like I could move if I wanted.
Prince was Gia's ex-boyfriend. She came to show her face and see the family. This your friend, huh? Roddy laughed and nodded at Pooh. I got a name, nigga. Pooh replied calmly. Stated then. According to her, nigga, you just a friend. Roddy gave the same energy that Pooh was giving. Two New York niggas fighting wasn't my idea of a good night. Give me a minute, okay? I told Pooh and got up from his lap. Hurry up, so we can keep whipping their asses. Pooh slapped down a card and got back to the game. I walked over to the pool with Roddy. Damn! I didn't think you would lie to me to my face. How did I lie to you? I told you some friends were coming into town. How was that a lie? Friends or friend? 'Cause he doesn't look like he's your friend. Not the way he been sucked on your ears. And you were carrying on. Were you watching us? I raised my eyebrow while looking him over. Even with this situation not being the best, I couldn't deny that Roddy looked good. I was hanging back for a minute. What's in that red cup? Lemon water. I know how to take care of myself, Roddy. You really on it with this clown? Who the fuck is he? Roddy couldn't take his eyes off of Pooh, who happened to be winning, so he wasn't paying attention to us. Who, Pooh? He's not even like that. We're great friends who have known each other for years. From Roddy's expression, I could tell that he knew I was feeding him some bullshit. You look more comfortable in your friend's lap. Why did I feel so guilty about being out this weekend with Pooh? It had been so long since I hung out and was just an adult. For the past few months, I had been a nanny, and all my outings were with the children. I didn't understand why Roddy was being so upset with me about Pooh. He told me that I needed to fall back, and that's what I was doing. I don't have to explain myself to you. 1 minute, you want to be in Gia's ass, then the next, you want me to make you feel better. Rod, enjoy the barbecue or don't. I don't care either way. Ever since Roddy set me straight about just being the nanny, I quickly learned my place with him and kept my distance. Anytime the kids asked to do something I couldn't give them permission to do, I told them to call their father and ask. As hurt as I was about his words, it was the truth. He and Gia hired me to do a job, and I had gotten too mixed into their lives. For some reason, I had lost sight of my goal of saving money so I could move back to New York and try to rebuild my life. Before he could grab my arm, Gia came over with the evilest facial expression.
Red cups? Shouldn't you be staying away from those? Babe, you know she's a recovering alcoholic. This isn't okay.
My heart dropped. It wasn't because Gia found out. I would have gladly told her if she had taken the time to ask. It was because of the way she held the cup I had been drinking and smelled it.
Seemed like she pre-gaming.
Gia, Roddy said.
You should have told us that you were sick. I would have never allowed you around our kids had I known.
I took a deep breath and heard Allie's voice in my head.
Always take the high road.
You both enjoy the rest of the event. Do you want to fire me or want me to move out? I can arrange that when I come Monday. I turned back over to the table with Pooh. I tried to sit in the chair beside him, but he pulled me back onto his lap. You all right? Yeah. Ma, you're not good. You visibly shaken. He put his pineapple juice down. Pooh had always questioned me on how much I drank when we used to mess around. A few times we had gotten into big arguments over it. I was in denial about it. Some days, I still am. Although he had just come back into my life, I hadn't told him about Talia or the fact that I was in AA. It wasn't fear that stopped me from knowing, more like fear of him saying, I told you so. I'm fine, Pooh, I prom— You about to lie to me now? It's been a minute, but I could read you like a book. Finish up your game and stop trying to read me. I offered him a weak smile in hopes that he would leave the subject alone. That wouldn't be Pooh, though. If he felt like anything was wrong with me, he wanted to get down to the bottom of it. Auntie, I think we about to head out.
Already? Let me make you a plate and some drinks, too. What you drinking on, baby? She asked me.
No, I'm fine. Thank you for having me. Your son would be proud. I honestly didn't know what he'd be proud of because his memorial barbecue had gone from a memorial to a regular kickback with no mentions of Prince. At least let me make you both a plate. She got up from her chair. Gia, you can sit your butt here and take on this game of spades. She called to Gia, who was over near the pool arguing with Roddy. More than likely, they were arguing about me. This job helped save me enough, so if I needed to leave, then I was at peace with it. What sucked was that I'd missed the kids.
Miss Ida, I don't know nothing about spades. Me and Rod are heading out, too.
Girl, get over here. Come late and then can't stay to celebrate Prince? You could tell that Gia and Ida didn't care for one another. If her son had been alive, she would have been causing hell for their relationship. Roddy watched as Pooh held my hand, and we walked out with our doggy bags Ida packed for us. I was mentally preparing myself for the talk he was going to want to have. For now, I was happy with just getting as far away from he and Gia. You fucking with that nigga? Pooh broke our silence as we headed back to the hotel. Huh? Don't play me like I'm stupid, V. That nigga damn near cried when he saw you on my lap. He took his glance off of the street for a brief second to look at me. Pooh just knew that I got a job in Atlanta and moved. He didn't know about my life or job here. We used to mess around and he's my boss. The fuck you do for work, Yee? I missed hearing him call me by the nickname he had given me. I'm his housekeeper and nanny. Pooh was silent. He gripped the steering wheel and he paid great detail to the road. We were both getting to know one another again. I didn't want to ruin things with my life story. That's why you left New York? To be picking up after that stuck-up bitch and her nigga? Damn. The way he put it, it seemed like I was their slave, and from our interaction at the party, it damn near looked like it. It's not like that. I needed a job and they gave me one. Pooh, it hasn't been easy. Yeah, I know. What you mean, you know? I mocked him. You really think I wasn't keeping tabs on you all on the inside? Just because I broke shit off doesn't mean I didn't care. I felt it was selfish to have you waiting around for me. Who did you have keeping tabs on me? For me to know and you to never find out. He replied and reached over to touch my thigh. Despite finding out about my prior relationships with Roddy, he still held my hand as we headed up to his suite. I could tell that Pooh was still involved in the streets. If anything, he probably never stopped, even when he was behind bars. He was staying in the one-bedroom suite at the Four Seasons. Every person greeting him with Mr. This and Mr. That. If it was one thing that he and Roddy had in common, it was the fact they both demanded respect whenever they entered an establishment. Go shower, and I'll order some room service. He told me when we made it back to the room. You're not going to eat the food from your aunt's? Hell no, you saw that drunk bitch on the grill. This chicken probably raw like the first piece you had earlier. I giggled. Why you do her like that? She was just trying to learn how to grill. My aunt shouldn't have been worried about that damn game and been on the food. Only shit I'm eating is that corn on the cob. You silly. I grabbed my pajamas and went into the bathroom shower. After today, I just wanted to eat and unwind for the rest of the night. Unwinding used to be a few glasses of wine and soft music. Now I just settled for the soft music. Pooh was on the hotel room phone putting our order in for room service. I took a deep breath as the water fell over my body and hair. I had no intention of washing my hair tonight, but with what happened, I needed to cleanse my entire body. Who the fuck did Gia think she was? Then for her to bring up my issues right in front of Roddy? What hurt the most was the fact that he didn't even defend me. Gia had to have found out from him, which was no problem, but he should have told me before he did it. Gia was immature, and I knew she'd blow this out of proportion. If she felt a way about it, she could have pulled me to the side, or better yet, asked me how I felt about it. Instead, she wanted to make the situation about her. What threw me was the way that she pretended to be Mother of the Year. Gia hadn't cared about Kingsley's well-being since she tossed her in my arm. Every party, event, or vacation she attended was because I was raising her daughter. Now she wanted to pretend like she was this amazing mother. Roddy should have put her in her place because he felt the same way I did. Instead, he stood there with his hands in his pockets like it would kill him to tell Gia to calm down. Yee, you good? Yes, why? I replied. Ma, you crying. I could hear you in the bathroom. I hadn't realized that I was crying because I remained under the shower head. I was so deep into my thoughts that I wasn't tapped into reality. I'm all right. I promise. Stop promising me shit when you know it's not true. He slid the shower door open and stood there. I'm sorry. I broke down crying. Tonight was hard. It was hard because Roddy didn't stand up for me like I thought he would. Gia was able to say whatever she wanted, and he didn't say anything. I think what hurt me the most was that I allowed myself to let someone in, and they ended up letting me down. Again. Pooh pulled me out of the shower and wrapped his arms around me. While holding me, he pulled the fluffy white towel and wrapped it around me. Ma, come talk to me. Pooh always made me feel secure, wanted, and loved. It's too much. Stop with all that. He told me and continued to cover me up with the towel. I didn't even get a chance to wash my ass properly because I was so bothered by what had happened. I don't want to burden you with everything. I continued to protest while he pulled me into the bedroom. Pooh sat down on the ottoman in front of the bed and pulled me onto his lap. Nothing you can do can ever burden me, Yee. I'm here now, and I want to know. I took a deep breath and laid the last few years out on the table. Pooh's expression never changed. Every so often, he would reach up and wipe a tear that fell from my eyes. When I got done, I was a mess. I didn't expect my feelings to pour out like they did. Sniffling, I wiped my eyes. I bet you're ready to run for the hills, right? Pooh wrapped his arms around me and laid his head onto my back. Nah, I'm still here. I can't undo the pain of everything that you've been through, but I can promise to be here for you. Even with all my flaws, I know you want to say I told you so. What would that do, though? I knew you needed help, but it was for you to realize that you needed it. He touched my chin and stared into my eyes. It takes a lot for you to get the help you needed. The shit that happened wasn't ideal, and I know you wish you could reverse time. Moving forward and making Talia proud is all you can do. Don't let somebody who doesn't know your journey or struggle force you into feeling bad. Thanks, Pooh. I mean it, too. I know you do. I touched his face and kissed him on the lips. You didn't tell me that Prince was your cousin. Not by blood. His mother and my pops grew up together. A lot of people don't know that he used to spend the summers with our family. I didn't know, because you were always chasing behind that lame. He tickled me. Nah, for real. I came to show respect and see his mother. I couldn't be here for her when he died, so she was the first person I wanted to come back and check up on when I came out here. You're too good to people. I'm good to the people that are good to me. I'd always answer the phone when I was feeling low on the inside. For that, I got her whenever she needs me. I lowered my head. I wish you would have called me when you were feeling low. Pooh kissed me on the neck. It was meant for us to disconnect. The reconnection gonna be that much stronger. I can tell you one thing. I'm not feeling low anymore. I sure hope so. I kissed his lips slowly while wrapping my arms around his neck. The only time I want you low is when you're tasting my sweetness. I whispered into his ears. Oh, shit! You finally want to talk freaky. He kissed me on the neck and tossed me onto the bed. My towel fell from my body, and Pooh stood over me, taking in every inch of my body. From the way he licked his lips and he smirked, he liked everything he was seeing. Pooh leaned over me and kissed me on the lips, then stopped to admire me. I was so lost in this moment that I never wanted it to end. For years, I envisioned what it would be like to be in this moment with him. Leaving that visitation room had been the hardest thing for me at the time. I didn't think we'd reconnect when he got out of prison. My mother always said if it's meant to be, then it would be. Maybe this was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be with Pooh. He had always been the one I regretted letting go. Or maybe it was the opposite way. Yee, I want to make you happy going forward. I want us to make each other happy. If we can't do that, then what are we in this for? Feel me? I reached up and kissed him on the lips. I want to make you... My phone started ringing the Material Girl ringtone. Julina was the only person with that ringtone. From the look on my face, Pooh moved from over me. I can already tell that it's important. Sorry. I got off the bed and grabbed my phone from the dresser. What's up, Ju?
Can you please come home?
Julina whispered into the phone.
I'm spotty, and Daddy isn't here. I don't want V to take me because she doesn't know yet.
Spotting and cramps?
Yes!
She whined into the phone.
Please don't make me call Daddy. He and Gia left here earlier, all happily in love,
she said with disgust. I looked back at the bed and then the phone. All right, give me a few to get there.
Thank you, Eves.
I ended the call and looked at the bed with a sour expression on my face. Pooh already knew and got up. You gotta handle business. I get it. I don't want to leave, though. You're too good of a person not to. If you stayed, you would be thinking about it the whole night anyway. Tonight was our last night together and Julina called. I know she wouldn't do anything to ruin my time off intentionally, but this one hurt. Pooh was leaving in the morning to head to California. We had breakfast plans before we went our separate ways. As much as I wanted to stay and finish what we were finally about to start, I knew June needed me, and I had to be there for her. It's a flaw, for sure. He got up and came over to me. Only flaw is when you use it on the wrong person. He wrapped his arms around me, and we both shared a kiss so deep that it made my knees weak. Pooh put my bags in the trunk and then turned toward me. I'm gonna miss you. When are you coming back to Atlanta? I'm not even gonna front. His voice trailed off. I'm buying a place out in Las Vegas, so I'm focused on being between there and New York right now. I'm definitely gonna pop out here for you. He kissed me on the lips. If I bought you a flight, would you come up and see me in Vegas? Let me know the time and the place. I have a girls' trip coming soon, so it has to be after that. We'll figure it out. Text me when you get back home. He kissed me once more and held the back door open for me. I will. I'll text you in the morning before your flight. Looking forward to it. Pooh closed the door, and I watched him stand out in front of the hotel while we exited. This weekend had been eye-opening for me. I forgot what it was like to live in the moment. Although we didn't have sex, we had a deeper understanding of what each of us wanted in this next step. This weekend would have gone perfect if Roddy and Gia hadn't busted up the barbecue with their stupid asses. I wasn't looking forward to seeing either of them. Roddy must have realized what we had was over, so he was trying to make shit right with Gia, which gave me the answer I was looking for. I was something to keep his attention until Gia was ready to be a fiancé. I used my key to open the big-ass doors and set my glamaholic duffel bag that I treated myself to in the foyer. It was the first thing I purchased when that money hit my account. With the tattered duffel suitcase I arrived with, this was an affordable upgrade. "Who's that?" I heard V's voice and her shoes sliding across the marble floors. "Me. I'm home early," I replied and met her halfway. Why are you home early? You deserve to take the whole weekend. It's only Saturday," she stammered. Julina called me and told me she wasn't feeling well. I withheld some of the information she had told me over the phone. With the way V and Roddy's relationship was, I knew there was a reason he hadn't told her about Julina's pregnancy yet. She could have told me, "Go on upstairs. I'll make her some tea to soothe whatever is wrong." V wasn't even the tea-making type, so I knew something was off. "I'm going to take her to the emergency room. No need to worry." I ducked past her and went into the kitchen. Khalees was sitting at the counter with his laptop, drink, and a plate of food. "Eves, I can explain." "For what?" "I told you that I'm fine with it. You don't have to explain anything to me." I shrugged it off. "She has no control if we want to continue seeing each other, Vicky. Why are you explaining yourself to her?" I took a deep breath and held my words. What he said. I turned and went upstairs to see if Julina was ready, and she was. "It hurts so bad." She winced in pain. As much as she wasn't ready to become a mother, I prayed she wasn't having a miscarriage. That was something even deeper to deal with. "Come on, let's get you to the emergency room so we can find out what's going on." "So everybody wants to come home now?" I heard V say loudly. "The kids are fine. Why are you home early?" "Who else is home early?" I heard Gia's voice and rolled my eyes to the back of my head. "Eve just came home early. Julina called her and told her she wasn't feeling well, so she's taking her to the emergency room." "And now you see what I'm talking about. She oversteps without calling and confirming with you. Julina is our child." Her words halted when she saw us standing at the top of the stairs. "I planned to call you when we got there. You were both having a date night, and I didn't want to ruin it," I explained as I came down the stairs behind Julina. "As their nanny, you need to communicate that to us. We're their parents." Julina knew not to insert herself into this conversation, so she waited by the door while holding her stomach. "Wait, this is too good." Khalif joined the rest of us in the foyer with a smirk on his face. "Who is this?" "My boyfriend," V replied hesitantly. "Khalif, this is my nephew Roddy." Roddy shook his hand. "What's good?" "The world is so small, man." "How you figure?" "Eves is my ex-wife." Khalif was dying to let that piece of information fly. Gia and Roddy both turned and stared at me. "Khalif, please," I begged because I could see the evilness in his face. It's funny that she's the nanny." "Why is that so funny?" Gia crossed her arms, confused on what Khalif was getting out. My heart was beating so far on my chest that I was afraid to move or say anything in my own defense. What could I say? I did kill my child, and there was nothing that could change that. "She didn't tell you." Khalif raised his eyebrow. "Hun, go in the kitchen. We can leave in a little bit." V knew exactly where he was going. "The fuck is going on? Somebody gonna tell me what's so damn funny." Roddy roared, tired of playing mind games with Khalif. "She was drinking and driving and killed our own daughter. You think you could move here and start a new life like you hadn't ruined ours?" Gia gasped so loud that I thought she fainted afterwards. Roddy looked hurt and shook his head, while Khalif had a look of satisfaction on his face. "It's not like—" "Julina, come on." Roddy cut me off and walked over to Jew.
I think it's best for you to pack your bags and be gone before we're back,
Gia said, and grabbed a hold of Roddy's hand. I fought back the tears that were desperately fighting to come out. Not a problem. Roddy didn't even try and stop me, and that was what hurt me the most. It hurt that he couldn't see that this man was trying to hurt me. Maybe I deserved this. I did ruin our lives and took the most important thing away. Gia, Roddy, and Julina left out the front door. Jew turned to look at me before she headed out with them. As much as I could scream, curse, and try to take Khalif's head off, what would that do? I'd still be in the same situation that I was in, so it was useless. I think it's best that you leave, V told Khalif and walked over to the door. You took the most important thing from me, and you think you're supposed to be happy? Khalif scoffed, and I headed toward the backyard. Why didn't I ever stick up for myself around him? For years, I always allowed him to say and do whatever he wanted, and I never did anything. Everyone else saw the man trying to have a future and be a doctor, yet they didn't see that same evil that lived inside of him. I can never take back what I did. All I can do is say I'm sorry. Baby, don't you apologize to this vile man. Anybody who can sit here and intentionally hurt someone is someone I want nothing to do with. V folded her arms and continued to stand near the open door. She took our daughter away because she's a stupid drunk. Khalif continued like I wasn't there. V, she has nothing to do with what we're trying to build. Her mother still calls and checks in on me, so that should tell you something. Don't you think she's been punished enough? Trying to ruin her life isn't going to bring your daughter back, and it isn't going to take back that scene you just put on, Khalif. I think it's best that you leave. Khalif hung his head and walked by V, kissing her cheek. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Do me a favor and don't. I heard the door slam when I made it back to the door. Luckily, I hadn't completely unpacked and gotten settled into the pool house. Aside from the vanity and a few drawers of clothes, I could be out of here in 10 minutes. Eves, put that down. She instructed me as she sat on the bench in the kitchen. Come on. She patted the empty spot beside her. I put my tattered makeup bag down and went to sit beside her. Go ahead. And what? V wrapped her arms around me, and I lost it. She rocked me back and forth and rubbed my shoulders. It's about time someone stuck up for you, baby. What Khalif did was nasty and showed that he hasn't grown since your daughter's death. The tears I've been fighting back came marching right out of my eyes. I'm so sorry. I can't get shit right. And he's right to be pissed with me. My own mama feels the same. Your mama isn't a mama. As a mother, you accept your kids' flaws and stick by their side through whatever. She tossed you right back out there to sharks, and I'm sorry. You made a grave mistake, and you live with it every single day. That's not fair of him to remind you of it every time he sees you. It's not right, and it's not his place. V, I don't want to ruin what the two of you had. I sobbed into her chest while she continued to rock me. Khalif and I were over before we started. As much as I liked him, I knew he was too perfect. You found out? Mm-hmm. He likes to play around, and I don't have time for a man who wants to be a player. A man that keeps a passcode on his phone is trouble. Curtis taught me enough. I'm looking for a husband. I leaned up and stared at her. Khalif is married to my cousin. Even a blind man could see the pain on V's face. He was too perfect. She tried to quickly recover. I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you from the moment I found out, but I was too busy worrying about other things. V took my face in her hands and gave me a smile. That wasn't for you to tell me, babe. Khalif is just another check off the list of things I done. Don't feel sorry. I should be the one apologizing to you. For what? For finding out that he was your husband and continuing to see him. My world has shifted, and for a moment, things with me and Khalif felt normal. I guess I wanted to keep chasing that normalcy. You didn't have to kick him out, V. I'm a big girl, and I could deal with it. I dealt with his words and behavior throughout our entire marriage. I'm doing what your mother should have done. Put you first. Khalif doesn't get to constantly remind you of your mistakes. Everybody has made mistakes, and while he wants to remind you of his, he should have mentioned that he was married. She rolled her eyes. Pack your things and you can come stay with me. It's fine, I have money, so I'll get a hotel and figure out my next move. You heard me, Eves. The way you held down this family ever since you entered our life is enough for me to call you family. Hell, we done been with the same man, so we closer than that. V broke out laughing, which forced me to. Are you sure? Very. I have a guest room you can stay in until Roddy comes to his senses. And if he doesn't? She sighed and rubbed my shoulders. Then you move on, baby. He's a chapter you closed out. I love my nephew, but he should have come to your defense. Give him some time to come around. Okay, I whimpered, feeling more like shit than I ever did before. It's one thing to expect that kind of behavior from Khalif, but another to see the way Roddy stared at me when Khalif revealed how our daughter died. Roddy knew that my daughter died, but he didn't know how she did, or that it was related to my drinking. When you're finished packing, come and get the keys from me and take an Uber to my house. I'll be there as soon as Roddy or Gia comes back. Can you make sure to sing to Kingsley before bed? She likes her formula lukewarm, and she loves it when you sing silly songs to her while she plays with her feet. On it. I'll sing an extra special one for her tonight. V assured me and then closed the door behind her. My heart hurt, and it wasn't because I was being fired. It was because of the way Roddy looked at me. He was disgusted with me. I knew Gia was his fiancée, and he was supposed to take her side no matter what, but damn, did what we shared count a little? He allowed her to fire me without adding any input. I guess I was expecting so much from a man that used me to make himself feel better in his time of need. Good morning, sweet cakes. And how did you sleep last night? V handed me a hot cup of coffee and went back to flipping the bacon on the stove. It had been a week since the whole incident had happened. Roddy or Gia hadn't reached out, and I didn't think they would. Everything seemed final when I left their home. V was the only optimistic one. She thought a few days would cure everything that happened. I didn't have the heart to tell her that she was in La La Land, and nothing was going to fix what happened between us. Khalif knew exactly what he was doing, and sadly, he had accomplished it. He wanted to hurt me for the rest of my life, and because I felt I deserved it, I was going to continue to take it. Bacon smells good. I don't get much sleep these days without hearing Kingsley's soft snores on the monitor. You and that little monster is attached at the hip. I called Roddy, and he said she has been having trouble sleeping too, she revealed to me. Poor baby. Besides Kingsley, how are you feeling? Has Rod reached out to you? I frowned and nodded my head no. He's not going to reach out to me. I don't blame him either. It's not like I was forthcoming with the information surrounding Talia's death. I know you would have told him when you were ready. What if I wasn't? He's every right to feel a little betrayed by me. We shared personal details about our lives, and I never told him that. V took a sip of her coffee. Roddy, out of all people, should know what it feels like. In that moment, he should have taken up for you instead of adding to the mess. That's neither here nor there. I need to find out what my next step is. I stood up and poured the rest of my coffee down the drain. I noticed you're low on a few things, so I'm going to Publix and replace them. You're not my housekeeper, Eves. Relax, regroup, and figure out what's next. Please, V. I need something that is going to keep my mind busy. You've been nice enough to let me stay here. Just let me fill your fridge and cabinets. She knew that she wouldn't be able to win with me. All right. Don't go too crazy. I hate my fridge and freezer stocked with useless stuff that I'm never going to eat. I leaned against the counter. Have you heard from Khalif? V nodded toward the 3 vases of flowers on the coffee table in her living room. I had passed by that room 3 times yesterday and never noticed the flowers. He's been texting, calling, and sending those ugly-ass flowers. Are you going to reach back out to him? Curtis lied and strung me on for 2 years. I don't have it in me to sit and listen to him make excuses for why he's unhappy in his marriage and how I make him feel whole again. I'm tired of making people feel whole. I want to be whole my damn self. I'm sorry that I had to be the one to tell you. It sucks because my cousin is the worst person ever, but even she doesn't deserve this shit. Nobody does. I sat and played second to a man's marriage while he and his wife continued to build their family. And look who ended up looking stupid. Me. Maybe we'll both find the love of our lives, huh? She polished off the rest of her coffee and chuckled. Baby, I'm ready. I need me a man that's going to let me know I'm his one and only. Tired of sharing another woman's husband. Debating between brand name and store brand groceries always put my mind at ease. I could sort my life's problems out by deciding to save a few pennies or deciding to go with the expensive brand. Whenever I food shopped for the house, there wasn't a budget. It was me who sat down and decided to make a budget for all the things they had me doing. Spending almost $2,000 every 2 weeks for a family of 5 was ridiculous. I wondered if they would stick to a budget or just pawn the task off on the next sucker that walked through those dramatic-ass doors. V didn't need much help around her house. She had her days when she listened to old-school music and deep cleaned, alone. She let me know early on that she didn't want help and she took care of her home the way she wanted. Besides sitting in the guest room, scrolling social media, or attempting to sleep, I didn't have shit else to do. When the kids were at school or Kingsley was asleep, cleaning the house or getting things together for the next day kept me busy. Hearing Kingsley's little snores on her monitor was what helped me sleep. When I first moved in, I never slept. I'd fall asleep for an hour or two and then find myself watching late-night TV until it was time to get the kids up. Over time, I had developed a routine, and I slept through the night. Jesus, I can't believe this, Eves! I slowly turned around, and my worst fear was confirmed. Tara frantically pushed her shopping cart over to me. Her pregnant belly was on full display as she hurried across the frozen aisle toward the produce where I was standing. Hey, Tara! I was so confused as to why she was standing here, meaning Atlanta, Georgia. This was my small piece of the world that I had taken for myself. She moved to the West Coast, and I was fine with never running into her at a Publix in Hollywood or wherever they lived. You look so good, cousin, she complimented me, which wasn't like Tara. I guess you would have to compliment your husband's ex-wife, who happened to also be your cousin. Thanks. What are you doing here in Georgia? Tara dramatically placed her hand on her protruding stomach so I could mention it. I wasn't going to. You didn't hear? I thought for sure your mother would have informed you. We don't talk often. We moved to Atlanta. Khalif has a colleague who opened up his own practice. He walked away from all the money they were offering and decided to go private. Oh, wow. That explained why Khalif found his slimy ass in Georgia and now how he was able to maintain a relationship with V. Yes, this little one will be coming soon, and we still haven't found a home. We've been leasing a condo in Midtown. I need space for the boys and this baby. How are the boys? Amazing. They decided to stay with their dad. I could tell it was a battle she didn't win from the look on her face. Nice. There was an awkward pause. I wanted to be anywhere but here. So, why did you move here? For work. I told her in a way that said I wouldn't be elaborating on what my occupation was. Listen, I want to sit down and catch up. When the baby is born, I won't have much time. Khalif is stretched so thin that he's never home. Come over and let me cook. We could catch up. I don't think that's a good idea. It was nice seeing you, Tara. Congrats on the pregnancy. I turned to push my cart away, and she gently grabbed my wrist. Eves, please. Taking a deep breath and going against my better judgment, I nodded my head. Sure. You can get my number from court, and we can set something up. She went back to being all perky and happy. Great! I'll call her as soon as I get home. Oh, and can we meet somewhere other than your place? I know a good coffee shop nearby. We can meet there. Not a problem, she smiled. It was good seeing you again. Eves, I really did mean it. You look amazing. Thanks. You do too. If you were in your car eating lunch, you might have thought the devil was on my heels with how fast I was moving. After tossing the groceries into V's car, I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. I couldn't deal with Khalif and Tara living in the same city as me. Maybe I needed to move. God, was that what you were trying to tell me? That I needed to move to Vegas with Pooh? Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin when my phone started to ring. He would call at this moment. I sighed and answered Pooh's phone call. Yee, what's up with you? That was how we started every conversation between the both of us. I hadn't really been in the mood to chat. He wanted to talk about our future and meeting up again, and I was focused on Roddy's big-headed ass. Grocery shopping. What's with you? Pooh didn't know that I had been fired. Looking at flights so I could come and see you. My butterfly started to swirl. Oh, yeah? You miss me or something? You know I do. My bad for being distant and shit. I just get in grind mode and don't know how to turn it off. I completely understand. I pick my nails. Same thing happens over here. I got a couple of days and wanted to know if you got some time for me. We can make something work. I smiled and pulled out the parking lot. Let me know what dates and we can swing something. You and the boss man made up and shit? Don't have to run nothing past him no more? Stop it. We talked things out and we both have an understanding. I lied. Things were far worse than Roddy seeing me with another man. Y'all, let me hit you tonight. I gotta head and handle some shit. Pooh was in the streets, so I knew what that meant. The streets were all he knew, so I wasn't surprised that he picked up where he left off as soon as he exited those prison gates. Cool. As I became older, I often questioned if I still wanted to be with a street nigga. The thrill of being a ride or die had died down. Every time I had rode for Khalif, he showed me why I never wanted to do it again. Pooh's lifestyle was wild, unpredictable, and dangerous. All things that didn't align with my addiction.
10. Julina. It was my fault. I fell in love too hard. Leighton Green. I hated the hard toast and runny eggs that Gia had prepared. She was trying her best to make herself look good in Daddy's eyes. Me and RJ knew better, and we knew exactly what she was doing. The breakfast was cold, nasty, and unseasoned. Who made eggs and didn't put any seasoning in them? Gia. That's who. This is nasty. I pushed the plate away from me and pulled my phone out to text Eves good morning. The baby probably has your taste buds all messed up. Gia flipped an undercooked pancake. Kingsley had me wanting the weirdest things, and when I ate regular stuff, it was nasty. She tried to bond with me, and I wasn't here for it. No, my baby doesn't have my taste buds messed up. This is nasty and undercooked, I explained. RJ hadn't even touched his food. I knew he'd grab a Pop-Tart before we headed to school.
Julina, watch yourself.
My father finally came downstairs and joined us for this nasty meal. Good morning, baby. Gia kissed him on the cheek and placed his food in front of him. I made your favorite, pancakes, eggs, and turkey bacon.
Thanks, babe.
My father yawned and then slapped her on the ass as she went back to the stove. Kingsley hadn't even touched the pancakes she put on her high chair. Anytime Eves cooked, Kingsley would be the first, slapping her high chair to get whatever Eves would give her. Today, she was sucking down her formula and ignoring the food on the tray. Can I be excused?
No, you need to eat for you and the baby.
He reminded me like I didn't already know. The doctor in the emergency room told me that spotting and cramps were common with pregnancy. He explained that it was our body warning us to slow down. The pain was so intense, I thought I was losing my baby. Fear sat in, and I couldn't even come to Eve's defense. My mind was on me losing my baby and how I was going to deal with that. Secretly, I had gotten used to how life would be when I became a mom. I knew I was young, and it shouldn't have been on my list of things to do yet. Still, what was done, and I had to accept it or cry every day. Gia doesn't cook, so I don't know why you're acting like this food doesn't suck.
Yo, what the hell is with you?
You, her, and all of this bullshit. We're really gonna sit here like you didn't fire Eves? That's grown folks' business. Just because you were being grown doesn't mean you're actually grown. Gia sat down from me with a smoothie. The bitch made this nasty-ass food but had the nerve to be drinking a smoothie.
Y'all both need to chill with all this shit.
He scolded both of us and scooped up the runny scrambled eggs.
Pops, I'm catching a ride with my friends to school.
RJ finally spoke. He had been on his phone the entire time, even while I was whispering about how nasty the food was.
All right, have a good day too. I will.
My father was so caught up in everything that he didn't see how much my brother needed him. RJ had always been independent, and the one thing he expected to live up to being the spitting image of him, except he failed to see that RJ was unhappy living in the closet. The main reason he was in the closet was because he felt like he'd disappoint our father. RJ, wait a second. I excused myself and went to catch up to my brother. Hey, are you all right?
I'm good, you. You good?
He touched my shoulder and stared me in the eyes. The truth was that I wasn't good. My child's father didn't want to be there for me. I lost the person who understood me the most, and my father had entered this false sense of reality that we were now going to be this happy family. You know I'm not. It's not important, though. I want to know how you're feeling.
Shit is what it's going to be, Jew. You know, if I'm not good, I'm going to fake it until I am.
You shouldn't have to fake it, though. Tell Daddy and stop holding things in. I had been encouraging RJ to come out to our father since I found out. RJ kissed me on the cheek.
Go eat those runny-ass eggs. You need all the protein for my nephew.
I smiled. How do you know it's a boy?
Come on, you already know.
He winked and then got into his friend's car. I walked back into the house to Gia sitting on Daddy's lap while they shared a kiss. Get a room. I rolled my eyes and emptied my plate. Who's taking me to school?
I am.
Daddy finally broke free of the lip lock he was in.
Go and get your stuff together.
That reminds me, I have a meeting with the agency to find a new nanny. The housekeeping company we have now has agreed to add extra days to keep up with everything Eves was doing before. Are you really not going to hear her side of things? I couldn't believe they both were going on like she didn't matter. Julina, me and your father don't have to explain ourselves to you. I think you keep forgetting that you're the child. It's not the other way around. I stood with my hand on my hip. I think you keep forgetting that you're not my mother. You may be fucking my father, but you don't control what goes on with me.
Julina!
My father raised his voice at me. It seemed like he'd been doing that a lot these days. No, I'm not going to be quiet. You want us to believe everything is all good with the both of you. Today you're good, but tomorrow she'll be in Vegas and you'll be here sulking about her putting her partying before everything else. Before he could raise his voice at me again, I headed upstairs to grab my school bag. As much as I didn't want to go to school, I had a bunch of work to make up for, and Tamala had been texting me nonstop about coming today. I could hear Gia whining to my father about my mouth and lack of respect for her. I couldn't respect someone who never respected anyone else. Gia treated everyone like they should have been happy to be near her. Good morning. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. I sent Eves a text message.
Morning, babe. Relax. The stress isn't good for you and the baby. We spoke about you saying your thoughts out loud.
It didn't matter that Gia fired her and my father agreed. She was still on their side and reminded me of my place. Daddy is going to want to have a talk on the way to school.
He's going through a lot right now. Give him grace, Ju. You both are, so try to understand where he's coming from.
I'll try.
LOL. You will. Have a good day at school.
I smiled at my phone and quickly put it away before my father tried to take it. He had finally given it back after taking it from me, so I wasn't trying to have a repeat of history. He kissed Gia on the lips while she stood at the door holding Kingsley. Just the sight of them being nice and cordial disgusted me.
You need to get some friends that can drive.
He tried to act like we hadn't shared some words a few moments ago. My father was terrible with confrontation. In the streets, he dealt with it the only way he knew how. Violence. Dealing with being a father and a fiancé was different. He couldn't just bust his guns and the issue was done with. With all the therapy he had been going through, I would have thought he'd be a pro at dealing with things. Ha, I sarcastically stated and turned my attention out the window.
You need to fix your attitude. The fuck you mad about when you're sitting here pregnant and 15 years old? If anything, I should be yelling and stomping around.
So, you're not?
Julina, you better fix your mouth with me. I let a lot of shit slide because I felt guilty about your mother. I'm not doing that shit no more.
I never asked you to let things slide. All we asked was for you to be a father. Gia seems to always be your concern. While you're so concerned, you haven't noticed you're so... I allowed my words to trail off. All my father was worried about was Gia and their relationship. He was so blind to the fact that me and my brother needed him. While he was so concerned with their impending marriage, he was losing both me and RJ. I was tired of getting him to see that Gia was no good for him.
What's wrong with your brother?
Nothing.
You opened the door, so go ahead and put me on, Ju.
Nothing is wrong. It's just messed up the way you did Eves. Now you want to love Gia this week because Eves made a mistake.
That's grown folk business. You heard Gia.
Fuck Gia, Roderick. I blurted out before I even realized it. I was so shocked I slapped my hand over my mouth. I'm sorry, Dad. It just slipped.
Don't let that shit slip anymore.
He warned me.
Leave the situation with Eves alone. It's not your business. Eves was good to you, and I get that it's hard.
She was good to all of us. For the first time, I saw you actually enjoying life. You weren't stressed about the loss of Mommy or the fact that Gia sucks as a fiancé. You cheating on Gia isn't right, but it made you happy. Eves did that, and you were too concerned with your own shit to notice, but it was very clear that that woman had been hurt too. I didn't let him finish because we were pulling up in the car rider's line, and I was itching to hop out of the car and walk toward the entrance. He must have been in his head because he didn't reply. Instead,
He watched me get out and pulled off of the line toward wherever the hell he was going to. As a 15-year-old, I could understand that humans made mistakes, some smaller than others. I also knew that you couldn't hold things against people. If that was the case, I would have held my mother's death against my father. My grandparents already did, and for that, they didn't deal with him. He made a mistake that he'd live the rest of his life regretting. Seeing me, a spitting image of my mother, was enough for him to never forget what his life in the streets did. How soon he had forgotten when the shoe was on the other foot. I remember my mother screaming in his face how he murdered her baby. My pop-pop had to hold her back because he felt like she was going to put hands on Daddy. Ethan's parents are coming to the house tonight. I read the text message that he had sent. Ethan hadn't spoken to me since I sent that text message. I wished I was shocked on how my father got through to his parents. He had his ways, and I learned long ago not to question him. Hey, whore! Tam roped her arm around my shoulder. I missed you. Missed you too. I'm happy that you and the baby are all right. I got you this. She handed me the gift bag I hadn't noticed. Don't open it because then everybody gonna be in your business. Thanks, Tam. What have you been getting into? Catching up on work. The school sent home progress reports and my mother fake pretended to care. What if she really does care about your grades? She only cared because my father got the same progress report to his email too. You know she gotta act like she's all concerned and shit. If it was one thing Tam was going to do, it was to focus on the wrong thing. She should have been focused on the fact that she was the reason for the grades, not the fact that her mother faked to care about her grades. Oh, well, let me head to homeroom. See you at lunch? We're all cutting after lunch. You down? No, I gotta catch up on work since I've been out. Call me later then? You know it. We both went our separate ways. I knew that eventually we'd catch up occasionally. With me keeping my baby and Tamala getting ready to get out there and live, she wasn't going to stick around. I had always been smart enough to know that people didn't usually stick around. We were 15 years old. Why would she give up her social life because I wanted to become a mother so young? I felt close to this baby. Since I found out, I had felt close to my mother. It was like I could feel her spirit surrounding me. It was something that I didn't want to do away with. I welcomed it. Of course, Gia picked me up from school today. Daddy had therapy and switched around his appointment because of a business meeting. It didn't matter what he had to do, he was going to therapy. What surprised me was that she was available to come pick me up. Kingsley sat in her car seat screaming her head off, and Gia looked like she had had a rough day. If you're going to get in the car with an attitude or smart mouth, then you can walk home. I've had a rough day with this one already. She pointed to Kingsley and sped off of the line. I had no plans on even acknowledging you. The sound of Kingsley hollering was on my last nerves. With all the work I had to make up for and then sitting with my guidance counselor, I needed food and a nap. Why is she hollering like this? She's been hollering all day. The only time she quieted down was when she screamed herself to sleep. Is her teeth bothering her? Julina, I know how to take care of my child. I rubbed all that shit on her gums. I think she's cutting 2 teeth at the same time. I don't have time for this. I'm supposed to pack for my trip tomorrow. How are you going to go on this trip when you don't have a sitter lined up? Daddy has a few business meetings with his friends that are coming into town. If she would have known about her man, she would have known that a few of my father's business friends were flying into town this week. They were thinking of acquiring 200 acres of land and wanted to survey the property. Maybe it was less about her knowing her man and more about me being nosy. He's going to have to ask V to watch you guys. I've been talking about this trip and I'm not canceling it. As a mother, you have to make sacrifices like that. Gia would have rather died than to make a sacrifice like that. Has Eves ever drank when she was around you? She doesn't drink at all. Why are you making this bigger than it is? She has always taken care of us, and you should have been thankful to have someone around who loves Kingsley the way that she does. She bit on the fresh set that I knew she had just gotten done. You think your father would be pissed? Pissed about what? Hiring Eves back so she could look after you guys. I knew she wouldn't have been able to last without Eves. My father didn't see what we all did. Gia wasn't the motherly type. She spent 1 full day alone with her own child, and she was ready to call back the same person that she fired. He'll be even more pissed if you left without lining someone up first. You're right. She continued to nervously bite the end of her nails. I could tell she didn't know what to do, and she didn't want to piss my father off. You think you can keep an eye on your sister while Court comes and does my hair? Are you going to have Eves come back?
I'll shoot her a text and see if she can come over when you and your father are at dinner with Ethan and his parents. I was excited that Gia wasn't going to try to play the invested stepmother tonight. My outfit choice shouldn't have been a thought, but it was. Ethan was going to be there, and I wanted him to feel like shit after seeing me. Gia was all in her feelings that Court had to cancel their appointment. I had never seen a woman throw such a tantrum over a stupid hair appointment. I had my fair share of appointments canceled and never acted like that. She was laid out on the couch with a wet cloth over her face and had been like that for the past hour. If it wasn't for me, Kingsley wouldn't have been resting peacefully in her crib.
How long has she been like this?
My father asked when he finally made it home. An hour or so. I put Kingsley to sleep, so she should be down until the morning.
You ready?
Yes. My father tapped Gia and told her that we were leaving. I could hear him asking why her eyes were so puffy. She wanted to be the victim so bad. If your hair appointment was canceled, figure the shit out. Instead, she threw a tantrum like her daughter.
We'll talk when I get back. Let me handle one thing at a time.
I heard them kissing and rolled my eyes. We took his new car, and he sped out of our community gates. I was so nervous about meeting Ethan's parents. He never got into a situation with his parents, so I was curious to see and meet them.
Nervous?
Daddy broke the silence between the both of us. A little. They're probably going to look at me like the fast girl that trapped their son.
And I'm probably going to look at their son like the horny thug who got my baby pregnant.
I giggled and shook my head. I'm not a baby anymore.
You're always going to be my baby, even with you carrying one yourself.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
You've been wildin' lately, Jew. I don't like this attitude of yours.
I've always had an attitude.
Yeah, but you need to learn to control it. You're old enough to know how. I understand that you and Gia don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but you need to realize that she's my fiancée and is going to be my wife one day.
With all due respect, I paused. You want me to see her as a stepmother and your future wife, but you don't even see her as that, Daddy. You're in love with Eves, and you keep fighting it.
Me and Eves did what grown people do. It wasn't meant to ruin or disrupt any of our lives.
Keep telling yourself that. I chuckled and continued to look out the window. He wanted me to believe that he and Eves had just hooked up, and I could tell it was more than that. She had him walking around with a new pep in his step, along with a smile.
When are we going to tell Mama V about your pregnancy?
Never! He laughed.
She's not that bad.
Yeah, because you're her son. I'm her granddaughter, so she's going to go hard on me.
Just because we found out that V is my biological mother, she's still Mama V. I don't want to confuse things.
You don't want to call her Mom?
Nah.
Why?
Do you want to call Gia Mama?
I shoved my father and we both broke out into laughter.
I respect and love her as my mother, but she's always been V to me. It feels different to change what we already have. Plus, my deceased mom is who I know is Mom. Feel me?
I understand. Knowing Mama V, she wouldn't want us to call her Granny anyway.
Hell nah! You know she thinks she's too fine for that.
We both joked about V, knowing how she was. I guess I always felt there was something off about V and Daddy's relationship. She never did just act like his aunt. At any time, she could have gone and lived her own life. Except she never did. Instead, she uplifted her entire life and moved with us to Georgia. Only a mother who wanted to be close to her child would do something like that. When we pulled into Outback Steakhouse, I started to get more nervous.
I insisted on meeting at a mutual spot.
Why not treating them at the restaurant?
You know what mutual is, right, Julina?
He asked while he held the restaurant door for me.
Hawking's party.
Right this way! The hostess walked us to a booth in the back of the restaurant. It was only Ethan and his mother sitting at the booth. I slid in first, and Daddy slid in behind me.
How are you doing, Mrs. Hawking? I'm Roderick Mathers, and this is Julina Mathers.
He introduced the both of us. How are you, Mrs. Hawking?
Ms. Hawking.
She corrected us.
I'm happy we're able to sit and talk about this situation.
Ethan hadn't looked my way yet. His eyes were in his lap or at his mother whenever she spoke.
I agree. We need to come to a solution and decide what's best for the kids.
Daddy confirmed. We ordered appetizers and drinks before Miss Hawking decided to start the conversation.
Are you certain that this baby belongs to my son? With all due respect, my daughter doesn't get around like that.
Daddy corrected her.
Well, she got around to getting pregnant. I just want to make sure we're both not wasting our time here tonight.
Ma! Ethan finally stepped in and decided to put his mother on a leash.
It's my baby. I was Julina's first.
Miss Hawking settled down after her son confirmed that I wasn't a whore.
What are your plans, Julina?
I plan to keep my baby.
Have you discussed it with Ethan? This is probably something that will alter both you guys' lives. A baby is a huge responsibility. I can go with you to get an abortion if you want.
Ethan offered it like it was the most romantic thing he had ever said. Me and Daddy both screwed our faces up at his offer. I'm not getting an abortion. We both knew what would happen and we did it anyway. If you don't want to be involved in the baby's life, that is fine. Miss Hawking stared at me like she was trying to read my mind or read into me.
I'm a single mother, Julina. It's not easy, and some days I just want to throw my hands up and quit. I work 2 jobs and do Uber Eats on the weekend when I should be spending time with my kid.
She tried to convince me that my decision wasn't the right one.
No offense, but her story won't be yours. Julina will finish school and go to college. Any and everything that she needs will be provided for the baby. I was a teen father too. Me and my wife busted our asses to make sure we provided.
She won't have to bust her ass for a thing. It'll be handed to her while my son must work 10 times harder to provide for his child.
I'm standing 10 toes down behind my daughter. She wants to keep the baby and I'm with her. If Ethan isn't ready to be a father, then he doesn't have to be. We're not forcing him to be a part of the kid's life.
I want to be a father for my child, Mama. His mother was the opposite. If she had a time machine, she would have cranked it up to avoid this. Ethan wanting to be there to help me with the baby warmed my heart.
I work 2 jobs as it is, Ethan. How are you going to help care for this baby?
I'll get a job after school to help her with anything that she'll need.
You think that little change that you'll make is going to make a dent in what the baby will need? Especially when it has a rich grandfather who will make sure it has everything.
Ethan hung his head because he was in an impossible situation. On one hand, he wanted to be there for me and his baby. On the other, it was going to ruin his life. He'd have to give up mostly everything he has ever known to be there for me. I didn't want to put that on anybody. Miss Hawking and Daddy continued to have a conversation while me and Ethan secretly sent messages under the table.
I'm sorry for coming at you the way I did. I'll be there for the baby.
It's okay. You were scared.
I was. Whatever you want, I'm here.
Thank you. From the way the conversation was going, I knew there wasn't going to be any resolution between his mother and my dad. Who was I kidding to think that one dinner would fix all of our problems?
11. Roddy. Put my daughter in your stomach at the W. Lil Durk. You want me to believe that you're done with Eves because she didn't reveal something to you? Levi leaned forward and stared at me. We were at a favorite lunch spot that we always frequented whenever we needed to kick it. The wings were good and the drinks were strong. It didn't matter that it was only 1 in the afternoon. I needed a drink. I don't care what you want to believe. She lied to me, Levi. That's big. And a character flaw. Nigga, she didn't lie. Maybe she was waiting for the right time to tell you. You drinking and driving with a kid in the car is something you should start with. She told me everything about her husband and how he was horrible, but she left out the reason that nigga was being so horrible to her. Eves had every opportunity to tell me about her daughter. She mentioned her drinking problem and that her daughter died, but never how. I never thought the two would connect. My chest felt like it was on fire when her ex-husband revealed that small piece she failed to inform me on. I considered leaving Gia for this woman, and she couldn't be real with me. There were a few times I almost called her to talk. Then I thought about how she was hugged up with that nigga at Prince's memorial barbecue. There was a lot that Eves hadn't revealed to me. I felt like a fool telling her everything about me while she sat there holding shit in. That's big. As a parent, you have every right to be upset. She should have told you that before. Did you get the entire story or did you go off the horrible husband? I don't need to get the full story. It's not like she denied the shit. Instead, she froze like Bambi about to get hit by an 18-wheeler. What? I mean, I would find out the full truth before assuming shit. Why you not bothered by this? I fucked with a few females that loved to rewrite history to their liking. I know people tell their sides of the story. Eves has been there for you and the kids since she started, to the point that Julina called her to take her to the emergency room before you. She didn't deserve that shit. The husband seems like the real creep if you ask me. Nigga gave me that straight-laced type that got some demons in his closet. Might tell you why the fuck she was drinking the way she was. I leaned back in the chair and thought about the way Eves looked before her ex-husband said anything. She seemed timid, maybe even scared. She allowed him to say what he wanted and didn't interrupt him once. Even when Gia spoke her piece, I thought she would say something. Instead, she continued to take the verbal abuse from everyone without sticking up for herself. I was a trip with Madeline. I decided to switch gears. Since the shit happened, it had been replaying itself in my mind, and I needed a break from thinking about it. It was relaxing. I could tell from Levi's voice that something happened between the both of them. What happened? She wants to start trying for a baby with my pops. Shook my head and then slapped my forehead. I mean, she's your father's wife. Why wouldn't she want to have kids with him? Because she's actively fucking me. Why the fuck would she want to have his baby? Levi, she's not going to leave your father. He has provided a lifestyle that she's not going to give up, even if that means ending things with you. She told me that she'd leave him. Levi was so sprung on Madeline. If she told this nigga the sky was green, he believed his shit. If he thought that she was going to give up that lifestyle his father provided, he had been smoking crack on the low. It wasn't that Levi couldn't keep Madeline accustomed to the lifestyle that she was used to. It was the fact that he'd go broke trying to do it. Madeline shopped when she was bored, had a host of people to take care of her every need. Levi's pops made sure he gave his young wife whatever she wanted. Gia told me that she'd stop partying so much, I sarcastically replied. Madeline isn't going to leave your father, just like Gia isn't going to give up partying. You don't understand. I understand that she's playing both sides. It's either she loves you or she doesn't. One second you're flying her off on vacation, and then the next, she's talking about starting a family with your father. You willing to be big brother to the woman you love's kid? The question must have mentally fucked him up. I mean, it would make for an interesting topic around the holidays. He needed to realize that this ship had gone too far, and he had to end things or risk losing a relationship with his father. In my opinion, Madeline wasn't worth it. Fuck. He sucked his teeth and placed his phone back onto the table. What happened? This new client of mine. Every time I show her a place, she picks it apart and then comes days later, wanting to make an offer. What's wrong with that? Houses are being snatched up like hotcakes. I can barely keep the good ones a secret. I heaved a sigh. Damn. And I was just about to talk to you about putting the house on the market. If looks could kill, I would have been dead in the chair I sat in. For what? That house is practically new, with way more space than you. I'm fucking with you. The house is fine, and I don't have plans on moving anytime soon. Good. I got enough shit on my plate, and damn sure don't need you sending me on a wild goose chase. He collapsed back in his chair. How's V doing? She's been mighty quiet. Good. We hashed out our issues and trying to move past it. That's not something you can just hash out and be done with. Okay, therapist Levi. Seriously, are you both good after everything? I promise we're both good. Levi stared at me and nodded his head. You both should seek therapy in the future. You know firsthand that this is something that you both can't sweep under the rug. I hear you. My relationship with V was never going to change. She had been my rock throughout the years and sacrificed so much for me and the kids. Even if I wanted to, I could never turn my back on her. Nothing changed now that I knew she was my biological mother. To me, she was still Mama V, the aunt who raised me when my mother passed. The only thing that V provided was the truth. She was truthful about everything she and my mother went through. I had clarity when it came to their relationship. Growing up, I always wondered why my mother and aunt weren't close, or why my aunt moved around so much. I never knew the logistics of their relationship or V's life. Let me head over to Gwinnett. I'm showing a few mansions out there and don't want to be late with traffic. I heard they got some nice property out that way and cheaper too. Not for long, the way they're developing. I know for a fact the prices are going to increase soon. After me and Levi finished lunch, I headed to Target to grab a couple household things I knew we needed. That was what I missed about Eves. I never had to think about anything when it came to the house. She had everything taken care of and wouldn't hesitate to go the extra mile. Gia was trying to be this domesticated housewife, but that shit was failing bad. Almost every night that I came home, she was laid out on the couch with a wet cloth across her face. Kingsley was teething, and her new favorite thing to do was scream. I think she did it to get on her mother's nerves more than anything. Holding down the fort and making sure the kids were taken care of wasn't Gia's strong suit. I could tell she was struggling and probably regretted firing Eves. I knew if I said something against Gia, then we would have been at each other's necks about it. Plus, I was pissed with Eves for lying to me. I thought we told each other everything. She held that back from me, and she didn't have to. I would have listened and tried to understand her end. All she spoke about was her ex-husband and how much of a nightmare he was. If I had to be completely honest, I was being petty too. Seeing her on that nigga's lap so carefree and happy pissed me off. I didn't want to see her with another nigga. In my heart, she was mine, and not for anybody else. Then knowing she lied about meeting up with friends when she was spending the weekend with him, that shit pissed me off more than seeing her on that nigga's lap. I tossed the keys on the foyer table and headed into the family room, where I heard Kingsley's loud giggle. This was the first time I had come home, and she wasn't either in bed or hollering at the top of her lungs that she was tired of this shit. My words were caught in my throat when I saw Eves sitting on the couch with Kingsley in her arms. "Hi, Mr. Mathis. Gia called and asked me to come help out with the kids while she's out of town." "Yo, you wild." I shook my head. "Chill with the formalities and shit like I ain't stick my dick in you." Eves did a big gulp and stood up with Kingsley in her arms. "I'm here because Gia begged me to come back. We don't have to discuss anything, and if you don't want me driving with the kids, I'm fine with that." She walked out the family room and into the kitchen. "You don't think we need to talk about the shit that went down?" "No." She sat Kingsley in her high chair and went to the fridge. I stood there and watched as she maneuvered around the kitchen with ease. Watching Eves and then watching Gia move around the kitchen was night and day. Gia was like a fish out of water when it came to cooking in the kitchen. Julina refused to eat whenever she called herself cooking. "You fucking lied to me." "I never lied to you." She held her finger up. "I just didn't tell you the full truth." "What the fuck you call that then? Not once did you mention how your daughter died." "I'm not going to argue with you. I fucked up by not telling you when you wanted to know. I apologize and we can leave it at that." She poured olive oil into the pan and started seasoning the chicken she was cooking. "How the fuck do we move past this? Honestly, I'm doing Gia a favor. And then you can continue with your life. I'm not looking to fix anything. You formed your opinion the minute you decided to listen to my ex-husband." Eve shrugged and busied herself with cooking. "Did Gia leave yet?" "Yes. She left a couple hours ago." If Eves wasn't sitting there, I would have been hung up on the fact that Gia left and didn't call to let me know. She told me Keisha had booked her a party and that she couldn't turn it down, despite the two of them beefing. "Would have been nice if she told me," I mumbled and leaned on the wall. "How all this happened? I thought Gia fired you." "You both did. I guess she needed me, so she asked if I could help while she's out of town. I didn't fire you, though. The moment you didn't open your mouth to say otherwise was the moment you agreed. So, you both fired me." She'd stood up with Kingsley on her hip and headed toward the sunroom. Kingsley was wiping her eyes, and that meant she was tired. "A lot was going on. The fuck you wanted me to say? I wanted you to put some action behind all those bullshit-ass words you've been kicking to me since Dubai. Instead, you stood there and let her fire me without defending me. You fucking lied to me. How you want me to defend you when I found out that you lied? I never lied to you, Roddy. Did I keep it from you? Yes. Did I plan on eventually telling you? Absolutely. You see how fucked up it is? You want me to believe that you were going to eventually tell me? I do. I want you to believe me because I never gave you a reason to not. I've been truthful about everything, even when it was too hard. You, on the other, you've played both sides when it came to me and Gia. When she's making you feel good, she's wifey. However, the moment she puts a party before you and Kingsley, then I'm the second runner-up." She sucked her teeth. "I settled for being your secret because you made me feel good. Made me feel like I deserved more. But I was too hung up on you to see that you just like the rest of these niggas. Only difference is you hide behind meditation and fucking crystals." I watched her make a sharp right turn and headed upstairs with Kingsley. Following behind her, I watched as she placed my daughter on the changing table and got her ready for bed. "I'm sorry." I don't need you to be sorry. Focus on your kids, fiancé, and your life. I'm here to do a job, so that's what I'm doing. I grabbed her hand and turned her to face me. Kingsley was busy with the teething toy to notice. Eves, you didn't deserve the way I treated you that night, or the silence that followed behind it. I should have spoke up, and I shouldn't have allowed you to pack up and leave. Rod, shh. Listen. Since you've come into my life, you've shown me that the stuff I thought I wanted, I didn't want. Eves, you mean a lot to me, and I should have showed up for you the way that you've been showing up for me and the kids since you entered our lives. From the expression on her face, I could tell that too much damage had been done. I really have to get Kingsley in the tub before she becomes fussy. I regretted doubting her and accusing her of being a liar. It wasn't fair of me to do it that way. Eves had always taken care of the kids, better than me or Gia at times. She was here whenever they needed someone, and they'd have let me vent and moan about Gia. Damn. How did I allow myself to fuck up like this? I called Gia after I got out the shower and waited for her to answer. She should have landed already, and I didn't hear from her. Have we strayed so far from one another that a simple text or call was too much? Hey, Roddy, what's up? I looked at the phone before putting it on to speaker. I'm your homeboy or your nigga? Answering the phone like I'm your homeboy or something. She sighed. I'm tired, and things have been a mess since I arrived. Keisha didn't book any transportation from the airport, and I don't have a room booked. She's being so petty. Did you speak to her since your argument? Keisha and Gia's argument didn't surprise me. I knew it was a matter of time before Gia saw her friend for who she was. If the roles were reversed, Keisha would have put her man before Gia without a question. Why should I speak to her? She should have been calling and begging to kiss my ass. Gia sucked her teeth through the phone. It was crazy how I could see her face, and she wasn't even in front of me. Keisha's been running shit for you for a while. You need to find the right management and end ties with her business-wise. Try and fix the friendship, though. As much as I disliked Keisha and would have been happier with her out of Gia's life, I knew that she and Gia were close and had been friends way before I came into the picture. Levi was my best friend, and I couldn't see my life without him in it. Keisha and Gia needed to sever their business relationship to save their friendship. A friend of mine has been helping me with finding new management. I have a few meetings scheduled while I'm here, she informed me. Friend of yours? Relax. He's a friend that I met at a party. What's Kingsley doing? It was midnight here in Atlanta, and she was asking what Kingsley was doing. Sleep? I guess we should talk about me going behind your back and hiring Eves back. We should. I had to get away and needed this trip. It was less about work and more about having a peace of mind. This was the shit that pissed me off about her. Gia always thought about herself. She acted as if I hadn't been the one helping with Kingsley and holding down the house, too. Shit, we had a housekeeping company come clean the house, so she didn't need to worry about it. She needed peace of mind, yet didn't think to invite me on this trip. Guess you're the only one that needed a trip. Don't do that. What? Act like I don't deserve to get away. I've been the one with Kingsley night and day without a break. That's what a mother does, Gia. You're the one who jumped the gun and fired Eves. I have business to take care of, and your schedule was free. Why does your shit always mean more than mine? Gia whined. My career means nothing when it comes to your investments and businesses. I'm not arguing with you tonight. What was the point in doing so? Gia was going to see shit her way, and because I didn't see it her way, it would end in an argument. I'm about to head to bed. I got an early morning. Where is Eve sleeping? In V's old room next to Kingsley's? I wasn't going to make her stay in the pool house. Why not? That's where she was staying before she left. It's late, and I'm not about to make a move. If I want her in the pool house, then you should be doing what I want. You really doing this right now? Whatever. I'm going to bed. Fuck. What? I left my makeup bag and toiletries bag on the counter in the bathroom. Do you know I had to call my own ride to the airport? Probably left my toothbrush. I could hear her rummaging through something. Yep, left it plugged in on her vanity. Maybe that friend of yours will help you find an assistant, too. Whatever, Roderick. I'm annoyed, and you're only adding to that. Talk to you in the morning. The notorious 3 beeps sounded, indicating that she had ended our call. I wanted to go down the hallway and climb into bed with Eves. Damn, I missed laying against her and rubbing my dick against her ass. Taking a deep sigh, I got up and went into the bathroom to unplug Gia's toothbrush and find a way to have it overnighted to her in the morning. She complained about me being annoying, and I was still willing to go out of my way to make sure she had what she needed. Gia's toothbrush was plugged up on the vanity, and her makeup bag along with her toiletries bag was right beside it. I knew she said she was in a rush, but damn, it looked like she didn't even try to pack them in her luggage. I smiled at the Claire's makeup bag that I bought her on our second date. Gia always mentioned that she wanted this High School Musical makeup bag with Sharpay on it. I didn't know who the fuck that was, and I damn sure didn't care. Seeing how she was passionate about wanting that makeup case as a little girl made me want to be the one to find it for her. I tracked it down on eBay and paid $10 plus $20 shipping to have it sent from London. None of that mattered, though, because the look on her face when I presented it to her made it all worth it. Something so small meant the world to her. To see she had kept it and still used it meant that there was some hope for the both of us. I wrapped the charger up and opened her top drawer where she stored it. Gia was particular about her stuff and hated for anything to be out of order. I could already hear her mouth complaining about allowing her toothbrush to overcharge. I opened her toiletries bag so I could sit her toothbrush in there. Before leaving out, I was going to ask Eves to have it overnighted to her hotel. Small shit like that made Gia's panties wet. On the top of the stuff inside the toiletry bag sat a pregnancy test. The indicator window was a shade of yellow, but the plus sign was clear as day. What the fuck? She was pregnant and never mentioned this shit to me. Was that why she was so irritable lately? Hell, she was always irritable, but it never took much to tick her off. I held the pregnancy test in my hand so tight that I could feel my heartbeat through my palms. Why didn't she tell me? Gia had been so hell-bent on not having a second child. It was clear that my wants wasn't important to her, so I stopped bringing it up. Not to mention Eves had my attention, so I wasn't tripping on baby number 2 now. My damn hands were shaking. That's how bad I wanted to call Gia and press her on the issue. Instead, I placed everything back how it was. I put it on the dresser in the room so I could hand it off to Eves in the morning. Eve stood behind the kitchen counter with Kingsley sitting beside her in the high chair. She had a smile on her face, 3 cupcakes on the table with a candle in them. Julina, RJ, and I stared at her like she had lost her mind. Eves, you didn't. Julina held her hands to her face while she fought back her tears. Bree Mathers meant the world to all 3 of you. Although you may feel like you're moving on without her, she's always with you. Today, we celebrate her birthday. She put a little party hat on Kingsley, who clapped her hands. Between everything that had been going on, I forgot about Bree's birthday. As her husband and a father to our kids, I should have been on top of that shit. Damn, I feel like shit for forgetting. Today is not a time to beat yourself up over this. Things have been hectic around here, and I just wanted you guys to have this moment today. Julina came around the counter and hugged Eves around the neck. Thank you for this. With everything going on, I wasn't even thinking. It was Saturday, and I didn't have much planned. It wasn't like I could take the kids to Jersey to visit their mother's grave. Bree was buried in Jersey on her family's plot. It didn't matter how much me and her parents fought. In the end, they won. They blamed me for her death, and they had every right to. With the kids being older, they no longer had to go through me to speak with them, so I never heard from them. All I knew was what RJ and Jude decided to tell me, and that wasn't much because they knew the tension between us. Thanks, Eves. I appreciate you taking the time to do this for Mama's birthday, RJ said somberly, and then turned to head up to his bedroom. It seemed like all he did was stay in his room. The happy-go-lucky teenage boy had changed right in front of my eyes. He was more closed off and kept to himself most days. He and Julina didn't even chill in each other's rooms lately. You're welcome, Plum. I'll bring you up a plate later. Eves called up behind him. Eves had gone out her way to prepare a full spread for breakfast. Julina didn't hesitate to sit down and dig into the food she had prepared. I don't see you complaining today, I whispered across the table. There isn't any water or eggshells in my eggs this morning, she smirked. Eve sat down with a cup of coffee and muffin. I've been up since 4 this morning prepping this. We appreciate you for doing this. It's not a problem. I know how important it is to celebrate your loved one's day when they're no longer here in the flesh. You noticed how RJ's been acting lately? No? What's wrong with him? Eves occupied herself with tearing her muffin apart. Here, baby. Yum. She pushed some mushed muffin into Kingsley's mouth. Yum, Kingsley mocked her. KK, did you just say yum? Julina blurted. Daddy, did you hear? Stinking mama's you speaking now? I got up and kissed her chunky cheeks. She's been saying it. Kingsley is so smart and repeats everything. Kingsley stuck her arm out. Mom, 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 mom. She stared right at Eves. Oop! Julina covered her mouth. Did she just call you Mom? She's just making sounds. Eves waved it off and fed her more muffin. Nah, she called you Mom. I heard it loud and clear, and the shit stunned me. Kingsley was a little over 6 months, and she had put pieces together that Eves was her mother. Based on how much she took care of her, she thought Eves was her mom. Stop, both of you. She's just making noise and being greedy. Right, greedy mama? She cooed at my daughter. I wondered what went wrong. What caused her to get behind the wheel drunk with her daughter in the back seat? A mother doesn't stop being a mother, so what happened? But the way she had been with Kingsley, Julina, and RJ, I could tell she was a good mother. Gia gonna flip her shit when she finds out. Julina was all too tickled by this. She's not going to flip her shit because she won't find out. I would never take this moment from her, so you both will keep your mouths shut. Eves corrected Julina and popped another piece of muffin into her mouth. Gia hadn't been the best to Eve since she moved in. You would think since Gia was the one who fired Eves that she would hold a grudge against her. Hearing that she wanted to keep Kingsley's first word a secret so that Gia could experience it showed me just how good of a person she was. Watch your mouth, I corrected Julina. You need to be telling V about you being pregnant. I will. Don't push me to do it. Julina took a bite out of her toast. Well, when do you plan on telling her this? Eves raised her eyebrow while staring at Julina. Y'all know how Mama V is. I don't want to disappoint her. I can't lie and say that she won't be disappointed, but you have to just rip the Band-Aid off. I rubbed Julina's back. Have you spoken to Ethan since we met with his moms? We've been texting back and forth. How did that go? His mom brought up some valid reasons. She's worried about her son, so I get it. They both are young, so I understand her concerns. Julina has all the built-in help, so she's not all that worried about the struggles. I do worry about the struggles, though. Daddy and you will make sure I'm helped and supported, but what about Ethan? He'll have to work hard to buy diapers, formula, and stuff for the baby. Julina wiped tears from her eyes. Your baby will have everything it needs. I'm going to make sure the both of you are taken care of. She sniffed and wiped the tears that wouldn't stop coming. That's not the point, Daddy. As the father, he's expected to provide for his child. You can easily snap your fingers and buy everything. You're the grandfather. Ethan's mother is going to make sure he stays on his toes and does his part. You met her? She doesn't look like the type that's going to sit back and allow our side to do everything. That's what happens when you make grown decisions. You both knew the consequences that came with having sex. I told her. Daddy, everybody my age is having sex. It's not like it was in your day. His day? Eves choked out. Girl, your daddy is only a year older than me. We're far from old, so quit it. Having sex at 14 is still looked at as wrong. You can barely wipe yourself, and you think bringing a baby into this is a solution? I love you, Ju, but you gotta know that Ethan's problem is his. I would say your problem, too, but we know your father's going to spoil you rotten. Ethan's mother had to be a couple years older, probably her early 40s or late 30s. Either way, I could see that she was hard on her son and a hard worker, too. She was a single mother and wanted the best for him. In some sense, she was right by suggesting that Julina was spoiled. Bree had always wanted our kids to be spoiled and well taken care of. It was something that I did because I knew it was what she wanted. A part of me couldn't help to think that I was doing more bad than good by doing that. Julina was 15 years old, pregnant, and had the nerve to still have an opinion about shit. Ethan said he's going to have to get a job. His mother took him to fill out applications and even spoke to her boss about letting him help out after school. Julina continued to whine. Good. She snapped her neck and turned toward me. What do you mean, good? When your mother was pregnant with RJ, I had to get a job and help out with shit. The streets don't count as a real job. She rolled her eyes and finished her food. No, smartass. Before all of that, I had to mop floors, run errands, and beg for whatever work to put food in your mother's stomach. I did what I had to because I was the only person who put the baby in her stomach. It's hard, but Ethan will have to do the same. You and the baby are his responsibility. It's not fair. You're right. It's not fair. You're going to work at the restaurant after school. Why should he be the only one that has to work when you're both expecting this baby? Eve's and Julina's jaw nearly hit the table. Julina was struggling to put together some words. She was so shocked. What? What do you mean I'm going to work at the restaurant? Just what I said. Why should everything be made easy for you? If you're going to keep this baby, you need to work to provide for it. With both you and Ethan working, you should both be able to make sure the baby has everything it needs when it comes. Julina slammed her napkin onto the dining table. That's not fucking fair! Hey, watch your mouth before you spend your weekend washing the cars. She knew better not to test me. She stomped upstairs and I chuckled. Julina had been getting everything she could ever want. If she mentioned it, she got it. She had never been told no, and because of that, she was entitled. While she worried about Ethan, she had never stopped to think how blessed she was that everything would be taken care of for her. Instead, she assumed that it would be handled. If I wanted her to be a great human, I had to start preparing her for the real world. With her having a child of her own, she was going to be introduced to the real world sooner than later. Roderick, I underestimated you. Eves did a soft clap. I never expected to hear those words come out of your mouth. I'll be listening to you sometimes. Good. Julina needs a wake-up call. She thinks this is going to be a walk in the park, and it's far from that. Bree always wanted the kids to never want for nothing. That's why I work so hard, so they never have to lift a finger or beg anybody for nothing. Bree wanted to make sure her babies are well taken care of and never have to want for anything. I'm sure she didn't want them spoiled and incapable of taking care of themselves. You can't provide everything for them, Roddy. You have to let them out into the world and let them experience what it feels like to earn a living on their own. You'll still be there, and will still provide for them, but let them work and learn what it means to earn a living. Last year, RJ wanted to get a job at the mall, and I turned the idea down. He was so mad because all his friends had all applied and got the job, and I didn't allow him to take the job. I thought I was fulfilling Bree's dream for our kids, but hearing how Eves put it, I was causing more harm. I hear you. Good. She stood up and started to clear the table. Take today and mourn your wife. Put the argument with Julina to the back burner and focus on that today. Are we good? Yes, we're fine. How good. I wrapped my arms around her waist, and she wiggled away from me. We're good, just not that good. Friends, Roddy, I can't go down this emotional rabbit hole with you. I couldn't front like my feelings were hurt. What you mean? These past few weeks have been a lot, Roddy. I don't want to have all this mess around me. All I want to do is work and then have my personal life separate. And that means no you in my personal life. This has something to do with that nigga at Prince's event? Who, Pooh? She stupidly asked like there was another nigga that she was at the barbecue with. Stop playing with me, Eves. We're friends. I don't know where it could go. All I know is that I'm finally letting go and having fun. I need that. I don't need the drama that comes with you, Roddy. One day you want me and then the next you want Gia. I'm tired of playing second. That's what this is about. You giving me an ultimatum? Eves was confused. What? I'm not tired of being second because I want you to pick me. I'm sick of being second because I deserve more. Being second doesn't have a sense of security. Being second had me without a job, and neither of you gave me a second thought until I was needed. So, Roddy, being second has nothing to do with you. It's about me and demanding what I deserve when it comes to a relationship. She turned her back and started loading the dishwasher. I was going to call you when I came back to work. I just needed to cool down and think about shit. She turned around. While you had the luxury to sit back and clear your mind, I was worried about my life. Unlike you, I don't... Her voice cracked, and she took a deep breath. I don't have a backup plan or a family that will welcome me home with open arms. My mom and ex-husband still regularly talk like he hasn't given me hell before and after our daughter passed. So with all due respect, I'd like to keep it professional and friendly. I can't afford to lose this job. I stood there for a second, stuck on what to do next. Nothing she said was wrong. I could see where she didn't feel protected and felt I could end shit without a warning. It happened to her before, and to avoid going down that path again, she was choosing to sever ties before it even got there.
12. Mama V. Listen, I've been here for an hour and have yet to see this new doctor. Why the hell is it taking so long? Y'all already switched my doctor without telling me. I hollered at the receptionist, who was already nervous. She was new, and I could tell she was trying to do her best.
Miss Mathers, your doctor passed away last month. We're trying to get all his patients booked with Dr. Alvar.
Dig his ass up and have him help with the patients. I rolled my eyes and went to sit back down. She had been telling me the same thing for the past hour, and here I was, still sitting here. It was bad enough that I hated coming to the doctor's, but to have to wait was a different story. Khalif's name popped across my screen, and I cut my eyes at my phone. How dare he even find the balls to call me? So you're just going to ignore my call? I jumped when I saw Khalif standing to the side of me. Good Lord! Are you stalking me now? I couldn't believe he was standing in my doctor's office. Relax. I work across the hall. I saw your whip in the parking lot when I was coming in from lunch. The nerve of him to tell me to relax when he was the one that needed to take a few chill pills. With the way he acted at Roddy's house, he was the only one who needed to relax. Just because you saw me doesn't mean you have to speak to me. Can we talk? I think we both said all that needed to be said. I continued to ignore him and look through my emails. Vicky, I'm just trying to explain myself. From the moment I had met her, Eves had forced her way into my heart. I could tell that she had experienced her fair share of hurt and never had anyone to have her back. Witnessing the showdown between Khalif and Eves that night, it was clear that she often didn't stick up for herself. She allowed the people in her life to do or say anything, mainly because she felt guilty for the loss of her daughter. Since you're all for explanations, how about you explain to me how you ended up married and didn't think I should know that small piece of information? He wanted my attention. Now he was about to get it. My arms were folded and I was staring a hole into his face. It's complicated. My wife was there when no one was. She nurtured me and helped me get back to myself after my daughter passed. And what does that have to do with you never mentioning that you were married? I'd like it if we could go outside to finish this discussion. Khalif, I really do care about Eves, and I don't wish to hurt her any more than she has already been. She doesn't deserve that. Did you hear what the hell she did to our daughter? She made the biggest mistake in her life. You don't think she's suffering already? Eves had to live with this every day. Her entire life was altered because of this one mistake. Trying to ruin her life to make yours better isn't going to change anything.
Miss Mathers, we're ready for you.
The medical assistant finally called me. I grabbed my purse and stared at Khalif once more. Our time together was nice. Under different circumstances, maybe we would have worked out and gotten our happily ever after. You're going to choose her over me? She doesn't deserve that, and she'll never deserve that. Her own mother doesn't even think she's worth the skin that she's in. Eves is like family to me. I stick up for my family when they're right and especially when they're wrong. It's in those moments that you need someone to stand in your corner and let you know that you got him. You and her mother aren't worth the skin that both of you are in. She made a horrible mistake, and as her husband, you have every right to be upset. But to serve her divorce papers at her daughter's funeral or even try to hurt her every chance you get, that's downright disgusting. I tossed my purse over my shoulder and headed toward the back. Khalif stood there, dumbfounded. My heart went out to him as a parent. I couldn't imagine the type of pain he had endured during the death of his daughter. Forgiveness was always preached as far as moving forward. He needed to forgive Eves so he could move forward with his own life. Holding the type of hate he had for her wasn't healthy for him or his new marriage. Good afternoon, Miss Mathers. We're sorry for the wait. It's been busy all afternoon with the changes going on around here. Dr. Alvar didn't even look up from his chart once, but I knew a man sculpted by God himself when I saw one. His thick salt and pepper hair matched his beard. The darkness of his skin made the white coat and his teeth that much brighter. Dr. Alvar reminded me of the Allstate guy. His deep voice and presence were enough for me to jump his bones in this examination office. "That's fine." He looked up and his words were caught in his throat. "Yeah, well, I hope by your next visit, things are moving a bit smoother." "I hope so, too." My fresh ass crossed my legs and stared at him. "So, Dr. Mickey died, I'm hearing." "He did. We were already in the process of me buying his practice before he died." "That's amazing." He cleared his throat. "Now, I see that you were pre-diabetic on your last visit. Have you been laying off the sweets and trying to eat healthier?" "I've cut some of the sweets out of my daily diet." I lied. Every night I was in bed watching the nightly news with a box of Famous Amos cookies. The chocolate chip pecan flavor was my favorite. That was the one thing Eves forgot to pick up when she went to the grocery store. "Miss Mathers, you gotta cut the sugar out. Eat healthier and work out more, even if it's for 30 minutes a day. I do have my Peloton my nephew bought me for Christmas. Get on there for a 40-minute class, and that's all you'll need to do for the day." You said 30 minutes. "I'm sure you can give me an extra 15 minutes, Miss Mathers." He smiled at me. Was he flirting with me, or was I desperate? "Call me Vicky," I corrected him. "What was the rules on a doctor dating his patient?" "How about this? I won't take your blood or run any tests this visit, only if you promise me that you'll stop with the sweets and work out." Ryder always asked me when I was going to come jog with her. My definition of fun wasn't working out or running. God naturally gave me this lean and mean body. For 50 years, I hadn't had to work out or work hard at maintaining it. Now at 50, I was pre-diabetic and my doctor wanted me to work out. I always watched what I ate, and at times I often had to remind myself to eat. It was those cookies and overly sugary smoothies that I loved in the morning. "I think you got yourself a deal, Dr. Alvar." My small hand slipped into his soft ones as we solidified our deal. "Great. Other than that, is anything else bothering you? Your blood pressure is slightly elevated." "I've been very stressed lately. I'm going to want to see those numbers go down our next visit. I don't want to push medicine when I know that self-care will bring your numbers back down." "Noted. I will make sure that I get some in before our next appointment." Dr. Alvar chuckled and stood up from the stool. "You can head out to the receptionist and schedule your next appointment. It was very nice meeting you, Vicky." "Likewise." I smiled and watched him let himself out of the room. I never had a problem attracting men. It was always the type of men that I attracted. They were either married, selfish, or not worth the headache. Dr. Alvar seemed like he was all types of right, which meant he was married or spoken for already.
"All right, I have an appointment in 2 weeks with Dr. Rahman."
Dr. Alvar is my doctor, sweetie. Check that computer again." I popped the fresh piece of gum I had tossed into my mouth on the stroll to her little booth. She adjusted her shirt and her position in her chair.
"Dr. Alvar requested to have you switch to Dr. Rahman,"
she informed me. "Well, damn, I thought we got along well." She offered a weak smile, wrote down my appointment on the card, and handed it to me.
"See you in 2 weeks."
I took the card and headed out of the office to my car. Was I being over flirty? Damn, he probably thought I was desperate and didn't want to deal with a patient like me. "Vicky!" I heard Dr. Alvar's voice and quickly turned around. "I'm sorry about—" "If you couldn't take my flirting, then you could have told me to stop. You didn't have to pretend—" "I wanted to know if you're free for dinner tomorrow night." He cut me off, and I stood there even more confused than before. Why did you remove me as your— I'm so confused." He chuckled. "It's unethical for me to take my patient out on a date. Dr. Rahman is a good doctor. He'll take great care of you. A woman like yourself is fly, and I want the honors of taking you out and getting to know you. I'm new to the area, and I'd love for you to show me around." "What makes you think I know the area?" I couldn't hide the smile that kept desperately trying to appear across my face. I have a feeling you know a lot. Here's my card. Please text me. We can coordinate our schedules." I gently accepted his card and smiled. "Looking forward to it." "Enjoy the rest of your day. I mean it. Make sure you work out and lay off the sweets. I'll even power walk to my car. I swirled and attempted to power walk. Good. The view is amazing. When I got to my car, I clapped and acted like a schoolgirl. Before moving forward, I was going to ask all the questions I should have asked Khalif and Curtis. I usually allowed a good-looking man to distract me from the important things. Not this time. Roddy asked me to come over to the house after my appointment. Gia was out of town, and Eves had been helping until she got back. It was only a matter of time before they needed Eves. She ran that house like Fort Knox, and neither of them could keep that up, no matter how much Gia tried. Hey, beautiful people, I greeted Eves when I walked into the house. So, why are you so joyful this afternoon? She put her book down and paid attention to me. I have a date, and it's with my doctor. Is that even allowed? Nope. I told her how everything went down, and she smiled. Oh, when is the wedding? She swooned. First, I need to find out if he's married or something. You know how these men are, and I'm not trying to deal with that shit. I agree. I saw Khalif at the doctor's office, too. It didn't make sense to hide anything from her. I had been honest this long, so I was going to continue to be. Is he following you or something? Same thing that I thought when I saw him. He works in the office across the hall from my doctor's office. He never told me that he lived in Georgia, which is another lie. Eves looked away, and I turned her butt right back around to face me. What is that about? I ran into my cousin at Publix that day I went to the grocery store. She told me he took a job at his friend's practice, and they moved here. Why didn't you mention it to me? I've already burdened everyone with my bullshit. It wasn't that serious to bring up. Baby, you saw your cousin who was married to your ex-husband. That is very serious and should be unpacked. She's pregnant, too. My damn knees nearly gave out while I tried to grab the stool beside her. Khalif was worried about Eves moving on, but he never mentioned the fact he was married or had a baby on the way. Sheesh. V, I really didn't want to bring any more hurt. I laughed. You think I'm hurt over Khalif? Curtis was real hurt, and that was because we had been together for 2 years. Khalif didn't hurt nearly as much as that. He was fun for the meantime, but a big, sexy man wrapped in a red flag nonetheless. Eves giggled and shook her head. Khalif invented the red flag. She confirmed what I already knew. I don't want you to make any major decisions because of me. It's about time someone started considering your feelings, darling. Eves reached over and hugged me tightly. You don't know how much I've prayed for somebody like you. Just don't stop praying for me, you hear? I kissed her on the cheek and held her tighter. Never. This is real cute. Roddy came into the kitchen with the jokes. Am I interrupting something or should I not ask? I'm going to check on the kids. Eves cut her eyes at Roddy and headed upstairs. What is going on with the two of you? Roddy shrugged like it didn't matter. Nothing. We good. Doesn't seem like it. What was that all about? Just somebody appreciating finally having someone in their corner. I've been in her corner. If she kept it real with me, we wouldn't even be in this shit. Come on, you were never in her corner. In her pants, yeah. You're stuck between two women. Until you pick a side and stay on it, you'll never be in her corner. Damn, V. Baby boy, I'm just being honest with you. Eves doesn't need someone who's going to point the blame at her. She's been there and is still living it, as you saw in your foyer. Why didn't she tell me the most important thing, though? She hid it from me like she never had plans on telling me. I know you were shocked to know, too, so stop playing like I'm wrong for feeling the way I do. Eves told me the second time I had met her. She revealed something so raw and vulnerable to me. I didn't pressure or force her. She just did. If you would have allowed her time, she probably would have done the same with you. He leaned on the counter deep in his thoughts. How are things with you and Gia as of lately? Better, I guess. What do you mean, I guess? Roddy was confused on what or who he wanted. He thought that he and Gia needed to make it work because he proposed to her and she had Kingsley. Then he wanted Eves because she brought out a different side of him. Eves was the type of woman that every man wanted, but many couldn't have. She was confident, beautiful, and had a bunch to offer the right man. I didn't think Eves and Roddy belonged together because he was my son. I believed they belonged together because they shared the same interests and had the same goals. I couldn't say the same for Gia. We're not arguing or nothing. She's just boring with her. That's because you're trying to force something that has been dead for a while now. Dubai should have showed you what you needed to see. It's not like Gia pretended to be somebody that she's not. She's always been like this, and I still went ahead and proposed to her. You were trying to replace Bree, Roderick. Time had passed, and you were feeling tired of being alone, and Gia happened to fill that role for a while. She's pregnant. Roddy revealed, and my eyes widened. He always came to me to be his voice of reason, the person who wouldn't overreact, and I couldn't control my eyes. Are you serious? Yeah, I found a pregnancy test in her cosmetic bag. She had it sitting in the open? Nah, it was inside the bag. I was putting something in it so I could send it to her. Maybe she wanted you to find it. I shrugged. Gia did weird shit like that, so maybe she knew he'd look and wanted him to find it first. Gia knows I don't pay attention to her makeup shit. She put it there because she knew I wouldn't look there. What are you going to do? Another baby? She barely gives Kingsley the attention she deserves. He shrugged. I wanted a second baby bad, but I don't know. Timing is off. Timing is never perfect. It's not the timing you're worried about. What you mean? It's not the timing, it's the person. Gia is going to do the same thing she did with Kingsley. You'll be left with two babies that equally need you, and a fiancé who is concerned with snapping back so she can get back to her life. I could tell from his face that he hadn't thought this shit through. While he was so busy demanding a second baby, he never took time to analyze what that would mean. Kingsley nearly tore their relationship apart. What did he think a second baby would do? I'm going to press her on it when she comes back. I laughed. Don't press her, Rod. She's not a nigga in the street. She's your pregnant fiancé. Ask her and be gentle about it. Witnessing a hormonal Gia once was enough. Word. Roddy gave me that look where he was beating around the bush. He had something more to say, yet he didn't know how to say. Boy, just spit the shit out already. Julina is pregnant. I think I passed out, kissed God, and he sent me back to this kitchen in Atlanta. Roddy remained across the counter, waving his hand in my face. V, you good? I don't know. God briefly called me home or something, 'cause I know damn well you didn't say that to me. She didn't want you to know, so don't be loud about it either. Roderick Mathers, you're not seriously going to allow her to keep this baby. Julina has made her decision up and is firm with it. My ears were singing, that's how upset I was. Julina was 15 years old. She couldn't be pregnant or seriously be considering keeping this baby. History is repeating itself. I doomed this family with my own lies and bullshit. You didn't doom this family. Ju is a smart kid that just got caught up. Like you and Bree. Yeah, and if you weren't there, we wouldn't have made it. The jury is still out on that one. I sighed and leaned my head on my hand. So I'm supposed to pretend you didn't just tell me this. Your opinion means a lot to her, so you know she's mentally preparing herself before she tells you. She's a baby, Rod. I know. A baby that I damn near raised. I can't sit back and pretend like I'm fine with her having a child. You never did with me and Bree, so I don't expect you to. As much as I was against you and Bree keeping RJ, there was no denying that I loved that boy when he came into the world. Roddy smiled. You spoiled him more than anything. RJ was your little rider. When RJ was born, I took him everywhere. It was like getting a second chance with Roddy. This baby was the spitting image of his father, and I couldn't have been more in love with him. I did. Knowing me, when this baby comes, I'll probably spoil it the same. She will complete school and go to college. Bree did it, so she'll do the same. I told her she'll work at the restaurant, too. I was surprised that Roddy was going to make her work. Huh, she's going to work? Her little baby daddy don't come from money, and his mom was already giving me hints that she thinks Ju is a spoiled little princess. I want to make it fair for the both of them. It's never going to be fair between the both of them. Julina is always going to have help, and you're never going to make her truly struggle. As much as Roddy thought he was being stern by forcing Julina to work, he was still going to provide for her and the baby. What do you think I should do then? Don't allow that woman to make you feel bad because you're able to provide for both Julina and the baby. Yes, let her work and earn a living, but still be there for her. Hell, give her boyfriend a job there too. I'm going to reach out to his mother this week. We're supposed to be meeting up without the kids for coffee. You'll do what's right. You always do when it comes to those kids. I patted his hand and kissed it. Dr. Owen Alvar sat across from me smelling like success. His mahogany cologne with soft hints of tobacco invaded my nostrils as I cut into my medium-well steak. He took a sip of his whiskey and then sat it back down before licking those thick lips that were even more noticeable under this amber lighting. After a week of talking over the phone, plus giving him the runaround, we were finally out to dinner. You would think a man like Owen would be too busy for me. However, when I shot him a text with a date, he had sent me back the reservation details and asked if I wanted him to pick me up. I opted for meeting him at the restaurant on our first date. If he made it to a second or a third date, he could come and pick me up at my home. Have you been doing what I recommended at our last appointment? Ryder invited me to her gym to do a few workouts with her trainer, but she was still waiting on me to call her back. Dr. Alvar, you're not my doctor anymore, and I know you didn't invite me to this beautiful restaurant to talk about my health. Owen licked his lips and leaned closer. I'd rather discuss how you taste, but felt that was too forward for our first date. My panties moistened as I stared across the table at this man. This grown man. I can't let you taste anything until I know what kind of man you are. He leaned back in his chair and did a soft chuckle. I'm an open book. Ask me anything. Anything? I took a small sip of my mojito and crossed my legs. Anything, he confirmed. My biggest fear was falling for a man and ending up hurt. I was at 2 strikes and wasn't trying to go for a third. Between Curtis and Khalif, I needed something or someone new. Curtis's situation was one I willingly got myself involved in. The moment he told me about his wife being pregnant, I cut him loose. I wasn't going to be responsible for breaking that child's parents up, and I wasn't about to get whatever was left of Curtis after he finished being a doting father. With Khalif, I didn't know he was married, and he never mentioned anything about it. Hell, he never even mentioned his daughter. To add a cherry on top, he used to be married to Eves. Out of all the men in the world, I come home with Eves' ex-husband. So this time, I was going to use my brain instead of my pussy. Everything needed to be on the up and up with Owen before I even decided to give him a second date. Are you married? Not now. I was married for 14 years. My wife decided she wanted other things, so we divorced. Are you divorced or our people's version of divorce? I rubbed my hands to let him know I was talking about us, black people. Black marriages went on forever, yet they would be separated for just as long without taking the final step to be done with the marriage. Owen chuckled and covered his mouth. No, we're definitely divorced. Do y'all still slide in with one another from time to time? You know, for old time's sake. Wow. He paused. The last time we saw each other was at our son's college graduation 2 years ago. We sent text messages for each other's birthday or when there's a miscommunication with the alimony. Other than that, she enjoys her new life in Belize, and I enjoy my new life here in Georgia. You ran that poor woman to Belize? I kind of joked with him. However, I was serious. What would possess his ex-wife to move to another country and away from him? It was her dream before we had kids. She always wanted to live in a different country, and I was more focused on finishing medical school and starting our life here. He paused. I guess I was listening to my parents at the time, and not what I truly wanted. You wanted to move to Belize too? Not really, but as her husband, I should have at least considered her feelings. I could always tell she was unhappy throughout our marriage. You mean to tell me she was unhappy the entire marriage because you didn't move abroad? She sacrificed a lot when it came to my career. We had to move away from our family, from our residency, then again, when I accepted a position at the hospital of my dreams. So she always had to give, and I was always okay with taking from her without considering her feelings. Is that why your marriage ended? That, and we grew apart. I wish I could blame it on the kids getting older and starting their own lives, but we had grown apart way before they were old enough to leave the house. My career took priority over my family. I missed school plays, recitals, and anniversaries because I was obsessed with becoming the best and being there for everyone else except my family. He was revealing a lot of deep things to me, and it had me amazed. Amazed that he was so open and honest. He could have easily made it his wife's fault and painted himself out to be the best husband in the world, except he didn't. He took responsibility for his part in their marriage, and that made me want to open up and know more about him. A man who didn't pin everything on someone else and had took responsibility for his own shit turned me on. I have to be honest. I didn't expect you to be so upfront and honest about your situation. What's the point of lying? I nearly spit my drink out when he asked that question. You'd be surprised by the liars that I've met. Owen smiled and leaned forward, never taking his eyes off mine. I'm looking for someone to spend the rest of my life with. I don't have time to lie to what could be the best thing that has ever happened to me. God, if he could feel the way my heart was beating out of my chest, he would have probably been concerned. You're saying a lot of the right things. I've been there and heard all of this before. In the end, I ended up sleeping alone every night and getting the short end of the stick. You thought that I was a man of words? Baby, I put action behind my words. I want someone to spend my life with. When I walked into that examination room, you caused my heart to stop. I ain't never been nervous to meet a patient since my residency, and that was many moons ago. Vicky Mathers, when I laid eyes on you, I knew I wanted you. Me and Owen wanted the same things. I wanted someone to share my life with, someone who I could travel with and build a beautiful life together. I deserved that much from a man. It was my turn to have that happy ending and to finally have a man of my own. I wanted to travel, love, and marry a man that felt the same way about me. Was that so wrong of me? I sipped my drink and batted my eyelashes at him. Owen, you got me blushing like a schoolgirl. You've been all in my business. I want to know about yours. You have a son? I could have lied and told him no. However, I was trying to go into this being as honest as he was. How could I ask for an honest man when I hadn't been honest myself? I have a son and 3 grandchildren. I bet you get called their mama whenever you take 'em out, huh? I moved my hair from my face. Flattery will always get you brownie points with me, Owen. He smiled, leaned back, and nursed his drink. I finished my drink and told Owen the truth about me and Roddy's relationship. If we ever grew serious, he would eventually meet Roddy and probably wonder why he's calling me V. Seems like neither of you had a choice in the matter. My mother always gets her way. How is your relationship with her now? Our relationship has never been the best. As I grew older, I've tolerated her. What does that mean? He chuckled. It means you have many layers, Miss Mathers. Are you calling me an onion? I'm saying that there's so much to you that I can't wait to explore. How do you know I want you to explore them? There's a lot of other places that I want to explore besides your mind. There's a time and a place for everything. I'll learn your body way more once I unlock your mind. The hairs on my arms stood up, seeing how passionate he spoke about wanting to get to know me, the real me. He wasn't worried about having sex with me or hiding me from his wife. Owen wanted to get to know me because he was attracted to me. You ever became excited about the possibility? That's how I felt about having dinner with Dr. Owen Alvar.
13. Gia. All the bridges you came over? Don't burn that yet. Nicki Minaj. From the moment that I landed in Vegas, I had been on go nonstop. I hadn't had a real moment to sit and relax before I was being pulled in a different direction. From the club appearances that Keisha had set up before we fell out to spending time with Oblique when he wasn't too busy. He had his own appearances that he was doing in Las Vegas too. Tonight, we were hosting a club together, which made me nervous. I knew cameras would be all over us, and I knew how Oblique was when he was drunk. The last thing I wanted was for Oblique to touch me or kiss me and then get back to Roddy. Roddy had social media, but he was never on it like that. Knowing how Jelena always was on the blogs, he'd know the second it happened. I pressed the button for the blinds to go up in my penthouse hotel suite. The one thing I could say about Keisha was that she was going to make sure the accommodation was top-notch. We hadn't spoken since I left her on Prince's birthday. I have expected her to call and try to make things up with me, and she hadn't. That was what pissed me off most about Keisha. She was in the wrong, and she had the nerve to act like I was wrong about how I felt.
Hey girl, can we meet at the restaurant I told you about yesterday?
Camille, my friend, had sent me a text. It was clear after all these years mixing business with friendship was the wrong move. I half expected her to do her job even though I had fired her. It was up to me to collect the money, arrange my own transportation, and find a hotel last minute. Thankfully, Camille stepped in when I needed her. Camille was born and raised in Las Vegas, so she knew every and anybody here. It was her who had been arranging transportation for me, and the reason I was staying at the Cosmopolitan in a penthouse suite. I had met Camille a few times when I hosted parties in Las Vegas. She was always good fun and got us into exclusive parties. Camille was the one who told me about having my best friend run everything for me. She schooled me on having a management team to handle everything for me and hiring my best friend as my assistant. Camille had a friend who owned a management company and set up the meeting. It didn't hurt to sit down and hear what they had to say. With the way Keisha had been acting, I needed a backup plan. The fact that she didn't reach out to me once since our fight spoke volumes and let me know that I needed to protect myself. All right, let me pull myself out of bed. LOL, we need a spa day for real. Seriously. I quickly showered and did my face care before getting dressed. Roddy was so sweet to send my stuff overnight. Every time I thought we were in an even worse space than before, he always surprised me. That small gesture made me feel 10 times better than when I arrived. I could breathe easier knowing that I didn't have to worry about Kingsley. As much as Eves was on my shit list, I knew that she would take good care of the house while I was gone. Eves did a lot in the house, and I couldn't take that from her. Taking care of my home wasn't on my list of things I ever wanted to do. My phone pulled me from my thoughts. Sliding my finger across the screen, I held it to my ear. Hey, Court, what's up? Hey, girl, I was calling to find out if Keisha's hair was going on your invoice. Why would Keisha's hair be going on my invoice? Court did my hair before I came to Vegas, and she usually sent me an invoice a couple of days after so I could settle my bill. I did her hair yesterday, and she didn't pay up front, so I assumed it was going on your invoice like it usually does. Whenever Keisha got her hair done, I always paid for it. If I had to look good, so did she. Whenever the invoice was sent, I settled up without even asking her for the money. Keisha never told me she scheduled an appointment with Court, and she damn sure wasn't about to get it paid for either. How did I look paying for her hair, and she couldn't at least reach out to me? Girl, Keish never told me she was getting her hair done. I guess you'll have to send her an invoice. Oh, okay. You always got her tab, so I wanted to reach out to you first. Court replied. She was getting real cute to go spend time with her boyfriend out of town. Oh, was she? You know she loved her boyfriend. I rolled my eyes. More than likely she was paying for the entire thing, then fronting on social media like he was taking care of her. Don't I know it? Well, I won't hold you long. I was just processing invoices and wanted to be sure. Thanks for calling me. How's things with my cousin? I've been calling her and she hasn't returned any of my calls. Things are good. She has her hands full with my baby, so I know she's busy. I put on a good front like everything was all good. Roddy was more than likely in his feelings because I decided to hire her back. And I wasn't the biggest fan of her. Knowing she had a little boo thing of her own made me feel a little bit better about leaving her and Roddy back in Atlanta alone. Oh, okay. I'll keep trying her. Okay, talk soon. I ended the call and continued to get ready. My phone was ringing like a call center today. Oblique's FaceTime came through as soon as I ended the call with Court. Hey, babe. I answered with the phone facing down. Yo, why the phone facing the ceiling? He barked as soon as the video came through. I'm putting on my heels and I'm pressed for time. What did you need? My stylist just hit me up and said that we should coordinate our outfits tonight. No. That would really make it seem like we're messing around or whatever. Oblique had been on my ass to make a decision. He didn't want to play second forever, and I understood his feelings. However, I wasn't about to go and ruin my whole engagement because of a man I just started seeing. We're hosting tonight and need to make a big-ass scene. So what if they think we messing around? You act like the press wouldn't be a good thing for you. Babe, I have a meeting, and I don't need to be discussing this right now. There was a lot on my plate, and this wasn't something that we needed to be arguing about. Since I got here, I had been on Oblique's time. In between doing my appearances and spending time with him, I was stretched thin. What made matters worse was Oblique wanting his own room in a different hotel. We could have stayed together, but he wanted his own space. Since I got here, I had been coming to him to stay in his room. We hadn't had any time to discuss me being pregnant. It's always about your shit, huh? Oblique, it's been about you since I touched down here. I I don't want to match because I don't need to be asked about our relationship. Did you forget that I was engaged? The FaceTime call ended and I tossed my phone onto the bed. He was forever making something out of nothing. Why did we need to coordinate? It wasn't like we were the city girls or something. We were two separate people who had been booked to host together. Oblique was way too emotional and dramatic at times. It often made me wonder if this was something that I wanted. Did I need another headache to add to all the shit I had going on? Instead of wallowing on our argument, I continued to get ready so I could meet Camille and her friend for our meeting. It was time for me to take my career seriously and start working on other things. I loved club appearances and I had been doing them for years. However, I needed more. I wanted brand deals and to start my own business, and having the correct management could open those doors. The moment I walked into the rooftop bar, I felt at peace. It wasn't like I could have a drink to settle my nerves that Oblique rattled previously, but I felt like this was going to be a great meeting. I mean, it had to be at this point. Hey, Gia! Camille waved me over to the table that they were sitting at. From the table, we could see all of the strip right at our seats. Hey, Camille, sorry for running late. I hugged her and she turned toward her friend. It's no problem. Me and Leslie were catching up. We haven't gotten together since she had her baby, girl. Hey, Leslie, congratulations on the baby. Leslie was beautiful. I mean, she looked like she walked right off of an issue with Vogue with her flawless dark skin, bright eyes, and long hair. I could tell it wasn't a weave or wig. That hair was growing straight out of her scalp.
Thank you, hon. She's 4 months now, and I'm dying not being around her,
Leslie admitted. I wished I was that kind of mother. The type that literally counted down the seconds, hours, and minutes until I was reunited with my baby. Don't get me wrong, I loved Kingsley and couldn't wait to see her when I was back home. However, I wasn't rushing to be back home with her. Leslie was the type that hated going to work because she would miss her baby too much. My daughter is a little over 6 months, and all I can say is cherish them when they're still. All she does is move around and get into stuff. I giggled and sat across the table from her.
I can't wait for her to start walking and talking. All I do is breastfeed and nap. My husband decided it was time for me to get back to work because I was obsessing over her.
Leslie did a nervous laugh. I jumped back into work a little bit ago, too. I miss her when I'm working, but I know that I need my time, too.
That's what my family keeps telling me. It's hard because I don't want to miss any time with her.
She waved her face to keep the tears from falling.
Goodness, I'm sorry. Every time I get to talking about my daughter, I get emotional.
We are hormonal, and it's all right. I assured her and busied myself with the menu while she pulled herself together. I didn't think I would ever be that type of mother. Kingsley didn't need an overbearing parent. Roddy was enough, so she didn't need me to always be on her. I wanted her to be independent and not need me as much. Leslie was over here crying because she was talking about her daughter. That was too much.
Thanks for understanding.
She sniffled.
Enough about that.
She waved the subject off.
I'm not ready to become a mother, and the two of you just confirmed that. I cry leaving my dog every morning.
Camille joked.
Besides being the best mommy in the world, she's also the best manager in the game when it comes to influencers.
You represent influencers?
Yes, companies and other brands don't take influencers seriously. They don't believe you guys belong in the boardroom or meetings with them, and I love to prove them wrong.
She clarified, and I loved what she had said. A lot of times smaller brands took a chance on me because they wanted the exposure. It was like pulling teeth to get bigger brands to see that I was an asset to their company. It was like Leslie hit a switch and became this confident, go-getter businesswoman in a quick second. Gone were the tears that she shed for missing her daughter, and here she was, playing hardball. I'm already liking what you're saying. These small deals are nice and the money is nicer. However, I want more, I explained. I want bigger deals with collections named after me, club appearances that really pay me the most,
and that's what I want to do too, if you decide to work with me. I want to rebrand your image from the party girl socialite to the lifestyle influencer with brand deals out the ass.
I do enjoy a great party from time to time.
Think less about club appearances and more about invites to Vanity Fair parties or other things like that. We can revamp your entire career and be bigger than the party girl that you've been since you were younger.
Hosting club appearances had been my life for the past few years. That was all I knew. And Keisha had always been good at booking them. We got excited whenever a promoter paid more than our asking price. It grew tiring after a while. Having to negotiate or have promoters play games when it was time to pay the price? I wanted more, and I wanted to be able to make more money than I ever did. Why are you speaking my language? I got excited because of the possibilities. There's so much I want to do, and I felt like my best friend couldn't make any of it happen.
I have a lot of connections, and those connections open lots of doors for my clients. I'd love to have you become a part of the team, Gia. I'm familiar with you and admire all that you've accomplished. But, like Camille was telling me, I think it's time for you to have real representation and elevate your career. You're a mama now, and I'm sure you don't want to be in the club every weekend.
If she only knew that being in the club was my home away from home, she'd be judging me. I'm excited and have a good feeling about this. I want to act and sing and do so much. I feel like that can be accomplished with you.
I'm confident that we can even get you a brand deal with your daughter, too. You're a new mother, and I think your fan base needs to see that, too.
I was cool with everything she was speaking about until she mentioned doing deals with Kingsley. I wasn't sure about having my daughter out on social media. My brand wasn't to be a mommy blog brand. It was Gia Love, a bad bitch with fans who secretly wanted to be me. I wasn't trying to do ads for diapers and baby food because I was a mother. My identity wasn't being a mother, and I didn't want my brand to become that. I'm really protective about my daughter, and my fiancé is too. I'm sure he wouldn't be comfortable with her being on social media since we both agreed to keep her off of it.
That's fine too. I get it. Me and my husband both feel the same way and have kept our daughter private too. We can focus on building your personal brand, and at any time you can let me know if you want to do brand deals with your daughter.
Camille rubbed my shoulders.
I told you Leslie was the real deal. You need this, Gia. I get you love your friend, but you need to be focused on your career.
I was excited about all the possibilities that I could accomplish in my career. But I was nervous, too. For so long, it had always been me and Keisha doing things. With the management company, I had to instill all my trust in them, and they would be the people in control of my brand. Where did that leave Keisha? She was buying a home, and this was her bread and butter, too. As angry as I was with her about our fight, I always didn't want to shit on my friend, too. No matter how much she got on my nerves, she always came through with appearances and brand deals for me. Leslie checked her phone and then returned her attention back to us.
The purpose of the meeting today wasn't to have you sign on the spot. How about you come to our offices in Los Angeles and we can show you around? I can also have my assistant send you over a contract so you have your lawyers view them and have a decision by the time you visit us. Hopefully, if you're interested, we can have a brand deal ready as soon as you sign the papers.
Leslie clapped her hands and grabbed her purse while putting her shades on. That sounds amazing. Thanks again for having this meeting. Camille told me that you and your husband are here on vacation.
My husband is a professional poker player. Anytime there's a casino around, it's not a vacation.
She giggled and reached down to double-cheek kiss me.
I'm going to walk her out and I'll be back.
Camille told me and went to walk Leslie to the elevator. Everything that came out of Leslie's mouth sounded like gold. It was everything I wanted for my career. My mother, Roddy, and V all complained about me being in the club. And that being my source of income, to a degree, I agreed with them. I couldn't do this forever. And I needed to start thinking about what was next. My career meant the world to me, and all I wanted was to make my daughter proud of me. As much as I knew Roddy would always provide for us, it meant more knowing that I could do it without him.
Hey girl, so what did you think?
Camille sat in the seat Leslie was once sitting in. It went great. I'm just worried about Keisha and hiring someone else. It has always been the two of us.
The two of you aren't going to take you to new levels. Leslie is the real deal, and she has taken influencers to the next level. You know the model Yara?
The one who just sold out of those bathing suits in 2 minutes and made $15 million?
Yara started out as a fashion YouTuber. She now has her own brand, and she's signed to one of the top model agencies. Leslie did all that, and I'm sure she can do it for you too.
I get that. Where I'm from, you look out for your friends, and although me and Keisha are on bad terms, I know we'll make up. Camille did a laugh to herself, then took both of my hands into hers.
Gia, I guess you love your friend, but you need to think about both you and Kingsley's future. Don't you want something you can pass on to her? You can't pass the club down to her. Take a couple of days to think about it and read over the contract. Then you book your flight to California and let's get to work.
You are so damn pushy.
Only for the people I care for. I can see you have a bright future and you need to jump on it now. Leave that club shit to these hoes who just want to be paid with a bottle and a little change. We're better than that and going to new levels. Industry parties and important events only.
She held up her champagne glass and I held my water up. New levels. We both cheered and clinked glasses. I was nervous about this new step in my career, but ready at the same time. Pregnancy made me sleepier than ever. After last night, I didn't want to do anything for the rest of the day. Tucked away in bed under the covers with reruns of the Gossip Girls playing on the TV. Room service was on the way with my lunch, and I didn't plan on moving from this bed. The party last night got too crazy, and I was tired before it fully jumped off. People came out because I brought the hype out of people, and last night, I didn't have the energy. Luckily, Oblique and his entourage were hype enough for all of us. The club was so packed that they had to stop letting people in midway through the night. What surprised me the most was seeing Keisha at the club with her cousin. She only used her cousin whenever she didn't have anybody, so I assumed she brought her so she wouldn't be in the club alone, since neither of us was talking to one another. We didn't share words or anything. After the club let out, Oblique wanted to continue to party through Vegas, and I wasn't in the mood. If I wasn't pregnant, tired, and hungry, I would have been going along with them. This morning, I was tired and wanted to sleep, so I told Oblique to continue on, and he didn't hesitate to go on without me. He wasn't ready to be a father, if this baby was his. It scared me because I didn't want to bring up the pregnancy knowing that Oblique wasn't anywhere near ready for that. He mentioned Kingsley and acted like he wanted to play stepdad, but actually, having a kid of your own was different. I pulled my phone out and called Camille. After she made sure I got back to my room, she continued to party with Oblique and his entourage. Hey girl, you still asleep? Camille yawned into the phone.
Girl, I got in like 2 hours ago.
She giggled.
We shut down every club out here.
Sounds like you had too much fun.
It's been a while since I partied like that.
She admitted.
How you feeling? I know you said you weren't feeling well.
I'm good. I don't plan on moving from this bed today, and I'm looking for flights so I can book one to visit Leslie in Cali. Camille sighed.
Leslie mentioned this to me, but I didn't want to say anything.
What's that?
She asked if you would be willing to move to California.
Already? I didn't even sign my contract.
That's how fast she works. I'm sure Leslie already has some big deals in the works and is just waiting for you to sign. You'll be flying out there a lot anyway once she starts lining things up for you.
Moving to California is a lot. My fiancé isn't going for that.
Not going for you advancing your career?
It's not like that. I leaned back into my pillow. He has 2 previous kids and his family in Atlanta. He's not going to want to uproot the kids again to move.
I'm not saying that you have to make a decision now, but you should start having those conversations with him. This isn't something small you're about to embark on.
Camille yawned.
Anyway, I'm about to go back to sleep.
Get some sleep. I know I'm about to get me some, too. I laughed into the phone. Moving to California was a big step. I had always wanted to move there, but I felt like I never had a good enough reason. I hosted parties and had small brand deals, but that wasn't enough to uproot my life to another time zone. It would have been easier to pack my things and move if I was single and didn't have a child. With Roddy, I knew this conversation wouldn't go well. He'd complain about how I was being selfish and not thinking about him or the children. We needed a fresh start, and California might be the best thing for all of us. I took a deep breath and decided to give Roddy a call. Hey, babe, how's things there?
Good. I just left therapy, and I'm about to head to the house to take Kingsley to her baby class.
I thought Eves took her to those things. The phone paused.
She had errands to run today, so I gave her the day off.
Who has my baby?
V has the baby, Gia.
He had agitation in his voice, and we had just gotten on the phone. The fuck was he so mad about? Damn, Roderick! You don't have to sound like I'm getting on your nerves.
I'm stressed with a lot of shit, and you're asking me 20 questions.
You act like I don't have a bunch of things on my plate, too. Even with all that, I'm not being testy with you.
I bet you do.
What is that supposed to mean, Roddy?
Nothing.
Are you going to ask me about my meeting? Damn. You sure don't act like you care about anything I got going on.
Gia, stop playing with me. I don't have time for the bullshit. If you wanted to tell me about your meeting, you would have called me.
It went good. She thinks I can get some amazing brand deals and change my whole look up.
What does that mean?
She wants me to retire my party girl persona and start working with brands and cleaning my image up.
I thought you liked doing that club shit.
I do, but I can't do it forever. You're the one that keeps telling me that.
I do.
So, she wants me to consider moving to California.
Yeah, not gonna happen. I'm not moving the kids. We have a life here in Atlanta.
Babe, can you consider it? We can split the time between there and home. We also have Eve's back so she can help out too.
Eves doesn't plan on doing this forever, Gia. I hired her because you claimed you needed help and a break. I understood that, and have always been supportive. When the hell are you going to start raising your own child?
His words caught me off guard. What the hell are you talking about? I raised my child. It may not be the way you want, but I do.
You're barely here now, and now you want to add possibly moving to California onto the table? What are you going to do if I don't want to move there?
It already sounds like you don't want to move there.
I'm not trying to move again. I left New York and settled here, and we're all content here.
I was born and raised there, and I'm not content there. I want more, and you should want more for me.
I want whatever you want for yourself. At some point, you need to realize that you have a family, and you need to make them a priority.
Whatever. I rolled my eyes and ended the call. Roddy was always preaching about family, yet he made all the moves he wanted, and I never said a word. I allowed him to chase his investments and business deals. When it came to me, the support was never there. Roddy could fix his mouth to support me the way I supported him. It was always about the kids and what they wanted. He never seemed to realize that both RJ and Julina were growing up and would eventually want to live their own life. What was the point of sacrificing my happiness for kids that didn't give a damn about me in the first place? My plans to sit in bed all day were spoiled after talking to Roddy. I wanted to ride dick and spend time with Oblique until later. He had another appearance, and I didn't plan on going with him. Camille mentioned her friend's birthday dinner, and I planned to attend with her. Maybe meeting her friends would help me make up my mind about everything. I needed to be around other women who are about making money and big boss moves. Oblique was staying at the MGM, which wasn't far from my hotel. I could have taken a cab, but I decided to walk and grab coffee on the way. With the way he was going hard last night, I knew he would need this espresso more than he needed air in his lungs. I couldn't wait to sit and talk to him about the meeting and the possibility of me moving to California. Oblique and Roddy were night and day. While Roddy loved to rain on my parade, Oblique was all for me following my dreams. He encouraged me to chase the bag and dream. He understood my lifestyle and never made me feel bad about it. The casino was dead with a few people playing the tables and slot machines. I headed toward the elevator and up to his suite. Oblique had given me his key card last night when he asked me to be in his room when he got back from partying. I knew he was drunk and would more than likely never make it back to his room, so I opted to go to my own hotel last night with Camille. Knowing him, he'd be in his feelings that I wasn't there this morning, so I hoped this espresso would make up for it. Plus, I needed someone to talk to. Despite his bitching about matching outfits yesterday, Oblique was a good listener. He gave solid advice and had this twinkle in his eyes that made you want to chase your dreams because he was doing the same. I let myself into the suite and sat the coffee down onto the kitchen counter. It was dark with all the shades drawn and his sneakers kicked all over the floor. His suite looked as if the party had come back here instead of the next club. I set my purse down and started to open the shades to let the light in.
Aunt, that's you?
I heard Oblique's voice and smiled. He sure didn't sound like I thought he would this morning. You wish it was Aunt. I replied back and continued to straighten up the living area.
Baby?
He stammered when he heard my voice.
What you doing here?
I heard his voice getting closer. Oblique appeared in his boxers wearing a shocked expression. I brought you some coffee. You look good for someone who partied all night. He shrugged while trying to act normal, yet he was nervous as hell. I stood with my hand on my hip and stared at him.
I stopped drinking after you went back to your room. Anna's supposed to be here with my clothes for this meeting I got.
Oh, really? I eyed him suspiciously, and he was trying to deflect from me going toward the room. The way he stood in the entryway to the back of the suite spoke volumes. Oblique was always so calm, cool, and collective, and right now he was anything but that.
Yeah, I thought you weren't feeling well or some shit. Camille told me when we met back up at the club.
Who's in the room, Oblique?
Nobody.
You lying to me now?
Gia, why you coming over here with this shit? Nobody in the room.
He tried to act calm by going to the fridge, thinking I'd follow him over there. But when I made a beeline toward the room, he nearly tripped over the stool at the counter, trying to get to me before I turned the doorknob.
Come on! Why the fuck?
Keisha? Are you fucking kidding me? I squealed, surprised that I opened the door and saw my best friend laying in my man's hotel bed naked. Keisha jumped out of sleep with a stupid-ass look on her face. She looked like a deer caught in headlights, and that's what pissed me off more. The fact that she was acting surprised by being in his bed.
Gia, what are you doing here? You said she didn't know our room number.
Our? I shrieked, surprised that she would even ask him such a question while I was standing here. What the fuck does she mean by our, Oblique?
Ma, it's not what it looks like. She got too drunk and I helped her back to the room. I didn't even know she was coming out here.
Oblique was spinning out of control. He couldn't look me in the eye or keep his lies straight. Give it the fuck up, Oblique. She's right in your face and sees me in the bed. It's time to be honest and tell your girl the truth. Keisha rolled her eyes and flipped her messy-ass hair. Who was this girl? This couldn't be my best friend that I always looked out for. The same person who promised me she would always have my back. This couldn't be the bitch that I allowed to sleep on my couch when I've got my first place and never charged her rent. The way she was acting was less like a friend and more like a hater who had disguised themselves as a friend all these years. You've been fucking him the entire time? I was in true disbelief. Not once did I ever suspect that Oblique and Keisha were fucking around with each other. They were always so nonchalant whenever we were all together. Hell, I thought she and Ann had a little vibe going. Keisha sat up on the bed with this look of satisfaction. She looked like she was actually enjoying this instead of being remorseful for sleeping with my man.
Why the fuck do you care so much? That's your problem, Gia. You're so spoiled and want everything for yourself.
My man? Yes, I want him for myself. You're my best friend and you've been sleeping with my man. I wanted to jump into the bed and choke the hell out of her. Why she wasn't acting like the Keisha I knew? Or maybe it was. The only time I seen her act like this was toward people she didn't fuck with. Neither did I think I would end up on the opposite side of these things.
You forgot you're engaged and pregnant?
The smirk that slid across her face when she revealed I was pregnant made me sick to my stomach.
Pregnant?
Oblique stammered, finally adding something to the damn conversation. I thought the entryway needed help staying up with the way he was clinging to it.
Whoa, babe, we don't need a baby right now.
What are you talking about? I'm already pregnant and what's done is done. I wasn't sure who my child's father was, and I wasn't about to admit with Keisha over there taking pleasure in this.
Gia, neither of us need a baby right now. We're still building our careers and a baby's gonna slow you down. You already said your daughter slowed you down.
So you're not going to at least try and make this work for our baby? I wish I could say that I was surprised by his reaction. A small part of me knew Oblique didn't want any children. What we had was fun, and as much as he liked to pretend he wanted more, he was fine with our arrangement that we had going on.
Try for what? I'm about to be on tour in the next few months, babe. I can't be there for you and the baby. My career is taking off, and I can't let a baby slow that shit down. And you would think you would learn with Kingsley. Your career barely survived while you wanted to play house with Roddy.
Bitch, I am tired of your mouth. I started to walk over to Keisha and Oblique grabbed me up. Get the fuck off me. I snatched my arm away from him.
Baby, I fucked up. Me and Keisha was supposed to happen once. I told you that I wasn't going to sit and wait for you forever.
Nigga, you could have told me that you wanted to see other people. Don't use that as an excuse for fucking this nasty whore bucket. I looked over at Keisha disgusted. You both deserve one another.
Bitch, please. You're finally not getting your way and can't handle it. Your mama, daddy, or Roddy ain't here to fix it for you.
If you're so jealous of my life, Keisha, say that. Keisha, you always been there, and anything I had, I tried to give it to you.
No.
She leaned up.
You gave me whatever you had left. There's a difference. You got a fiancé that will give you the world, but that isn't enough for you.
You're the one that told me that Roddy was smothering me and that I needed to start to rebel and take control of my own life and career. Keisha laughed.
You so stupid. I told you that because I hoped that nigga would eventually leave you. Roddy is a good man, and you can't see it because you're too busy trying to be out there in the streets. I know a good man when I see it because I've been fucking with shitty men all my life. They make promises and break them as soon as they get what they want. Oblique doesn't need a woman who has baggage. He needs me, someone who could further get his name out there.
It all made sense. I was wondering how Oblique ended up hosting this party with me and why Keisha showed up but hadn't spoken to me.
She's been helping out, Gia. Keisha's good people to have on your team. She has connections and shit that can help further my career.
I took a deep breath and rubbed my temples. You both deserve each other. I hope she takes your career to new heights and then you jump off the ledge and kill yourself. I turned toward Keisha. What you think gonna happen to you? He gonna fuck, get what he wants, and discard you like the niggas before him. I'm selfish at times, still. I would never do you the way you did me. As much as I wanted to beat the shit out of Keisha and rip her to shreds, I was more hurt than anything. She was like a sister to me, and seeing how she did me hurt me to my core. It was one thing with her fucking oblique behind my back, but another to be so disrespectful about it. She was so cold, bitter, and angry with me that it was shocking that I never noticed it before. Roddy always told me that I needed to look out for Keisha, and I chalked it up to him wanting me for himself. Now I saw that he was looking out for me and wanted me to watch who I surrounded myself with.
Babe, we can fix this. I don't want to lose you.
Oblique followed me out the room. Ob, do you? I replied. You wanted her, so go ahead and have her.
And the baby?
The knife was further stabbed into my back. I'll get rid of it.
Good looks, Gia.
I shook my head, grabbed my purse, and headed out of the suite. I had everything that Keisha wanted, and I never appreciated it. A life that women drooled over and a man that would literally kill for me. I was ungrateful and needed to right a few wrongs. I changed my flight and went back to my hotel to pack to go home.
14. Eves. I'ma forgive. I won't forget. But I'm gonna dare the issue. Nicki Minaj. My hips rolled while my hands were planted on Pooh's chest as I rode him. He bit down on his bottom lip as I continued to bounce up and down while my breasts slapped against my chest. It took a lot for me to get to this point with him. Deep down, I felt like I was cheating on Roddy's ass. I knew I shouldn't feel like that because we weren't together. Still, it felt no different than the time we were both creeping behind Khalif's back. Shit, I'm about to come. He groaned, and I bounced harder while trying to come too. This was our second go at this since morning, the second time that only he would come. I reminisced on the wild and crazy sex we would have, and this didn't compare. What happened to him? Did prison fuck up your sex drive or technique? The only way I could get myself off was climbing on top, and even then, he came before I could even get there. No, hold on for me, Pooh. I moaned and scratched his chest while keeping my eyes closed. I envisioned me and Roddy having sex in Dubai and got overly turned on. My hands reached up to my breasts and I pinched my nipples while I moaned softly. So badly I wanted to moan Roddy's name to further the feeling I was feeling in this moment. Damn, Yee, you fucking the shit out of me. Pooh's voice threw it off and I pretended like I had come and climbed up off of him. It wasn't that Pooh was unattractive or that I wasn't attracted to him. Years had passed, and in those years, he had changed. Our sexual chemistry was on fire outside of the bedroom, but when it came to us putting action into our attraction, things just went left. It was about time I had my goods again. He rolled over and put his hands between my legs. Your goods? I don't see a ring on this finger for you to be putting claims on it. As if you would ever get married again. That lame nigga ruined it for you. He assumed and climbed out of bed. Marriage wasn't on my list of things to do. Still, I desired being married to the right person. I wanted the picture-perfect marriage that every woman dreamed of. The wedding, the honeymoon, and the babies that followed. Just because I had one failed marriage didn't mean I didn't want to at least do it again with the right person. Khalif was the wrong person, and for a while, I tried to get myself to believe that he was right for me. I would get married again. Pooh turned around while putting his shirt on. For real? I scooted up on the headboard and pulled the sheets over my body. Yeah, Khalif was the wrong person, and I know what I want and deserve this time around. Pooh nodded his head and smirked. Good to know. I'm about to grab us some coffee from downstairs, and I'm gonna hit my nigga back. And you need to take the call all the way down to the lobby? It wasn't like we were at a cheap motel in downtown Atlanta. We were staying at the Four Seasons again. And with a quick call down, he could have coffee brought up to us. Yee, you know I don't like you knowing my shit. It helps me sleep better at night. Okay. He stood there and stared at me before coming over toward me. Pooh took a hold of my face and kissed me on the lips. His tongue invaded my mouth and sent chills down my spine. Stop that. I'm not even fucking with anybody else. You it for me, Yee. You sure? I am. I believe you. I reached up and touched his face. Go make your little call or whatever. I giggled. You need to be jumping in the shower. I gotta do a couple of things today before we go shopping. I watched him leave out of the hotel room and pulled the sheets off my body. Pooh was only in town for a couple of days, and I asked Roddy for the day off yesterday. Tonight I had to head back to the house, and Pooh was meeting up with his friends that he had in town. We planned to link back up before he flew back out again. As much as I wanted to be with Roddy and loved him, I had to leave him alone. It was dangerous for us to be involved again. So much had happened, and I was the one who ended up paying the price. The thoughts that went through my head while being unemployed scared me. It brought me back to a place I worked so hard to escape from. It felt like I was back at my mother's house, begging for money because I didn't have any. I never wanted to go back to that, so it was best for us to remain friends. By the time I got out of the shower, Pooh had already come back upstairs. He was sitting in the drinking area, drinking his coffee. I sat across from him and sipped mine with the towel wrapped around my body. Handled everything? As much as I could. I remained silent and enjoyed my coffee. It only took him 3 times to get my order correct. This is good. I didn't feel like hearing your big-ass mouth about it. He chuckled. I tasted it too to make sure. Well, I appreciate that. Yee? Yeah. I gotta figure out how to get this money by tomorrow. Huh? I gotta figure out... Huh? We both fell out laughing because it was my favorite TikTok video. You so damn stupid. You know I love that video. I know. I'm not even trying to leave you here again. We'll make some time to spend with each other again. I wish you could stay here longer too. What are we doing, Yee? What you mean? Where are we going with this? I'm not a young nigga anymore, and I just want to know that we're working towards something. Pooh had never been shy when it came to admitting how he felt about me. We were both always open and honest about what we wanted and where we wanted to be in the next few years. There was no doubt in my mind that if Pooh never got locked up, that we would have been together. It probably wouldn't have been right away, but we would have ended up together. I often imagined what life would have been like if he hadn't been locked away. Would Talia still be alive? Would I have gotten help from my drinking? We would have probably had more children for sure. I don't know, Pooh. You tell me what we're doing. He finished his coffee and sat it on the table beside him. I want to be with you. You know that already. What I want to know is what you want. You messing with your boss and shit, and it's clear there's feelings involved. We're not messing around anymore. I told you that we both ended things. It didn't look that way when he pulled up to the barbecue. I sighed. He was caught off guard. We both were. Pooh's expression became even more serious than before. I want to build a life with you. Everything we spoke about before I was locked up, I want that. I just need to know if you want the same things. If not, why are we wasting our time? Is it really wasting our time by easing back into this? It's been a long time for the both of us. How do you even know you want a life with the new me? You ain't really that new to me. Yeah, I know you better than everybody else. Your circumstances changed, yeah, but you're still the same person I knew back then. That's the thing, Preston. I'm not the same person that left that prison visitation room years ago. I've changed and have more baggage than I had before. I stressed. That's why I want to take things slow. I don't want you to wake up one morning and regret moving so fast with me. He got up from the chair he was sitting in and pulled me out of mine. My heart ached when I felt him wrap his arms around my waist while staring down into my eyes. I could never regret moving forward with you. It doesn't matter if it's fast or slow. I could never regret that. Pooh gently kissed me on the lips. The only thing I would regret is not moving forward with you at all. I want to know the new Yee and bring out pieces of the old Yee that I know. We kissed as I held him tightly around the neck. I want that same thing too. How can that happen living in 2 different places? Let me worry about that. You always thinking 2 steps ahead. I want this to work, and I'll do what I have to make sure that it does. I kissed him on the lips. You're my dream girl, Eves. You don't see how you got me fucked up? What you mean? I'm all excited and can't perform right. I know you feel the shit. I do. I thought that prison shit switched things for you. Nah. I dreamed of this moment every night through the years. I envisioned how you smelled, felt, and sounded. This shit is a dream to me, and I want this to work. I guess we both need to make sure that it does. Pooh picked me up and carried me back to the bed. No, I just showered. Fuck that. He laughed and tossed me onto the bed. I guess he felt he needed to redeem himself. and I had no problems with it. Pooh had a few people he knew that happened to be in town at the same time as him, so we were having lunch with them. Rafi and his wife Zaya were money. They even smelled like it. I could tell from the python Birkin that occupied the seat beside her that she wasn't about that short money. Her sheer maxi dress and matching Hermes slides and her jewelry was enough to convince me that they got money, and lots of it. Even with all that glitz, glamour, and shmoney moves, you could tell that Zaya was from the hood. It didn't matter how much money she had. She couldn't shed that deep New York accent and mannerisms. It's nice to finally put a face to the person. Rafi looked across the table at me. I was busting down this steak, so I quickly swallowed it before I spoke. Oh, was Preston talking about me? He always told me that his main goal was to come home and get his girl. Rafi confirmed. Oh, look at you, blushing and shit. Zaya added, that man is in love with you. Chill out. Y'all making me look soft and shit. Pooh chuckled and cut into his chicken. I'm glad that I know I never left your mind, baby. I pinched his cheeks and went back to working on my food. Pooh said that Rafi was an important business connect that he had been trying to secure for a while. He vaguely explained that a man like Rafi was the person you wanted to be in business with. I never asked many questions because I knew he would never go into full detail on everything. It was best to nod and smile while he explained things. From Rafi and Zaya's appearance, I could tell that was where Pooh was trying to be. If he hadn't gotten locked up, he probably would have been there. Excuse me, I need to go to powder my nose or whatever the fuck that means. Zaya excused herself and nodded for me to follow behind her. Me too. I quickly got up and followed her into the lavish bathroom. This bathroom was straight out of Architect Digest magazine. Zaya plopped down on the fluffy ottoman that was situated in the middle of the bathroom. Why are we fake powdering our noses? I've been to more than enough business meetings to know that they want to talk more business, but not with our ears around. Then why invite us? Girl, because we're eye candy and some added side conversation. She pulled a cigarette out of her bra and lit it. Can you smoke in here? It was clear that Zaya wasn't one of those who followed the rules. She did what she wanted, and she'd dare you to say something about it. With the kind of money that Rafi has, I could go into the kitchen and blow smoke rings, and they wouldn't do a damn thing. Must be nice. Zaya crossed her legs and stared me up and down. Your life is about to become this. What do you mean, this? The purses, shoes, restaurants, and the smiling while stroking your man's ego. Zaya was talking about this like it was a job and not her life. I don't have to stroke Pooh's ego. Who? Preston. Oh, you got cute little nicknames. She blew smoke out of her mouth and took a second pull. What he calls you? Sugar butt or some lame shit like that? Yeah. Well, we can't all be so lucky to have nicknames like that, right? Rafi calls me a pretty hoodlum, so I guess you win in that category. Your husband calls you a pretty hoodlum? I was shocked by her revelation. What kind of marriage did they have? Her words fell off her tongue so casually, like it didn't bother or faze her one bit. Rafi is not my husband. She corrected me. Your shoes are cute. She pointed down to my Gucci sneakers. Thank you. I bought them myself. Boo, you never buy them yourself. You let Preston buy them. Play the game or it's going to play you. She put the cigarette right out on the granite countertop, took a mint out of a fancy jar, and then nodded for me to follow behind her. Like a switch, she turned her charm back on. I hope you didn't miss me, baby. She kissed Rafi on the cheek and started back eating her food. It got too damn quiet with you being gone. Rafi shared a hearty chuckle. Pooh and Rafi continued to talk about bullshit while I spent the majority of the lunch trying to figure out his and Zaya's arrangement. They acted like they were married. He treated her like a wife. I mean, she damn sure was taken care of like one, too. We'll be in Positano next weekend. I want you both to fly out there and we'll spend time on my yacht there. It's a real J and Bay kind of thing, Zaya explained. The little boat takes us right out to the boat. Bring plenty of swimsuits. Zaya likes being catered to around the clock and not being around people for weeks. Shoot, I see why Jay and Bay be going ghost on their yacht for weeks at a time. It's peaceful and relaxing. Zaya polished off the rest of her drink. Come on, Raf. You putting me in an impossible situation right now. I have previous plans. I quickly spoke up. Pooh didn't want to go, and I wasn't about to have him make me look dumb. Me and my girls have a trip planned already. Thank you for the invite. I wish we could go. Pooh straightened up and took a sip of his drink.
Sounds like you're not really in an impossible situation.
Zaya grinned. Pooh and Rafi held small conversations while we all continued to eat. They both made plans for all of us to get together again. Pooh told Rafi that he'd handle the bill since he and Zaya had to head to their private jet. I enjoyed the lunch with both of them. It was better than sitting around with stuffy, stuck-up people.
Remember, play the game, or it's going to play you,
Zaya whispered in my ear before they both left. What's their situation? I asked the moment they were gone. That's his girl. Pooh brushed it off. I knew he didn't give a damn about Rafi and Zaya's relationship status. They're not married? Yeah, I don't know their situation. It ain't my business. I just know she's around whenever he's handling business. Guess that's his wife or whatever.
Why didn't you want to go on their yacht?
I don't mix business with pleasure. What do you call this? Business. I didn't lie about having previous plans. Pooh was staring down at the bill and half listening to me. His mood was different from when we arrived. He seemed more stressed than before. What did they discuss when me and Zaya were in the bathroom? Everything all right? He turned and looked at me before accepting his card back from the waiter. Yeah, I'm straight. You? Uh-huh. What are we getting into now? I got some shit to handle, so I'm going to drop you back at the hotel. You do know I have to head back tonight, right? Pooh pulled my chair out and took my hand. I know. Hopefully soon you won't have to work for anybody. What does that mean? Just trust me, all right? He kissed me on the cheek before opening the door for me. I didn't know what Pooh was into, so how could I trust something I didn't know anything about? It was easy for him to just expect that I trusted him. Pooh had always been heavy in the streets, and I knew what came from that. Yo, Eves, you got more of that coochie board you had ordered? It's a charcuterie board and it's in the fridge. I corrected RJ while washing dishes. He shuffled over to the fridge and dug out the contents that were left. I surprised the kids with having one made for dinner last night. They enjoyed the different things, and it kept them full. I was working hard to get everything done before my girls' trip with Allie. As much as I love the kids, I love the sun and the beach 10 times more. Kingsley was watching the iPad and RJ was making a mess. Damn, this is so good. The blueberry goat cheese and the crackers combo hits every time. Watch your mouth. Sorry. He apologized and sat at the counter and continued to eat. You do know that you wouldn't be as hungry if you just ate dinner tonight. Not that hungry. You can't avoid your father forever. If I try really hard, I can. He countered, and I shook my head. What's stopping you from being honest with him about your sexuality? He put so much pressure on me to be like him. I'm scared he's going to think less of me if I come out to him. You know your father way better than I do. Nevertheless, I could tell what kind of man he is. Your father would never think less of you just because you're gay. RJ popped a honey sesame almond into his mouth and shrugged. I don't know. I'm never going to push you to do something that you're not ready for. Still, I'm here for you through anything. I hugged him around the neck and kissed him on the cheek. Love your big-headed self. Love you too, Eves. He replied, and it melted my heart. I never thought I would get that mom feeling again. Babe, I'm not trying to fill your mom's shoes. I just really care for you kids. I pinched Kingsley's cheek. She was too occupied with her favorite YouTube show to be bothered. That's the thing. You don't ever try to. Just by being you, I feel that motherly love thing. He tried to explain. Honestly, it would feel like losing someone else if you left us again. I touched my chest and offered him a weak smile. I'm here for as long as your dad and guys need me here. There was no telling when Gia would get in her feelings and want me gone again. It was clear that Roddy wouldn't stand up for me, so I had to tread lightly. My goal was to continue to save money while treating myself. It felt nice being able to shop for me again. It had been so long since I've done something for me that I didn't know my style anymore. Call me now. Allie's text message caused me to snap out of the sweet moment I shared with RJ. I grabbed my phone and went into the sunroom while pressing Allie's name in my phone. Hey, what's going on? Harold got into a pretty bad accident and broke his legs and a few ribs, she explained. Oh my God, where's Mia? Was she in the car with him? I panicked and had to sit on the couch to avoid passing out. Please, Eves, relax. Do you hear me hysterical? You don't need to be either, she assured me.
He was coming home from work and she was with the girlfriend.
Well, thank God she wasn't in the car with them.
Yeah, thank God for that.
She sighed.
They're going to kill me, but I have to put a rain check on our girls' trip.
Are you crazy? Fuck that trip, Allie. Go and be with Mia and Harold, I told her.
I'm packing so I can head to the airport in a few.
She paused.
God, what if this turned out differently?
It didn't turn out differently. Harold is banged up and alive. You just need to get out there and spend time with him and Mia. I leaned back on the couch and closed my eyes with the phone on speaker. My anxiety was through the roof, and I needed to calm down.
I feel bad. This girls' trip was for us to celebrate your birthday, your first birthday trip.
Allie sulked. There will be other trips and other birthdays, God willing. Focus on getting Harold back to health and letting the girlfriend know her place. Allie giggled.
She was the one calling and asking me all the questions they needed for Harold. Thankfully, I'm still the person in charge of his medical things.
He's not stupid. I heard something and my eyes popped open. Roddy was leaned in the doorway staring at me. Allie, keep me up to date on everything. Text me the moment you take off and land.
Still feel bad about this trip. I promise I will make this up to you.
Allie felt guilty, and if she could still make the trip, she would.
Promise me one thing.
What?
That you will go out and enjoy your birthday. Eves, you do a lot for everyone. Take your birthday and celebrate yourself.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like a promise to me.
I promise.
All right. Talk to you soon.
I love you, Allie.
Love you more.
She replied, and we ended the call. I don't know why I was more emotional than Allie. That text message and then the call shook my anxiety up. Allie was cool as a cucumber, and I was a shit show. The thought of Mia being in that car with her father shook me to my core. You good, Eves? I just need a second. I stood up and fanned my face. Roddy walked over to me and pulled me into his arms. I allowed his arms to swallow me whole, and the pressure of his bear hug swaddled me like a newborn baby. You're not good. You shaking and talking about you need a second. Allie's ex-husband got into an accident. Damn. Is he all right? He's fine. I just thought her daughter was in the car with him, and I panicked. I don't know what happened. I felt like I was losing control by the second. Was this about Allie's daughter or Talia? As much as I was scared for Mia when I pictured her, it was Talia's face instead. I'm so sorry. I didn't want that to happen to her. I broke down and fell to my knees. My chest hurt, and my heart hurt even more. Roddy got down on the floor with me and pulled me into his arms. We didn't say a word. He rocked me and kissed me on my forehead while I sobbed silently. Talia had always and always will be a soft spot for me. As much as I convinced myself that I was strong enough to deal with the topic of conversation, I wasn't. The mere thought of my daughter caused me to crumble to pieces. Knowing that I had something to do with her death made it hurt 100 times more. It was something that I could never forgive myself for. So why did I expect Khalif to? He had every right to feel the hatred he had for me. I hated myself too. Baby, I want to be here for you. Roddy whispered, and my heart ached even more. I needed that. I craved that. Having someone that wanted to be there for me was in the top 3 wishes. I sniffled and pulled myself from him. You can't be there for me the way I need you to be. Give me a chance to prove it to you. You have a fiancé, Roddy. As much as you want to be there for me, you'll never be able to be there for me. I wiped my face and collected myself. Roddy held my hands and pulled me closer to him. He held my waist and kissed me on the lips, then bit my bottom lip. I want you, Eves. I want you. Damn sure it didn't sound like I love you. There's a lot of things that I want and I can't have. Roderick Mathers made me weak in the knees. He was everything I wanted in a man. I prayed over him. I dreamed about him. He was it for me, and it sucked knowing that he belonged to another woman. He was someone else's love, not mine. I always get what I want. It doesn't matter if it happens now or down the line. I'm going to get what and who I want. Who is it that you want? It was a dangerous question to ask. I knew that by asking that question, I was opening the door for what we shared before everything went down. I want you, Eves. Fuck that. I need you. I took a deep breath and scooted back over to him. I need you too. We both kissed and I held him tighter than I had ever held him before. Baby, I'm so sorry about all that shit that happened. That was corny of me, and I should have stood up for you. I covered his lips with mine to shut him up. The past was the past. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. Gia had been gone this morning and had called around noon to let me know she planned on staying out tonight. She sounded groggy as hell, so I wondered what the hell she had gotten herself into that required her to stay out for the night. Roddy held on to me as if I was going to float away from him. Give me another kiss, he demanded, and I gave him one of the juiciest kisses I could muster. If I wasn't confused before, I damn sure was now. How could I be into it with two different men? I had Pooh, who wanted more and wanted to build a life together. He was the easier choice since he was already single and ready for everything I wanted. Then it was Roddy, the forbidden fruit. He was engaged with more baggage than JFK, and it was obvious he was the choice that I should have been running far from. Yet, I was running right for him and couldn't stop myself from doing it. I wish you two would both get together already. We're all over the back and forth thing. Julina stood in the doorway with her arms folded. Sometimes it's not that easy, I replied, and got up from the floor with Roddy. You want seconds? No, I want to talk to you about something. Sorry, Daddy. I already know how you both do. I ain't bothered. Roddy waved us off and laid back onto the carpet with his eyes closed. Sorry, I whispered as I went to leave the room behind Julina. Clearly whatever she wanted to discuss was important. Hey, keep your room door unlocked tonight. He whispered back and winked. I felt a rush from my toes to my cheeks. We're not done with our conversation. Okay. I closed the door behind me and followed Julina to her room. You better be dying with the way you rushed me up here. Julina climbed back into her big-ass bed and got on her laptop. I have to ask you something really serious. What? I sat on her computer chair and straightened up the mess of papers and snack wrappers. The child looked like she hadn't straightened up once. Can you sign for me to get an abortion? See, the age is 18 here, and I can't get it without Daddy's signature. I dropped the fruit roll-up and gave her my full attention. What the fuck? None of you wanted me to keep this baby, so don't act all shocked. She screwed her face up. I've been researching and have given this a lot of thought. What happened to you wanting to keep your baby, Julina? You fought tooth and nail to get your father to accept that you're having a baby, and now that he has fully accepted it, you want to abort it. Teenagers are the weirdest creatures on earth, and were going to be the reason for my early departure from this earth. I thought this baby was going to keep Ethan, Julina admitted. I really thought that we'd be a high school couple that made it and raised their baby. Julina, what happened that made you change your mind? Time, she shrugged. This shit isn't me, Eves. Usually I would have corrected her language, except this situation called for foul language. Tell me what's going on, Julina. I'm a planner. I'm the girl who has always planned every aspect of her life. I'm the good girl who gets good grades without even trying and who is going to college. My father has always been proud of me, and I see how he looks at me now. Julina, your father... I don't need you to tell me that he loves me. I know that he does. It doesn't change the fact that he stares at me differently. He used to be so proud of me, and now I'm his pregnant daughter who couldn't keep her legs closed and decided to repeat history. She sulked. My life plans never included being a teenage mother. Life changes. According to my plans I made when I was in high school, I was supposed to be a nurse, married, and raising my daughter. Life never goes as planned, and it can still be beautiful, even though it wasn't your original plan. Ethan isn't the man I'm going to be with forever, and it's unfair to keep him with this baby. It's unfair to me to keep this baby when I know I don't even want it. Julina, you wanted this baby more than anything a few weeks ago. I can't co-sign an abortion behind your father's back. Please, don't make me keep this baby, she pleaded with tears in her eyes. I hated to see her crying. Talk to your father. I could and would never co-sign for something like this. It's not my place, Jew. She took a deep breath. I know. I abandoned the computer chair and climbed into bed beside her. If you talk to your father, I know he would allow you to get one. I don't know. She shrugged. He already looks at me with disappointment, Eves. I don't want him to look at me like a murderer, too. Take some time to sit on your thoughts and then talk to him about it. Kay, I need you to finish that report that's due this week. I told her. and kissed her on the cheek before getting out of bed.
Working on it now.
You okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm fine, Eves. I'll talk to my father and we'll figure this out.
She reassured me before I left her room and headed back downstairs. Julina was 15 years old and was in no way prepared to be a mother. I wasn't against abortions. It just wasn't an option for me at this stage in my life. She needed to have an abortion and get back to her regular life. Everyone thought abortion was the easy route. It often left more mental damage than having a baby. Julina was a smart girl, and she knew what she wanted and what was for her. I had every bit of confidence that she had weighed all her options. I just prayed that Roddy saw it that way. In his eyes, she was his little girl. Naturally, he wanted to protect her. But by protecting her, he could be doing more harm than he was prepared to deal with from Julina. I said a quick prayer and then picked Kingsley up to get her ready for bed. Roddy had fallen asleep in the sunroom, so I pulled a throw over him and turned the lights out.
15. Roddy. No matter how much it hurts, you deserve what you're worth. Trey Songz. The fuck did you do, Gia? Bathe in Don Julio? I pressed the button for our automatic shades and picked up the heels and clothes tossed all around our bed. I was so confused on what the fuck was going on with her. That pregnancy test was clear as day, and here she was, drunk in the bed after a night of partying. Ever since she came back from Las Vegas, she had been acting distant and funny. Something took place that she wasn't trying to talk about. Leave me alone, Roddy. I don't feel like arguing with your stupid ass. Stupid? I got your stupid. You smell like fish. I called her stinky ass out. I was trying to be nice and shit, but fuck that. Seems like spoiled juicy crab in this bitch. That's because I spilled my food on me after the club, she muttered into the pillow. Let the housekeeper know I don't want her in here today. She barked orders like it was her world, and we just lived in this shit. Nah, I saw that pregnancy test and I know what it said. Her head popped up, and she looked at me. I don't know what you're talking about. Gia, what did you do with my baby? Stop acting like I hid it or something. Gia laughed to herself. It was clear she was still slightly drunk from the way she was nonchalantly having this conversation. Roddy, I'm about to take Kingsley to a class and then grab groceries after. Eve softly knocked, and I heard her walk toward the back with Kingsley in her arms. Hey, Molly the maid. How why is you here? She mocked Jocelyn from Love and Hip Hop. Is she good? Eves looked to me for the answer that I didn't have. Fuck you asking him about me. I'm right here. He's not your master. I am. Gia whipped the covers off her body, and a pill bottle fell from the bed. Go ahead. Take Kingsley and I'll deal with her. Roddy, shut the fuck up. You can't deal with nothing. Always trying to be Bob the funky-ass builder. She continued to talk shit while walking to the bathroom butt-ass naked. Doxycycline. I read the pill bottle and quickly pulled my phone out to Google what this medicine was. I was distracted by the pool of blood on our silk-white sheets. Gia, baby, you need to get to the hospital. I hurried into the bathroom. Gia was sitting on the toilet staring into space. The fuck was good with her? 1 minute she was acting like she was drunk, and the next she seemed normal. Like now she was on the toilet and she seemed normal. A minute ago, she was calling Eves Molly the maid. Can you stop hollering, Roderick? I mean, Jesus, does a quiet house exist anymore? You're fucking bleeding and you're worried about me being quiet? Gia, get dressed. We're going to the hospital. It's normal. She waved me off. What's normal? After an abortion. She yawned, wiped herself, and then went to turn the shower on. I stood there asking myself if I heard her correctly. Shorty didn't just tell me that she had an abortion. Nah, she couldn't have told me that shit. Before I reacted the way I wanted to, I stood there and watched her slowly walk into the shower and reach for her washcloth. What the fuck would possess her to have an abortion? If she didn't want to have the baby, we could have spoken about it. The fact that she took it into her own hands without even considering my feelings was fucked up. You killed our baby? My voice was calm, too calm. I stood there trying to calm my racing heart. With the way that I was feeling, I could put Gia's head through the bathroom mirror without feeling any remorse after. Gia sucked her teeth. I don't want to talk about it. The fuck you mean you don't want to talk about it, Gia? I hollered. You fucking killed our baby and didn't think you should have spoken to me? I don't always have to talk to you about shit, Roddy. I'm a grown-ass woman, and I didn't want no fucking baby, she screamed back. You a selfish bum-ass bitch. Yeah, say all that shit you been feeling. She waved me off and continued to wash up in the shower. If I was a man that hit women, Gia would have been on the floor, clawing for her life. I'd never been this angry with Gia, and that meant I needed to leave. If I didn't leave, I was going to do something that I knew I wouldn't regret, which made the shit scarier. Eves! I hollered through the house, praying that she didn't leave. What happened? I'm in the kitchen. She came out of the kitchen and met me in the foyer. She killed our baby. I broke down like a fucking child. My heart hurt, knowing that she went through without giving me the proper respect and telling me. Like a big-ass child, I melted into Eve's arms as she held me. I'm sorry, Roderick. I'm so sorry. She apologized while rubbing my back. At this point, I was on my knees, hugging her around the waist. My chest hurt, and I was so angry that my vision was blurred. Did Gia hate me that bad? Was having Kingsley so bad that she had to have an abortion? She robbed me of my chance to have a second child, or even the chance to discuss the options with her. I understood it was her body and right to do what she did, but did my word mean anything? If your ass wasn't snooping through my shit, you wouldn't know shit about that baby, Gia yelled from upstairs, and then I heard our room door slam. Come with me and Kingsley to a class. I don't want to leave you here alone. You're literally shaking, Roddy. I wanted to wring her fucking neck. She was in the wrong and had the nerve to act like she was the victim. My mother always raised me to never use the word hate unless I meant it, and I meant the shit. I'm not leaving until she gives me an explanation. As much as you want one now, she's not going to give it to you. I don't want to return and something went wrong. She touched my head and stared down into my eyes. Please. Eves was pleading with her eyes, and I didn't have the hurt to turn her down. All right. After Kingsley's class, we went to grab something to eat before returning back to the house. Eves was trying to use every excuse not to hurry back to the house. She knew I was still heated, and that 45-minute class of happiness that we took Kingsley to didn't do shit for my mood. The teacher kept trying to get me to smile, and I wasn't feeling this shit. How could I sit here and smile while being married when my other child would never get to experience this? Gia had always been upfront about never having another child. I wouldn't say I didn't take her serious. I just thought that the feeling would eventually fade away. There were plenty of women who swore off kids and then had them. That one kid changed the entire thought process on having them. I'm not saying that I would have forced her to keep the baby. I would have liked to have been a part of the conversation. Shit, I could have taken her to the appointment. The fact that she did everything without telling me, and I probably wouldn't have found out if she didn't come in sloppy drunk the night before. Eat some food and calm down. You're so tense. Eve snapped her fingers in my face. On the real, I'm not hungry right now. I pushed the food away from me and leaned back in the chair. What would have changed if she told you she was getting an abortion? You would have still been upset with her. It's a difference between sneaking and being honest. I understand, but you have to realize that she made a decision she thought was best for her. Why the fuck are you defending her? I'm not defending her. Have you asked her why she felt the need to hide it from you? Roddy, you want another baby, not her. Give me another baby then. Boy, pull yourself together. I'm not giving you a baby because Gia got rid of them. It sounds harsh, but you need to pull yourself together. And both of you need to have a few hard conversations. I ain't trying to talk to that bitch, I mumbled and downed my water. As bad as I wanted to order a drink, I didn't. After what I did to Eves before, I vowed to never have a drink in front of her again. She fed Kingsley mashed potatoes and played their silly airplane game with her. Why are you so freaking cute? Yes, you're cute, mamas, she baby talked. Why don't you want to have my baby? It's not like the thought didn't cross my mind. When I found out that I wasn't pregnant, I was disappointed. Let's turn that negative into a positive. As much as I'm ready to become a mother again and think I'm ready, this is not the way that I want to do it. Being your rebound baby mama, she scoffed and continued to feed Kingsley. Rebound? You weren't asking me to have your baby before this happened today. Stop doing this shit to me, Roderick. It's not fair to me, and I wish you would understand it. She checked her phone again. You got to take that call? No. Homeboy? Why? Why not? Roddy, Eves, stop. I'm not doing shit. Why don't you want to talk about your little boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend. Does he know that? She rolled her eyes and started to eat her own food. Why do you care so much about him? I don't give a shit about him. You're the one who always gets so flustered whenever he's mentioned. I'm allowed to have a relationship outside of this. You're lucky that this is even happening. She made sure to remind me that I was on borrowed time with her. Thought it wasn't a relationship. Roderick! She dropped her fork on the plate and stared at me. Am I in your business when it comes to you and Gia? No. I let you both handle shit in your relationship. Why you deflecting, though? Why are you picking with me, Eves? You're pissing me off. She leaned forward and whispered. Be honest with me. I am being honest with you. No, you're not. I could tell there's more between you and that nigga, and you being all nonchalant about the shit. What do you want me to say? I want you to be honest with me. She took a deep breath. We're working towards something. It's not official. He wants us to be, though. Thank you. What does that mean? That means that I need to make my move before he does. Eves rolled her eyes and laughed. You have way too much on your plate than to be worried about me. Let me worry about how full my plate is. Kingsley started getting fussy, and as much as Eves was avoiding going back to the house, she knew it was nap time. I drove and gripped the steering wheel like it had done something personal to me. Eve's hands found their way to my shoulder, and she gently caressed it. Instantly, with her touch, I was calmed down. I wasn't as tense as I was before, and though I was still upset, I was relaxed while with her. I glanced over at her and could tell she was in deep thought. Like hell, I wished I could read her thoughts. Talk to her. Use your words and don't react. As much as you're hurt, she is feeling it 10 times more than you. Eves coached me before we entered the house. I walked into our room and kicked my shoes off. Gia had changed the sheets, cleaned the room, and was in the bed watching Judge Judy reruns. Back to start more shit? She was starting before I could even get a word out. Still out here in these streets being a murderer? I wanted to holler murderer at her like Kevin Hart did in Soul Plane. How could you be so heartless and then have the nerve to be a smartass about the shit? Fuck you, Roderick. I'm so tired of you and your holier-than-thou behavior. You got a pregnant teenage daughter down the hall that needs to be having the same procedure. Julina ain't shit like you. She wants to actually be a mother to her child, not kill him. You're not going to make me feel bad for the choice I made. You fucking forced me to have Kingsley when I didn't want to have any damn kids. She's here, and I love her to death, but damn, I'm not having two, so I handled it. I didn't force you to do shit. Nigga, get out my face. You damn near had the entire family try and convince me. V ain't never been so damn nice to me. I sat on the couch and stared at her. The fuck is wrong with us, Gia? I'm tired of doing what you want. This life we built was what you wanted. All I want to do is move to California, and we can't do it because it's not your plan. I knew this shit was going to come back around. You damn right this conversation was going to come back up. It's my life and career, Roddy. I know you don't care and would rather me sit home and pop babies out for you. Stop trying to make it seem like I'm the type that wants you barefoot and pregnant. You are. If it was up to you, I would have 2 running around and pregnant with the 3rd. You made damn sure of it that you wouldn't know, right? I wanted to hurt her like she had hurt me. Every word that left my mouth, I wanted it to slice a piece of her heart. Kingsley is not even a year, and you want me pregnant again. Do you hear how selfish you sound? Why can't we just enjoy our daughter and move on with our life? I enjoy her on a daily basis. Do you? Wow. You're a piece of shit. Nah, you're the piece of shit. You're never to fuck around. Kingsley calls Eve's mama, not you. When is the last time you did bath time or spent the day with your child? I knew Eves didn't want any of us to mention it, and seeing Gia's face had me regretting that words left my mouth. You talk all this shit about how much of a bad mother I am, yet you want me to keep having these babies. Thank God I got the shit sucked out of me and tossed away. I jumped out of the chair and rushed over to her. Roderick, I need you in the kitchen. Eve screamed soon as I lifted my hand to Gia. Gia stared up at me with hate in her eyes, daring me to toss the first swing. You don't need my help. I continued to stare the woman I loved down. This was the woman who was supposed to be my future wife. She was who I was going to grow old with and build a future with. Roddy, you need to leave the room now. Her voice was stern. We don't need the cops being called here. The kids are going to be coming home, and they don't need to see that. Who the fuck died and made you boss? Let him hit me, and he would have been sitting in the county jail tonight. I finally turned and looked at Eves. She was pleading with her eyes for me to leave the room. You wicked-ass bitch. You knew what having another baby meant to me. And you went and did that shit. Heartless bitch. Eves moved to the side so I could leave the room. Stop getting involved in me and my man's shit. At the end of the day, that nigga loved me, so mind your business, Gia scolded Eves. Gia, I could give a shit about what you and your man have going on. I do care about the kids, and they don't need to see the shit that you two are going through. My mother and V always raised me to respect women. With the way I had been coming out of my face to Gia today, they would have been less than pleased by my behavior. There was a fire inside of me, and it wouldn't die until I hurt the shit out of her. It was like fighting fire with fire because Gia didn't seem bothered by anything. I'd say something hurtful, and she'd return with something even more hurtful. If Eves hadn't come into the room, I would have slapped the shit out of Gia. That was how fucking mad I was with her. You're sleeping downstairs until you both can talk without wanting to cause physical harm to the other. I stared down at Eves and grabbed her around the waist. Nah, I'm sleeping in your room tonight. Roddy? No. You scared she gonna fire you again? She done pay shit in this crib. That didn't stop her before. I already told you where I'm sleeping tonight. I went to the basement to have a drink and calm down. V had been doing her own thing as of lately. When she came over to the house, it was brief. I was surprised when she popped up with lunch for me and Eves. Eve set the table outside for us and went to put Kingsley down for a nap before returning to eat her food. Things seem to have gotten better between the both of you. Something like that. You're back to sleeping with that girl, Roddy. The smile that came across my face revealed everything my mouth didn't. We doing us. Oh, please. I can tell from the way she brought the plates and stuff while you eye-fucked her the entire time. Why do you keep playing games like this? I love Eves, and it's not fair to her that you keep doing this to her. Stop acting like she's so innocent. You know she got a little nigga she fucking with. She's the one who's single, Roddy. You're engaged. Not anymore. I took a bite of the festive pastries that V brought from our favorite West Indian spot. I hadn't officially broken the engagement off to Gia yet, and I knew that was going to come with more drama than I was ready to deal with. After a few days of silent treatment, she packed her bags and went to her mother's house. Gia was a brat, so I knew her mother was going to lick her wounds and make her feel like she wasn't the wrong party in all of this. Her parents were her yes people. That would never change. I've been off doing my own thing, and neither of you thought to fill me in on any of this? I didn't tell her that I broke the engagement off. I clarified before V started to throw a party. Boy, it ain't official until the party know about it. V waved me off and continued to eat her food. What the hell happened that got you wanting to end the engagement? She got an abortion. Oop. V choked on her food and stared at me with her eyes widened. She aborted the baby? Did she even tell you that she was pregnant in the first place? Nah. Jesus, I'm sorry, Rod. I know how much you wanted that baby. Everybody was sorry, except for the bitch who took it upon herself to murder the baby. It's more than the baby, though. If she could go and do this, what else is she hiding? If we're about to be married, we're supposed to be able to deal with anything that comes our way. She didn't even give me the chance to step up and be there for her as a man. Having an abortion isn't the easiest thing. Maybe she felt ashamed or even sad herself. It's possible for her to be heartbroken. She's a fucking killer, V. The fuck is she sad about? She shouldn't have been going through with it. Sometimes it's not that easy, Rod. You know I'm not the biggest Gia fan. Still, a second baby would have been madness. She's not even here for Kingsley. So what would happen with a second on the way? Julina is pregnant now, so that's more stress added to your plate. As much as it hurts, this abortion was probably the best thing. She took a sip of her drink. Now, do I think she should have gone the way she did with it? No. Then again, it's Gia, and you knew she was selfish when you met her. Did you consider getting an abortion with me? I can't lie and say it didn't cross my mind a few times. The option of abortion crosses any doubtful woman's mind at least once. Some go through with it and some don't. It doesn't make either woman less than, just like it doesn't make Gia. Once you both have had time to cool down and think, you need to sit and have a real conversation. I think you both have been beating around the subject of breaking up for a while. Fuck her. Roderick. I'm sorry, V. I ain't the biggest fan of her right now. You have the right to be upset with her, Roddy. That doesn't change the fact that she's Kingsley's mother, and you need to respect her. You won't even like her ass. That has nothing to do with you giving respect to the mother of your child. I was tired of having the same conversation surrounding Gia's abortion. Where you been lately? Busy. Doing what grown folks do. I'm grown, so let me know what they do. If you must know, I met somebody. I raised my eyebrow. V didn't have the best track record when it came to men. Who he related to? Don't do me like that. She swatted me with the dining chair's decorative pillow. All I'm saying is that you don't have the best history when it comes to men. I would like to think I got it right this time. Except, I'm not going to jinx myself and say that. Well, you met him. He was my new doctor. The dating pool must be slim pickings for you, huh? Your doctor? V cocked her head to the side and laughed. I could say the same about you. You had to go and start messing with your housekeeper. Touché. He actually removed himself as my doctor because he wanted to ask me out on a date. I could tell that she was into this man from the way she showed all her damn teeth when speaking about him. I hope this works out with them, V. I do too. We're taking it slow and taking our time and getting to know one another, she admitted. I found Eves knocked out on the floor in Kingsley's nursery. Picking her up, she stirred from her sleep. I'm sorry, is V still here? She left and told me to tell you to call her. Kingsley wouldn't go down unless I pretended with her. Pretending ended up with your ass being knocked out on her floor. I used my foot to open her bedroom door. I'm just so tired lately, she yawned. Anything to do with you being up on the phone all night? Since Gia went to her mother's, I hadn't been sleeping in our room. I was either downstairs or in Eve's room if she wasn't on the phone. I was trying to be cool about this little situation she had. The selfish part of me didn't want her to have a situation on the side. I wanted Eve St. Michael's to myself. I didn't want her with the next nigga, and I damn sure didn't want the next nigga thinking he even had a chance. Are you standing outside my room ear hustling my conversations? Nah. I passed by the other night to grab pillows and you were giggling all loud and shit. Eve reached up and touched my face when I placed her on the bed. Is Roddy jealous? She spoke to me like a baby. If I'm being honest, yeah. I wasn't going to front like I wasn't jealous because I was. I wore my heart on my sleeves and Eves knew that shit. This new nigga came out of left field, and I wasn't feeling the way he thought he was going to have what was rightfully mine. Pops, can I talk to you? Eves leaned forward in the bed and stared at RJ. Yeah, give me a minute. You don't find it weird how the kids aren't fazed by this? You just realizing that my kids ride for me? I kissed her on the lips. Finish your nap. What about Kingsley? I got her. Go finish your nap. She turned on her side and placed the blanket over her. Okay, wake me in an hour so I can make dinner. I didn't pay her ass any mind. RJ had gone downstairs to raid the fridge like he usually did. That boy could eat me out of a house and home by just making lunch. You about to make one of these turkey melts? You know it. Make me one. I started to clear the food from lunch with V earlier. What you wanted to talk to me about? Got you. RJ grew silent as he started to prepare the sandwiches. He was nervous, and I could tell he had something on his mind. Damn, Roger, what the fuck happened? You got me nervous and shit. I never called RJ by his full name. Since the day he was born, it had always been RJ. He stopped spreading mayo on the sandwiches and turned to face me. I don't know how to say this. Just say it. I tossed the empty cartons into the trash. You got somebody pregnant? Please tell me that is not what you're trying to tell me. Nah. What's good, son? I stopped cleaning and gave him my full, undivided attention. Pops, I'm gay. His voice was shaky as he revealed his sexuality to me. Can you say something instead of being silent about it? RJ, damn. This kind of fucked me up a bit. I told Eves that you would take it that way. I wasn't surprised that he had confided in Eves. I'm just fucked up because I haven't been there for you lately. You've been sitting with this, and I've been occupied with everybody else. I'm sorry. Pops, you got a lot going on. I know Julina and her baby takes priority. The past week it seemed like the house calmed down, and I figured I could just be honest with you. That's not an excuse to ignore my son. Are you disappointed? I screwed my face up and looked at my son. Fuck out of here with that. I walked over to him and grabbed him into a big-ass bear hug. That means I'm even more proud of you. All I ever want for you kids is to live in your truth. Your sexuality has nothing to do with how I feel about you. You're my junior, whether you're straight or gay. I heard sniffling coming from my chest and held my son tighter. I love you, Pops. I love you more, baby boy. Don't ever think I'm ashamed of you. I love you for you, not because of who you love. You hear me? Yeah. Now do I gotta get a flag and put it on my whip? As if you would ever put a flag on any of your cars. RJ laughed while he used his shirt to wipe his face. We going to parades and shit? What can I do to support you? This. He heaved a sigh. This is all I needed. He hugged me again, and I kissed him on top of his head. Don't ever feel ashamed to tell me anything that's going on with you, RJ. I love you for you, and I'll always be in your corner, for real. Thanks, Pops. He continued to hold on to me as we hugged in the middle of the kitchen. When it came to my seeds, I would be there for them until my heart stopped beating. I wanted them to all be happy and do whatever their heart desires. I wasn't the biggest fan of Julina being pregnant, but I was going to support my daughter because that's what family did for one another. After the shit with Gia, I was kind of relieved that she was keeping the baby. She was young, and shit would be tough for us. Still, we always got through shit, and we would get through this shit together.
16. Eves. I stood in the mirror and brushed my hair into a slick ponytail so that Kingsley didn't pull it. She loved grabbing a fistful of my hair, and it was like trying to pry an infinity stone from Thanos' hand. Gia was back home, and shit was even more tense than it was before. She was in her feelings about Kingsley calling me mama, and she had every right to be. I'd be distraught if Talia called any other woman mama. The feeling made me physically sick just thinking about it. Since Roddy wanted to hurt her as much as she hurt him, he figured revealing that would do the job. All he managed to do was make things 10 times worse. She had a problem with everything I did. Gia picked on small shit, then got mad when I matched her energy. The reason I was here was because of the love I had for these kids. The money damn sure didn't hurt either. She was about to treat me anyway, like I wasn't raising her daughter so she could party and have secret abortions. Her hatred for me was less about me and more about her relationship with Roddy. She is deflecting and avoiding the conversation that both of them needed to have. Roddy slept downstairs or snuck in my room whenever Gia was out, or in their room for the night. As much as I knew I was playing with fire involving myself with Roddy again, I also knew that he would never leave Gia. What she did was grounds for ending their engagement, and he never once ended things with her. Gia should have been moving her shit out of the house. Instead, she was walking around like the Queen of Sheba she always acted like. She'd walk right by Roddy without saying a word to him, or she'd make smart remarks whenever they were in the same room. Still, this nigga didn't tell her that it was over. In the same breath, he was on my ass about Pooh. He couldn't stand the fact that I was messing with both him and Pooh at the same time. Pooh was back in Vegas and busier than he was before he came to visit me here in Atlanta. We caught up at night and would text throughout the day. I wasn't the clingy type that needed a man to call me or text me every moment of the day. Like he was busy securing the bag, I was doing the same. As much as I wanted to spend more time with him, I knew I needed to focus on myself and cleaning up the mess that I had made of my life. You busy? Pooh's text message popped on my screen. Brushing my hair and then taking the baby to swim lessons. I took it upon myself to hire a swimming instructor to teach Kingsley how to swim. With her being 7 months old, she needed to learn how to swim. The resort-style pool in the backyard was reason enough. There wasn't a protective gate around the pool to guarantee that she couldn't fall in if she was left unattended. So, I hired a woman that I heard the other mothers recommending at the park a couple of weeks back. Her rate was steep to me, but not a problem to someone with Roddy's money. Yee, you've been treating them kids like they're yours. It might be time to put a baby in you. LOL. What I say wrong? Nothing. I just care for them, that's all. The things that me and Kingsley got into was shit I wished I had the money or time to do when Talia was younger. I couldn't afford to do much myself since all our money went to Khalif's medical school and school loans. I enjoyed waking her up, doing our morning routine, and spending the day finding things she enjoys. Her mommy and baby classes were her favorite. Kingsley loved trying to stand up so she could clap and playing the little music shakers they provided. Pooh's FaceTime popped up on my screen. Hey, I said something wrong? No. Be real. I could feel the shit through that lame-ass LOL. Pooh, nothing is the matter with me. What are you doing? I switched the subject quickly, waiting to see your response. To what?
You got a delivery downstairs and you need to hurry up because the delivery truck is blocking my car.
Gia popped her head into my room without knocking. Let me have done the same and she would have been hollering about not having privacy and how I was disrespectful. Damn, that's the annoying bitch.
Excuse you?
Gia snapped her neck when she heard Pooh's voice. I'm coming, I replied and shooed her out of my bedroom. Bae, you can't be saying shit out loud. You trying to get me fired or something? I laughed because I found it funny. Gia nearly snapped her neck trying to see where the voice was coming from, or who it was coming from. She sounded like a little stuffy bitch that talked with her lungs. I snorted, listening to him describe Gia's annoying-ass voice. Damn, you just described her voice. I murked myself having to listen to that shit all day. Thankfully, she's barely even here. Yee, go and see your gift and give me a call back. Pooh asked me for my address so he could send a birthday gift early. He knew he wouldn't be able to see me on my actual birthday, so he wanted to be the first to give me a gift. Little did he know his gift was the only one I would have. Nobody celebrated my birthday, including myself. Okay, I'll call you back. I promised and ended the call. Sticking my phone in my back pocket, I jogged down the stairs so I could sign for this delivery. What the hell did Pooh send me that required me to sign for it? I had to admit, it had been a while since I received a birthday gift. I was excited because it had been a while and he didn't forget me. When I made it through the garage, there was a big truck in the driveway. Are you Miss Eve St. Michael's? Yes, I am. How big is it? You guys can put it in the foyer. The delivery man laughed. Ma'am, we can't fit this in the foyer. He waved for me to follow him to the back of the truck. He lifted the trailer door, and I stood there stunned. Gia's ass rushed over toward the back of the truck, being nosy as hell. When I looked at the truck and where her car was parked, it was nowhere nearby.
That nigga bought you an Audi R8 Spider.
The words left Gia's mouth before they could leave mine. I wasn't into cars or pretended to know the different type of models. However, Gia wasn't a stranger when it came to a luxury car or two. This has to be a mistake. I stammered, unsure of what to do or say next. The delivery man held his finger up and went to the passenger side of the truck. I believe these are for you. He held a dozen roses and a gift bag that he handed to me. There's more? Gia's mouth was on the floor. She couldn't understand why this was happening to me. It was always girls like her that got spoiled with new cars, roses, and expensive trips out of the country. For a girl like me, it was a dream for a nigga to even take me to Red Lobster or get the waitress to sing happy birthday with a brownie cake. Where do you want me to unload it? Gia snapped her fingers.
You can park it right there. I guess we'll move the kid's car elsewhere since you want to get cars delivered.
Her boyfriend must really love her. The man paid an extra $5,000 to have it here today. The driver continued while I was taking all this in.
Whatever. You can park it over there.
Gia turned to me.
Do you even have money to tip this man?
Oh no, I've been paid very well. Let me remove the car and I'll be out of your hair. The pale blue beauty was backed out of the back of the truck and parked in the parking spot that held the truck I chauffeured the kids in. I quickly signed and the truck driver was on his way. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't even put the password into my phone to call Pooh back. You have got to be kidding me. Hey, you like that shit? Pooh, this is too much. A card would have been appreciated, or even the roses you got me. A whole Audi? You're nuts. I paced the foyer with the gift bag on the foyer table and the roses still in my arms. I wanted to make you smile. I spent years dreaming about being able to do all the things we talked about. One of them was forever making you smile. Now I'm able to do that for you. Open the gift bag. I gently placed the roses down and finally opened the gift bag. Pooh, I really can't stand you right now. Inside the bag was a Cartier love bracelet and a box of Kennedy's fried chicken. One night, I had complained that I missed the chicken and how Atlanta didn't have any places like that. Pop that shit in the oven, and it'll be as crunchy as when homie picked it up. You're too sweet. Anything for you, Yee. I'm sorry I can't be there for your birthday, but make sure you speed around Atlanta for me. I'll make it up to you. You already did. I smiled, holding the keys the driver handed to me. Let me take this call. Call me tonight, aight? 'Kay. We ended the call and I leaned on the table, completely floored. How did I recover from this? He went above and beyond and didn't have to. It was the fact that he thought to bring me my favorite chicken and a car. I mean, who the hell does something like that?
I guess I underestimated you. You got a man with some coins.
Gia stood there with her arms folded. He's an old friend I grew up with.
That you're fucking.
What does any of this have to do with anything? I tried to switch the subject. She was all in my business when she needed to be handling her own.
For a minute, I thought you were the problem with me and Roddy.
I gathered up the flowers and gift bag and headed toward the stairs. You and Roddy have issues because neither of you communicates. You both listen and respond. Neither of you sit and listen to understand and form a solution.
Girl, as if you got your life all figured out. Court told me about the train wreck you were before getting this job.
Gia waved me off and headed out the front door. The good Lord knew that I tried with this woman. Every time she was rude, I took the high road to be a better person. There was only so high I could go before I started to climb down and meet her at the level she truly desired me to be at. My heart started to beat rapidly anytime I thought about the car. After Kingsley's swimming lessons and lunch, I put her down for a nap and went to the garage. I was scared to touch it or even get into it. I'd never owned something so extravagant or expensive like this. What was Pooh thinking? Ooh, your new boo sure likes you. V caused me to jump. I didn't want Roddy to see the new car. It was going to cause questions that I didn't want to answer. It was easy to keep him out of the garage since he always parked in front of the house. He hated having to go through the garage and have to move Gia's car, since she had no regards to anyone else's time when she parked in front of everyone else's car. You scared the hell out of me. I took a sigh of relief and opened the car door. Roddy saw this? No, and I plan to keep it like that. Can I park it inside of your garage? Girl, your boyfriend bought you a car. Be happy and enjoy it. He's not my boyfriend, I corrected. Then what is he? No nigga is gonna go all out for his friend. It's deeper than a friendship, but not quite a relationship. Since I took an Uber from lunch with Owen, we can drive it to my house and pick my car up. I stared at V and saw how she was glowing. This new man made her happy, and from the way she'd been under him, I could tell he was digging her too. When do I get to meet this new man? Not yet. I want to keep him for myself for a bit. Girl, give me the keys. V snatched the keys and opened the door. I ran back in to tell Jelena I was running an errand and to keep an eye on Kingsley. She turned her music down and took the baby monitor. V already had it started when I came back into the garage and was ready to peel out by the time my butt touched the passenger seat. About this new boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, V corrected me. I've given that title out too quickly and ended up burned in the end. He's my man friend that I enjoy spending time with. Well, your new man friend. I corrected myself. He's taking me to Orlando. Ooh, sounds like fun. His grandson's birthday party is the same weekend we're going, and he wants us to attend. Are you ready for that? V drove my car like a pro. I watched as she bent corners and drove with one hand while casually swaying the other while she spoke. I'm not putting unnecessary pressure on myself. I'll go meet his grandson and kids. It's not a big deal to me. You are both grown, so it's not as big as someone younger. I'm young, V pointed at me. It's not a big deal because I don't want to make it one. If he feels like he wants to bring me to the party, then clearly he's ready for that step. I just want you to be happy, V. Sugar Plum, I appreciate you, and I want to be the same too. Owen makes me very happy. I just don't want to jump the gun. I can't wait to meet him and attend your wedding. I smiled, and she pinched my cheek. V was the closest thing I had to a mother figure. Since I had come into her life, she had shown up for me every step of the way. When she picked me instead of Khalif, that showed that she wasn't just about words. Vicky Mathers showed how she felt with actions when she put me before a chance at happiness that she could have gotten with Khalif. I've been wanting a dream wedding since I was young. Do you know how it feels to never make it down the aisle? I've been married, and it's my biggest regret. I mumbled. You married the wrong man. I want to get married to the right man, a man that makes me feel like I'm the best thing that has ever happened to him. Owen makes me feel like that. He makes me feel like I'm on top of the world whenever we're together. It made me happy to see V so happy. She deserved it. Her life hadn't been the easiest, and she still managed to show up for her family whenever they needed her. Her life wasn't perfect, and she made mistakes that she had long since paid for. Even after all that, she was still genuine and cared. He was for sure the wrong man. Khalif has a gift of making you see what he wants you to see. Although he was younger, I was ready to be with this man because I thought he was a good one. He's good at pretending to be the good guy. We grew up together, so I had a front seat to seeing him morph into the good guy. I rolled my eyes, thinking about Khalif and all the good guy shit I witnessed over the years. It sucked that in the 4 years we'd been divorced, that nothing had changed with him. You seem to have gone from one bad guy to 2 good guys. She nudged me. You and Roddy back messing around, y'all give me a damn headache with the back and forth. I'm not the one who's doing the back and forth. You need to talk to your son. He told me that he called off the engagement with Gia. Now you know damn well you don't believe that. I laughed and clapped my hand. Roddy loves to think he does things, but Gia is still walking around being the head bitch in charge. That man is confused on what he wants. Gia hurt him. Still, he can't make that call. He's scared. I'm scared too. At least he's the one who will be able to be scared and rich. I'm scared and could be broke if Gia found out about us. She sighed as she pulled into her neighborhood. She has some hold on that man. I think it's because it was his first relationship after Bree died. I'm not going to stick around and play number 2 forever. Clearly, we're in your new car from your new nigga. Friend, V. Well, friend. She parked in her driveway and rolled her eyes. Either way, I love Roddy with all my heart. However, I don't agree with what he's doing. If he has options, then you should definitely do the same thing. You're young. Have fun. I smiled. Fun wasn't something that I had done in a long time. Why was it okay for men to have so many choices, yet when it came to women, it was wrong? Roddy wasn't a fan of me still talking to Pooh and continuing to build our relationship. Whenever the subject came up, usually by him, he didn't hesitate to speak his mind on the matter. Yet, when I questioned him about Gia and his situation, he couldn't find the words. For the first time in my life, I had 2 men applying pressure to get the prize. Me. Why haven't you gone to see her yet? Court interrogated me over the public's run-in with Tara. I honestly didn't know why she cared so much. It wasn't her business what I wanted to do, or what I didn't want to do. Tara had caused a world of pain for me, and she wanted me to sit and share tea and biscuits with her because she was pregnant by my ex-husband? In my opinion, she and Khalif could both go to hell in a woven basket. Did you seriously call to interrogate me or to wish me a happy birthday? Both. Tara called me last week asking why you hadn't reached out to her. Am I supposed to jump when she wants me to? We saw each other, spoke, and went on about our lives. I'm not obligated to sit down with her. Court took a deep breath. I know you and Tara have had issues in the past. With her being pregnant and being in the same city, you should both try to mend things. Court was ruining the little bit of birthday joy I had. She wanted me to sit down and talk with Tara because it was what Tara wanted. I had purposefully avoided reaching out to her because I didn't want to sit down and talk. I had the right to feel like I wasn't ready to sit down and put our differences aside. Hell, who said I wanted to put my differences aside? Let me think about it. She said she's been reaching out to you, and I've been ignoring her. Eves, really? Court sighed. Have you spoken to your mother? Not since she called me begging. Well, you should call her. Why? Just trust me. You need to call her, she stressed, which worried me a bit. Okay. Enjoy your birthday with your new life. I'm sure you're going to be having a ball, she assumed. I'm working on my birthday. I'll probably go to the spa tomorrow. Don't work too hard. Love you, and let's catch up soon, she replied. Start answering the damn phone, too. Whenever Court called, I always sent her call to voicemail. When I lived back home, I needed her because she was my source of income, and she often took advantage of that. For the first time in my life, I didn't need her. It felt good not diving across the room to take her call. I got you. My birthday never mattered to anyone. For the past 4 years, I'd always received one lousy call from Court, a birthday dinner from Allie, and a half-ass happy birthday from my mother. So for the past 4 years, I felt like I didn't have a reason to celebrate my life. With as many times as the thought of taking my life had crossed my mind, birthdays didn't seem like a celebration anymore. They felt more like a reminder that I was still living the shitty life I was living. This year felt a little bit different. With my birthday gift from Pooh and having money to treat myself, I smiled for the first time on my birthday.
Julina told me it's your birthday.
Gia bit into her apple while staring at me from across the counter. Oh, did she? I don't really celebrate it that much. I discreetly rolled my eyes. I really couldn't stand this woman, and she knew it. It bothered me because she had a good man in Roddy, and instead of focusing on their relationship, she was worried about everything else. At first, I felt bad for sleeping with Roddy behind her back. But the more she pissed me off, the harder I rode his dick when he came into my bedroom.
Oh, good. Kingsley got invited to that little boy down the street's first birthday party today, and the other little girl on Sunday. Since you don't celebrate your birthday, you can take her today and Sunday.
Got it. The only reason Kingsley got invited to those birthday parties was because of me. I was the person they saw with Kingsley at the community park and struck up a conversation with them. Happy birthday, beautiful. I put something in your bedroom. I smiled at the text message Roddy had sent me. Then I looked at the confirmation he sent behind the text message. Roddy was out of town this week to handle some new business he invested in. I have your kids. I can't just be leaving. Don't worry about them. I handled it already. V gon' step in. Pack and meet me at the airport hangar around 7 tonight. Keep that confirmation I sent to you. Okay. As much as I wanted to protest, I knew better. If he wanted to take me away, who was I to turn it down? I have some plans. I'm going out of town. I interrupted Gia's selfie hour.
With the same nigga that bought you that car?
She eyed me up and down.
You so regular, though.
If I had the time, I would have a smart rebuttal. Except I didn't have time to go back and forth with her. No, my cousin just told me she wanted to take me out and booked us tickets out of town. Apparently, Roddy knows about it already.
Which cousin?
You don't know her. I smirked. KK, you ready to have some fun? I picked her up and headed to her room to change her. Roddy didn't have any problems continuing to play a dangerous game, and I wasn't above breaking up an unhappy home. The entire floor of the overwater bungalow was covered with rose petals. The ceiling was covered with red balloons, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling like a complete idiot. My jaws hurt from so much smiling. Who does this for someone? Khalif had never gone through this much trouble for me. Roddy was nowhere to be found when I landed. I had flown on the jet alone and was chauffeured to this 8-star resort. No, seriously, it was an 8-star resort, and I could tell he spent money for us to be here. I didn't feel like I was worthy of going through all this trouble. It was hard to celebrate me. It was something I was trying to work on. I was worthy of being treated like a queen. My birthday had been the same for the past 4 years, so going from that to receiving a car and an all-expense-paid trip to an 8-star resort was about to give me a heart attack. I was out here living like the Instagram girls I secretly envied. Miss St. Michael's, you have a letter and a gift on the bed, the bellhop told me, and I finally shuffled through the roses and gently picked up the card. I opened the envelope, and there was Roddy's handwriting. Hey, pretty lady, I got you something to slip on. Meet me on the beach for dinner and virgin drinks. See you soon, birthday girl. I opened the black box with the bow on top, and there was a satin black dress and a pair of metallic pink Versace heels. Jesus, these are beautiful, I said to no one in particular. Mr. Mathers had gone above and beyond for your stay. The bellhop winked, then put the rest of my bags in the closet. I stepped off the golf cart that took me to the beach. The silk black dress felt like butter on my skin. My hair was pinned up in messy pin curls. It was the fastest thing I could do once I took a shower. My feet fit perfectly in the pink heels he had gotten me. I felt beautiful, and that was something I hadn't felt like in a while. It was such a sucky feeling when you no longer felt beautiful anymore. No number of hairstyles, clothes, or makeup ever made me feel beautiful because I didn't feel it on the inside. These days, I was coming more out of my shell and trying to work through my insecurities. Roddy walked up the boardwalk with his hands in perfectly starched, ankle-length chino pants. He wore a pair of Gucci Birkenstocks with a matching shirt. His beard was trimmed and glistening under the lantern lights. Damn, Eves. I knew you were beautiful, but you look stunning, baby. He held his hand out and helped me into the sand. I'm gonna fall with these heels on. Let me take them. Nah, Mama. Let me pick you up and carry you to the table. I'ma fuck you with those heels on too tonight. He whispered in my ear when he picked me up. Sir, we don't mind bringing her to the table, one of the resort workers said. Roddy looked like the man had spit in his face. This mine and I got whatever comes with her. I'll carry her to the table and anytime she wants me to, he told him. Hearing him tell someone that I was his made me feel all warm and fuzzy on the inside. Technically, Gia is yours. Technically, Gia is my baby mama, and you're going to be my wife. He corrected me and kissed me on the lips while carrying me to our table. The roses continued to the beach. They were scattered all throughout our intimate table. The candlelit dinner was something out of a movie. I could never imagine a man would go through the trouble of doing this for me. I felt good and all bubbly on the inside. The way Roddy took control, carried me, and made the staff aware that I was his felt nice too. It didn't keep me from knowing that I really wasn't his. Gia was his fiancée and the person that he was with. I had a whole man that wanted me to himself, and I was stuck on this man that had a whole fiancée. I was sick. He placed me in the chair and scooted me into the table. The table was so beautiful, and off to the side of our table, there were picture frames with us in Dubai with the kids. Seeing that small, intimate touch made me slightly emotional. Why would you do that to me? I tried to catch my tear before it ruined my makeup. After how hard I worked on it, I wasn't trying to cry it off. Eves, me and the kids appreciate everything you do for us. My kids haven't been this open or happy since their mother passed. I love them, and they are good children. You just need to learn to step back from making the money and spend time with them. I see that. The waiter brought us out virgin drinks. RJ came out to me. And? Yo, we had a moment. He broke down and cried. I'm still shocked because I never noticed it. It's not like he was walking around with a gay sign on his head. RJ is still the same person. He just likes what he likes. I shrugged. He told me he told you first. Well, yeah, I kind of walked in on that. Roddy started to laugh. I was the flight. Fancy. They called me Miss St. Michael's this, Miss St. Michael's that. You deserve that. Thank you for all of this, boo. I held his hand across the table while staring into his eyes. I loved the shit out of this man, and I couldn't help it. My feelings for him grew more and more every day. It was becoming hard to pretend like I didn't want to be with him, when in fact, I wanted to. You told me that birthdays ain't special to you and shit, so I wanted to show you how special you are to me. I blushed while he rubbed my hands. I definitely feel special. You didn't have to charter a jet for me to feel special. Coach would have done the job. Stop doing that shit, Eves. What? I was caught off guard by his words. What am I doing? Whenever someone wants to do something nice for you, you say it's too much or some shit like that. Coach wouldn't have worked because you deserve to be chartered on a jet by your man. Are you really my man, though? I hated to do this while we were in paradise. Any other woman would have let the conversation rest until a later date. Not me. We really doing this shit here? Yes, all this is nice, and I appreciate it, but you're not my man, and I'm not your girl. You belong to Gia. I don't belong to no damn body. Then why is she still in the house and still using the fiancé card? Shit ain't all that easy, baby. He stressed. I knew this situation was tough for him. He had to decide if he wanted to end his engagement for someone new. It wasn't like I was that much of a catch. I had an alcoholic addiction and so much emotional baggage that I could open my own airport. In the end, I never wanted to push him to pick me. I wanted him to make the right decision, even if it wasn't me. He picked in the end. Roderick, I'm not saying that it's an easy decision to make. However, the way you're going on like nothing happened between the two of you isn't healthy. I'm not going to be here to heal your wounds when she inflicts them. It was easy for him to come running to me whenever she did something to hurt him. Like the abortion, I comforted him through that. Meanwhile, she was able to continue without having to be the one to help him heal. It was typical Gia, and it was typical Roddy. He allowed her to continue to be selfish without any consequences. I hear you. I wish you did. Roddy had no clue about my new car. He and Gia weren't talking, so I assumed she didn't run her mouth to him. It was still parked in V's garage until I was ready to drive it. That car scared the shit out of me, and the more I thought about being behind the wheel, the more anxiety I got. So, I got a birthday present the other day. Oh, yeah? He cut into his steak and looked at me. Your mom sent you something? Pooh bought me a car. There was no better way to tell him than to just blurt the shit out. I tried to read his expression while he chewed his steak, and I couldn't. Roddy didn't look mad, happy, nor upset. His poker face was immaculate. Oh, yeah? Are you mad? I'm not happy about the shit. Why? Why else, Eves? I don't want you driving around in another nigga's car. I did need a car of my own, and I would have bought you one if you had asked. See, that wouldn't have worked. What would Gia think if you came with a new car for me? Nothing. Why the fuck you so worried about what she got to say? Gia killed my fucking baby. Her opinion is irrelevant these days. What happens after these days? Then her opinion goes back to mattering again? He pushed his food away from him. I ain't even hungry no more. Let's not even go there. I don't want to ruin our time together on the trip. I reached back out and touched his hand. As much as I wanted to have this deep conversation about his situation and us eventually being together, I knew nothing would be solved over dinner. For now, I needed to protect my heart, and if that meant playing the field and continuing to date Pooh as much as Roddy didn't like it, I needed to have a starting lineup until he decided what he wanted. In the meantime, I sure could get used to the trips, cars, and the time they both wanted to spend with me. I love you, Eves. Roddy stared right at me. The day you said you loved me, I wanted to say it back. Then why didn't you? You had me looking stupid. You never look stupid when you tell somebody how you feel. I wanted to tell you in my own way. Fuck I look like repeating it after you just said it to me. Like a normal person, crazy. Just know I love you, Eves. For real. I love you too, Pa. He stood and reached over the table to kiss me on the lips. 17. Mama V. How many times are you going to fix your hair? Ryder asked while tossing more popcorn into her mouth. How many times did I need to? Owen has seen me looking nearly perfect every date we've been on. I continued to comb out my curls so that I had that beach wave look. It sure has been a lot of dates between the two of you, and they're not even cheap ones at that. Nothing with Owen is ever cheap. I asked him to eat at Bonefish Grill, and he took me to a restaurant that brings fish straight from the sea to the table. Where the hell did he find a restaurant like that here in Atlanta? Savannah. Was this last weekend, the weekend you promised me to help me move all my furniture to the painters? I smiled inwardly and continued to tend to my hair. Owen had asked me on a date every weekend since our first date. I genuinely enjoyed his company while being wined and dined. Owen treated me like a true queen and spared no expense on food experiences. He knew all the best restaurants, and we always managed to have the best seat of the house. With Curtis, we went to decent places, and he even bribed a few of the hostesses to make our wait time shorter. Comparing Owen to Curtis was like comparing apples to oranges. They didn't compare. I can't recall the weekend. Ryder was staying with me while her home was being repainted. I bet you can't. She continued to eat popcorn. Do you think Noah will like the new color I'm getting the house painted? Noah and Ryder decided to move in together, so she was doing all these changes to her apartment to please him. I wasn't the biggest fan of Noah since he blew up on Ryder because I broke up with Khalif. What a bitch to complain to his friend when he was married. Noah had to know his friend was married, and he still decided to hook him up with me. It made me look at Noah differently. Did he really trip about the damn color of your apartment? Yes, we had a 3-day argument, and I finally grew tired of arguing and decided to compromise. Compromise on your home? Vicky, I'm just saying, Noah is spoiled and entitled. You're the only one that's always compromising. When is he going to do the same? He is by moving in with me. Part-time, I reminded her. When he's off, he'll come to Atlanta, so that's not really a compromise. Noah's career was in Miami, and he wasn't moving to Atlanta. He wanted Ryder to believe he was compromising by moving to Atlanta when it really wasn't a compromise at all.
You're just upset because of the whole Khalif thing.
He got mad at you because he set me up with his married friend, Ryder. I've never been the type to tell you what to do, but I just want you to open your eyes a bit.
Can you let me handle my own relationship? Me and Noah have our problems, and I promise we're going to work on them.
I refreshed my lipstick and nodded my head. Make sure you do. Ryder was independent and hated to be told what to do. As her friend, I always wanted to help and give solid advice to her. Our friendship worked because we respected each other's boundaries. Owen invited me to Orlando. Owen mentioned that he owned property in Orlando, and he wanted to bring me along to spend time there. With the way he treated me on our past dates, I damn sure couldn't wait to see how he stepped out the box on vacation.
Are you going to go?
He also mentioned his grandson's birthday party. Ryder stared over the couch to me.
Meeting the family? That seems too soon, Vic.
Who said I had to meet his family?
Bitch, you're going to attend his grandson's birthday party. You're going to meet his kids and family.
What's wrong with that?
You're just coming out of the situation with Curtis and then the shit show with Khalif. Are you sure you want to move so fast with Owen?
I don't consider us moving fast. We're getting to know one another. And if that means attending his grandson's birthday while we're on vacation in Orlando, I'm fine with that. I gave my all to Curtis and only got burned in the end. Owen is putting action behind his words, and I'm going to give him the same energy he's giving me.
All right. Just please be careful. I can't afford to gain another 3 pounds from pigging on depression ice cream.
Honey, if this doesn't work out, then I'm for sure going to swing to the other side. It's clear that men ain't for me. We both broke out in laughter while I did a double take over my outfit and makeup. The doorbell sounded, and Ryder looked at her watch.
He's right on time, too.
Oh, be quiet. I giggled and grabbed my purse so we could head out. Owen didn't need to meet Ryder right away. There would be a time and a place for him to meet everyone that was important to me.
Have fun,
she called behind me while I closed the door. Hey, hun. I smiled when I saw Owen standing there. You're growing on me, Doctor. Why do you insist on calling me this?
It's sexy.
I played with his sports jacket and kissed him on the lips. What do you have planned for us today? Well, my daughter invited me over to her place for dinner. Your daughter? I thought she lived in Orlando. Not her. He held the passenger door open for me. My younger daughter. Are you sure you want me to meet her? I don't want her to be upset with me. You know daughters side with their mothers. Their mother is happily dating in Belize. They don't get involved in our relationships. She invited me over for dinner tonight, and I want to bring you. Our relationship is important to me.
It's important to me, too.
I buckled my seatbelt. Owen didn't know it, but he was spoiling me bad. I had never had a man show this much affection and put this much energy into a relationship. What made the situation so crazy was that we never talked about moving to the next stage. We both just went along for the ride and did what felt right. A lot with Owen felt right. He made me feel safe, wanted, and loved, though we never used those words. The way he looked at me when I talked spoke volumes. He genuinely wanted to know what was in my head. It wasn't about sex with him. He wanted the entire Vicky package, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Have you given any more thought to going away with me? I was just discussing it with my best friend. Does best friend approve? She has her concerns. Understandable. I want to spend time with you. Our time is limited around my schedule. The late-night dates or brunches aren't enough for me. I want to lay next to the pool with you by my side and soak up the sun with you, Vic. That's what I want too, Owen. Then come away with me. I want to bring you around my family so they can stop worrying about me dying old and alone. I laughed. So you want to use my young ass to flaunt around your family? And flaunt around that bedroom that overlooks the water. He gave my thigh a tight squeeze. There was no denying the sexual chemistry we shared. Given the time and a bedroom, I had no worries that we'd get down and wouldn't come out for hours. Owen knew his way around a woman, and I hadn't even slept with him for me to know that. Owen pulled into the driveway of a Spanish colonial. The house was beautiful, and the for sale sign was still in the lawn. Your daughter just moved to town? She just moved to this neighborhood. He replied, killed the engine, and got out to open the door for me. I fixed myself up and stepped out of the car. He held my hand as we walked up the cobblestone walkway. You smell good enough to eat. I reached up and snuck a kiss on his neck. Miss Mathers, you're going to get yourself in trouble doing shit like that. Is it the good kind of trouble? We gon' see. He growled before sucking on my finger. He removed my finger just as the door opened. At this point, God knew what he was doing, and he knew that I deserved all that was coming my way. Monet, Curtis's wife, opened the front door with her small belly. "Hey, Daddy!" She smiled and looked at me. "Hey, welcome to our home. Excuse the boxes everywhere. We're trying to get this house together before the baby gets here." "Where's Curtis?" Owen's tone seemed less than pleased with Curtis. "He's working late. Again. He called and told us to eat without him." She walked through the house and moved boxes out of the way. "He left you here to unpack everything?" "No, Angie is somewhere around here. Daddy, please don't start. Introduce me to your friend." My heart was thumping so loud that I could barely hear the two of them. "This is Vicky Mathers." Owen introduced me to the woman, whose husband's face I rode on many occasions. God, I was so ashamed. "Hey, nice to meet you." I pretended like I didn't know her name or anything about her. "Monet." "Nice to meet you, Monet." I bit the inside of my cheek and prayed Curtis didn't come walking through this door at any minute. What are the odds that Owen was the father to Monet, a woman I had secretly hated for years? God, it's me again. What did I do to you?
18. Gia. If you get to feeling stressed up in your chest, thinking you about to lose, baby, it's true. I hollered the lyrics to my favorite Destiny's Child song while making my lunch. You know he's been gone for like 3 days, right? Julina came and sat on the kitchen stool at the counter. I know, I wasn't singing this for him anyway. Girl, you're hurt. I know you're hurt because I heard what you did. And where did you hear it from? Or should I say, who? I put the cheese on my sandwich. RJ made the best sandwiches, and I was trying to recreate the sandwich he made early. I started to ask him to make me one, but with the look he gave me, I opted to just observe and try to recreate my own later. Word gets around. She shrugged and stared at me. This was the longest that Julina had a conversation with me without having some fly shit fly out of her mouth. I did what I had to do. I don't fault you. You're barely here for Kingsley, so why have another baby? I spoke too soon about her not having flight shit come out of her mouth. You need to be worried about that bun in your oven. I snickered and cut my sandwich. V had Kingsley over at her house for the day. Her cable was out, and she had to wait for the technician. She asked if I wanted to keep Kingsley here or for her to take her. I nearly pushed them out the door. With Eve still out of town for her birthday and Roddy in California for business, I wasn't prepared to take Kingsley full-time. Having V pick up after Eve's had been a lifesaver. What made you get an abortion? I don't want 2 kids. Kingsley is enough for me, and I'd rather get rid of the baby than resent the child. It was much more than that. However, I wasn't going to tell her. I didn't know who my baby daddy was, and the headache of figuring it out was something I didn't have the desire to do. Not to mention, Roddy would end things with me if he found out about Oblique. In my opinion, a baby wasn't worth all that headache. She was deep in thought and staring into space. Julina? Huh? What are you thinking about? I want an abortion. Do you? I wasn't surprised one bit. As much as she would deny it, me and Julina were alike. A baby would take her away from being the spoiled daddy's princess that she was. Her baby would take priority, and she wouldn't be able to handle that. I have to be 18 to get one. Currently, I need a parent's signature. Want to help a young girl out? Just ask your dad when he gets back. He won't have an issue taking you. Julina screwed her face up. The word abortion is a sensitive subject around here because of you. Do you see the way he looks at you after you did? She did have a point. Roddy was disgusted by me and barely said 2 words to me since everything went down. So badly I wanted to talk to him and tell him my reasonings. Each time I worked up the nerve to sit down and have a conversation, I thought about the evil shit he said to me and got mad all over again. Yeah, you're right. Gia, I don't ask you for anything. Can you please help me? I've made the appointment and everything. It's either that place or the place that was kind of shady that Tamala found. How did you make an appointment if you don't have anybody to take you? I had a feeling God would put it in your heart to help a young girl out. She clasped her hands together and smiled innocently. I understood why Roddy fell into her little trance. She hadn't been in this kitchen for all of 10 minutes, and I had already fell victim to it. Jew, I will take you where I went. But you can't tell your father that I took you. I made her promise. If Roddy knew I took his angel to get an abortion, he would really be done with me. I was smart enough to know that I wasn't the best mother. Kingsley was my heart, and I did love my daughter. At times, I wish I waited to have her. If I regretted having my daughter at my age, then I could only imagine what was going through a teenager's head. I'd rather take her to where I went than allow her to go to a place that she found on the back pages of Google. Promise, I really appreciate you, she said and smiled. Can we go before Daddy comes back? I can see if I can get an appointment for you, I told her, and she smiled at me. Julina wasn't about to kiss or hug me, so I would accept the smile. I quickly finished my half sandwich, then grabbed my laptop to have a Zoom meeting with Leslie. She was waiting for me to book my flight to visit California. After looking over the contract, my lawyer gave me the green light to sign. He told me it was a very fair and upfront contract, and he didn't have any concerns. The weather was warm with a few winds sweeping across the air. I wanted to move to California more than I wanted to live at this point. Atlanta had always been home to me, and I could never picture leaving it. One meeting with Leslie had me on Zillow every other week looking for different places that were for lease.
Hey, Gia, how are you?
Leslie popped on my screen. I could tell she was at the office. I'm good. How are you and your baby?
We're good. Thank you for asking.
She smiled in the camera.
So, I got your email about you wanting to continue, which actually makes me very happy.
It makes me happy too. I'm ready to work and revamp my brand. I can't lie and say that I'm not nervous. Leslie put her hands together and did a hearty laugh.
You have every right to be nervous. This is a shift in your career. A good shift.
I've been looking at places there. Me and my fiancé are going back and forth on the decision to move there full time. I lied. Roddy made it very clear that he wasn't moving to California part-time or full-time.
That's understandable. With children, I know it can be difficult to make that move.
Leslie nodded her head and understood my position.
So, there's this reality show for socialites that a very famous network is putting together. They already started filming and asked me if I had anybody in mind.
Leslie smiled into the camera.
I think you would be perfect for this. Your beauty, wit, and attitude would blow those other women out of the water.
A reality show? I gasped.
Yes, it's a secret for now. The pilot was approved, and they're just looking to add one more girl. I need you to sign this contract and get your butt on a flight to California as soon as you can.
My heart was filled with pure joy. A reality show? All I wanted was to advance my career. I saw what reality shows did for other influencers. It took them from Instagram to boardrooms of their own businesses. Leslie, you don't know how much this means to me.
Thank your girl, Camille. She was the one who set all this up, and I'm glad that she did. We're going to make a lot of money together, and your name will be a household name.
Camille had no idea how much this meant. She mentioned this to me prior, and because I was so busy looking out for Keisha, I didn't listen to her. You needed friends like Camille, someone who would go above and beyond to push you to your full potential. I just wanted to be successful, and I wanted to be on the TV screens everywhere. I'm going to call her as soon as she gets back from her little vacation. I giggled. I have a few things here to wrap up, and then I can come and stay out there for a week or so.
Make that 2 weeks. I have a bunch of people I want to introduce you to, and I have a realtor friend that I'd love for you to meet. You're going to need a place here.
Sounds great. I'll sign the contract and get that sent over to you this week.
I'm excited, Gia. Let's talk soon, okay?
Okay, later, Leslie. I smiled and ended our Zoom call. My hands were shaking. I was so excited. All I wanted to do was call Keisha and tell her the good news. It hurt that I couldn't call and vent to her anymore. She had always been in my corner since we were younger. It felt off doing things without her. If I got onto this reality show, that meant she wouldn't be there for me. As angry as I was with her, I missed her in the same breath. I pulled my legs up and called my mother. Hey, Mama. I sighed when she answered the phone. What you doing?
Hey, baby. I just got in from work not too long ago. We're having a baby shower for a coworker, so I'm in charge of the rice.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh-huh. What's going on with you? I haven't heard from you in a bit.
Life, I groaned. Me and Roddy are fighting, and I'm just trying to find my footing.
Footing with what? I know it can't still be Kingsley. Isn't that why you guys hired that nanny girl?
With life, Mama. I'm so tired of everything. Life has been kicking my ass.
Stop working so hard. You work hard when you have no reason to. Roddy takes good care of you.
I still want more than being his fiancé and a professional baby maker. I snapped. She always mentioned how Roddy took good care of me and never took a minute to consider that I wanted to do this. I wanted to be able to retire her one day. Being Roddy's fiance wasn't going to do that. If I asked, he would make it happen. Roddy loved my mother and would retire her in a heartbeat. It meant more if I was able to do it with my money. The way Roddy treated V was the same thing I wanted from my mom. V walked around with the newest designers, nicest cars, and everything paid for without a worry in her pretty head. That was what I wanted from my mother, too.
This is clearly about more than whatever little fight you and Roddy had.
It wasn't like I could come right out and tell my mother that Keisha had slept with my side nigga. Me and Keisha aren't speaking.
You guys always get over it.
Not this time.
You said that every time you guys would fall out when you were younger.
Mama, not this time. Keisha did something too horrible. I can't forgive her. My mother laughed.
It's not like she slept with your man, Gia.
The line grew quiet.
Oh, Lord. Is that why you and Roddy been fighting?
No. Me and Keisha got into it. That's all you need to know. I'm sad about it.
Well, if you're serious about your friendship being over, then allow yourself to feel and mourn your friendship.
The word mourn sounded so final. I knew it was final, but still, it just hurt to think that I lost my best friend. While I thought I was building this career for both of us, she was hating on me secretly. Who does that? I thought we were pushing one another to be better, and Keisha was just jealous the entire time. Then to sleep with Oblique and not feel a lick of remorse was the cherry on top. If that was what friendship was to her, then I didn't want her friendship. Thanks, Mama.
Anytime, baby.
So I signed with a new management company. Although I hadn't signed the papers, I knew I was going with Leslie and her team. I may be moving to California.
California? Gia, when were you going to tell me this?
I'm telling you now, Mama. I've been here my whole life. It's time for me to make business moves, and this is the only way that I can. She sucked her teeth. For as long as I'd been alive, I had always lived no more than 10 minutes from my mother. If needed, I could hop on the highway and be in her driveway under 10 minutes. Living across the country would be different. Even though I didn't have anything planned out or had brought the subject up to Roddy, I knew I was going to move to California. If we had to end because of me putting my career first, it was something I was willing to do. Knowing Roddy, he would never allow me to take his daughter to California. I was doing this for Kingsley in the first place, so if she had to stay behind and I visited when I had free time, it was something that I had no problem doing.
I don't like this, baby.
When I make it, I can retire you and move you here with me. You can help with Kingsley while I'm working.
You got it all planned out, huh?
She chuckled. Yes, Mama. I work hard because I want to retire you and build this future I've always dreamed of.
Gia, you've always been motivated and driven. I know better than to stand in your way when you have a plan. Just tell me when to turn in my 2 weeks.
We both laughed. I love my mother because no matter what, she was riding for me. She often didn't agree with my decisions. Still, she was there to have my back no matter what. She and my dad often told me how they were proud of me, and I just wanted to show them how much I could accomplish because of the support they always showed me. Even if Roddy didn't approve, I was going to go far in my career. At the end of the day, I wanted Kingsley to have a mother she was proud of. And if her father couldn't understand, then maybe he wasn't the man for me. Yeah, I'm taking her to the school event thing. I rolled my eyes while Roddy questioned me about Julina.
All right.
Are you going to ask me how me and your daughter is doing?
Kingsley good. V let me know when I spoke to her.
He responded. What about me?
Gia, I got shit to do. Tell Ju to call me after the event is done.
He ended the call and I rolled my eyes again. He was still upset and refused to have any conversation about what happened. I was so tired of being punished for doing what was right for me and my body. Roddy was controlling and thought everything needed to go his way. He had 3 kids and that wasn't enough for him. It seemed like he was never satisfied with shit. Kingsley was enough, and here he was mad about the baby I aborted. If he knew what we were really doing, he'd be upset. Julina yawned. Are you seriously ready for this? Abortions aren't easy. I often feel like they're harder. I take it the last one wasn't your first one. I leaned my head back on the headrest and sighed. No, it's a mental battle, Julina. Your emotions will be all over the place, and regret does set in too. I'm never going to judge you for making this decision. Nonetheless, you may judge or hate yourself for it. I just want to make sure that you're all right with this. If you think I will resent you, I won't.
This is something that I want to do and know that I need to. I'm not ready for a baby right now. I allowed puppy love to cloud my judgment. I killed the engine and took a deep breath. Let's do this. After Jelena was checked in, we waited in the waiting area while I scrolled social media. I sent Leslie the contract back, and she informed me that the producers wanted to meet and interview me for the show. I had a flight booked for tomorrow night to head to California for the next 2 weeks. Jelena wasn't my biggest fan, so I wanted to make sure I kept my promise to her and took her today. My intuition told me to bring her home and allow Roddy to deal with it. He always complained that I wasn't hands-on with the kids. This was my chance to be the adult in the situation. She came to me because she trusted me with her secret, and I wasn't going to let her down. Jelena Mathers? The medical assistant came to the front and called her name. The hair on my arm stood up when she got up. Ugh, why did I feel like she was my baby going back there? If Kingsley came to me and was pregnant and asked for an abortion, I would have taken her. Good luck. I'll be right here waiting for you. Thanks again, Gia. Don't mention it, girl. No, really. Don't ever mention it. We both laughed and she went into the back. 2 days prior, we had come and spoke with the doctor and nurse about her options. They ran tests and did all the routine checks they needed to do before they told us to come back today. I was just here, and I was alone when I came, so Jelena was doing better than me. The baby monitor app popped up on the screen for me to update. It had been months since I used that app. It gave me bad vibes to even go into the app store and update it. When Kingsley was born, I stayed on that app more than Instagram. I checked it constantly to see if she was all right. I couldn't even shower correctly because I was so busy going back and forth to my phone to make sure that she wasn't hollering and that she was breathing. The app came with a baby sock that gave you all the baby's vitals. You would have thought having all of that would be a sigh of relief. It wasn't. It made me worry 10 times more. I would check to make sure her oxygen was right and she wasn't dying. I crossed my legs and went on the app. V was at the house with Kingsley now. Eve's always played peekaboo on the app with Kingsley. With how much the app and all the bells and whistles cost, it better had come with all this interactive shit. I went through the history to see what Eves did when she didn't have an audience. She couldn't have been this perfect of a nanny. If I saw her raise her hand to my daughter, I was going to drag her ass all over our front lawn. My heart stopped when I came to a video dated a few months back with Roddy rubbing on Eves' ass and kissing her on the neck. My stomach turned and I felt sick. Had I been so blind? He assured me so many times that nothing was happening between the both of them, and I believed him. That was what made me sicker. The fact that I believed him when he told me nothing was going on between the two of them. As I went through the app's history, I saw more and more of them kissing, hugging, and acting like they were a couple. Like they weren't in our home doing this behind my back. Ma'am, everything went well. She's in recovery right now. The nurse interrupted me. I was going down a rabbit hole of my fiancé fucking with the damn housekeeper. Okay, thank you. I stared at the video of Eves holding Kingsley and watched my daughter kiss her father and then kiss Eves on the cheek. If you didn't know them, you would have assumed this was their daughter. My heart hurt to the core, witnessing Roddy betray me like that. I put my phone away while shaking and went to the back to be with Jelena. I couldn't wait to board the plane to California and ignore him for the next 2 weeks. Roddy hated being guilty. If he wanted to fuck with the help, then I was going to use it to my advantage. Knowing he fucked up, he would try to make it right. Buying a home in California was the way he was going to make it right. And he was going to fire Eves right in my face. Little bitch had been trying to take my man and thought shit was smooth. I was going to ruin her like a baby did their first pair of shoes.
19. Roddy. I sat on the ottoman and watched Eves splash around in a tub that could easily hold 5 people. Her soft curls had bubbles all throughout them, and she kept giggling. This was the first time that I had seen her so carefree and at peace. She wasn't worried about what kid needed to get to school or what class Kingsley had for the day. "Why aren't you getting in with me?" She whined and splashed me. "Hey, if I get in there, you're going to be crying like last night. Remember that?" I winked at her. "Your dick is so good. I never cried and shook like that before, Roddy. We've had sex plenty of times, and that never happened. You put coke on top of your dick? I just got a good big dick. No need for drugs." I stood up and walked over to kiss her on the lips. "I got to take this call. and then check in with V and Gia. Okay, she sighed. Why you doing that? Fix your face. I don't like when you frowning and shit. It's hard to get used to this when you're engaged to Gia. Mama, I want you to get used to shit like this. It's hard to. There's going to be a time when you're going to have to make a decision. Right now, you can have a cake and eat it too, but that's not forever. Ma, you're not breaking up a happy home. You know the issues me and Gia got going on. Why you tripping on this again? I just don't want to be something that makes you happy for right now. Then you go back to your fiancé and finish planning your dream wedding. Only dream wedding I'm trying to have is with you. I kissed her again, finishing the tub while I check in with everyone. You got an appointment to pick up your Birkin. Eves was so damn goofy. She made a beard out the bubbles and stuttered when I mentioned Birkin. B? Birkin? Your birthday gift. And how am I going to explain getting a Birkin to Gia? Ma, you don't need to explain shit to anybody. I don't know why you feel like you do. Only person you gotta explain shit to is Daddy. I kissed her again and sat back down for a second. Roddy, a Birkin is going to force her to ask questions. I can tell her Pooh bought it, but she'll only believe that for so long. Just the sound of that nigga's name pissed me off. I wanted her to return that car and end that shit with him. Asking her to do that wasn't fair, so I refrained from doing so. How could I ask her to choose when I still had Gia? As mad as I was with her, I still hadn't told her to leave or ended our relationship. I saw why Eves was skeptical and didn't want to get used to this. She was protecting her heart. Why you keep bringing him up, Eves? You're starting to get me tight. Now you know how I feel when Gia's name is always the topic of discussion. You fucked him? I don't have to answer that question, she retorted, slightly offended that I even asked the question. That's my pussy, Eves. Get that shit away, and you ain't gonna like how I give shit up. Don't let this business shit fool you, I reminded her. I didn't want her with anybody else, and if that was selfish, I didn't give a shit. That's not fair. You giving his ass back the car when we get back too. I'll take you to get a new car. I'm not giving him my car. You're not going to call the shots when you still have your fiancé living in the house after she got a secret abortion. When you make up your mind and handle your business, I'll do the same. She folded her arms and stared at me, daring me to protest. It's like that? I replied and looked at V's name pop across my screen. Yep. I answered the phone while having a stare down with Eves. Why the fuck was she so damn sexy? What's good, V?
Thank you, Owen. Please, go back there.
I heard her sobbing. Yo, V! I raised my voice. V never cried, and to hear her so distraught had me on high alert.
Roddy,
she sniffled into the phone.
I need you to listen to me, son. Get on whatever plane you can and get home.
Why? What happened?
I knew it. I knew something was off with her, and I should have pushed. I tried to give her space. She kept telling me she was cold and was shaking.
V, what the fuck are you talking about? Eves was on alert. She quickly got out of the tub and wrapped a towel around her.
Julina,
she broke out hollering.
The doctors don't think she's going to make it. She got sepsis after the abortion Gia took her to have.
What?
Gia took her to have an abortion, and now she's not answering her phone.
V continued to sob on the phone. My heart dropped when I heard that my daughter was being rushed into surgery because Gia took her to get an abortion. This is the end of Confessions of a Hustler's Housekeeper 2, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more steamy contemporary romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media.